Some Like It Charming. It's Only Temporary, Book 1. Written by Megan Bryce. Narrated by Tess Irondale. Chapter 1. Mackenzie Wyatt looked up from her desk as two women went running by as fast as their fashionable heels could take them, and sighed. He was here. She could turn off her email alert, and she could refuse to answer his calls, but she always knew when the lord of the castle had arrived. The surge to the ladies' room, the frantic tidying of desks, the energy in the air, it all pointed to one thing. Ethan Howell O'Connor had entered the building. It was his, after all, and she understood that he needed to make an appearance occasionally. She just wished she could know ahead of time so she could take the day off. He delighted in tormenting her, and truth be told, she delighted in tormenting him, but she was hardly ever truthful with herself about Ethan O'Connor. She'd given up shutting her door years ago. One unlucky visit she'd tried to hide in the ladies' room, but he was nothing if not dogged, and he'd sent another woman in to get her. After the poor woman had stopped hyperventilating, Mackenzie had found him sitting behind her desk, eating a Snickers from her emergency stash, grinning that lazy grin, and laughing at her with those sharp green eyes. She'd stopped hiding right then, and she'd stopped being nice. Very few people realized she had been playing nice, Ethan included. Even she knew it wasn't a good idea to insult the boss. She just couldn't seem to help it when she was around him. But no man took her Snickers without paying the consequences. Their relationship, if it could be called that, had turned into a verbal sparring match that was overheard and repeated at every water cooler, and most of the staff wondered why she hadn't been fired yet. She could only tell them that Ethan found her amusing. She tried not to let him get to her, but 2 minutes of lapping at his toes was all she could last, and then the dam would break and she would find herself insulting the man everyone agreed was the most charming and handsome they'd ever met. A hush stole over the floor, and Mackenzie rolled her neck. She cracked her knuckles. She did not run a brush through her honey brown hair, like the coworker who'd run to the bathroom at the first news of an Ethan sighting. She did not apply another quick coat of mascara around her tawny eyes, like the woman who was hunched behind her desk trying to see her reflection in her black coffee cup. No, Mackenzie kept her expression cool and sniffed her small upturned nose, and pretended that her heart wasn't trying to beat its way out of her chest, because no matter how handsome or charming or annoying or fake Ethan was, he was the only person who could make her break her cool. She would find that exciting if she didn't detest him quite so much. Mackenzie forced her concentration back to her work, but she knew where he was. She could tell by the murmur of voices, the laughter. No one seemed to be able to do any kind of work when he was near, and she didn't know how anyone in the New York office got anything done. She thanked God every time Ethan visited that Los Angeles wasn't his home base. The murmuring and laughter grew closer and louder. He'd picked up an audience and people found things to do near her office. The most charming man in the world versus the woman who said what she thought and never pandered to authority. Round 1. Ding. "Hello, Mackenzie. Hard at work, I see." She looked up at tall, lean man and kicked herself. She never remembered how good he looked. When he was away, she easily forgot how his long eyelashes framed green eyes with a hint of playful devil in them, and how his blonde hair framed a face so pretty it just couldn't be real. "Hello, Mr. O'Connor. Causing a fuss again?" He smiled and shut her door behind him. She gave him a look that quite clearly said what she thought about that, and he laughed. She stood and walked around him to open the door, wishing she'd worn higher heels. With Ethan, she needed all the help she could get. "You're not playing by the rules, Ethan. They'll bug my office if they can't hear the show." She heard him opening and shutting the drawers of her desk, and she sternly hid her smile before she turned around. She said, "How many desks do you search on your walkthroughs? I'm pretty sure that's unprofessional." He held up the candy he'd found and said, Talk about unprofessional. What is this? A box of hot tamales. And where is the chocolate, Ms. Wyatt? She pursed her lips. I may be able to find some, but you'll have to sit in this chair. She tapped the supremely uncomfortable chair in front of her desk. To get it. He grinned, plopping into her cozy, ergonomic chair and propping his feet up. Nice try. At least you didn't find my Snickers. He ripped open the box. I like these. I'm sure you throw up anything you eat in my office, just in case. He choked. Maybe I should have been, but I haven't. Mackenzie shrugged. You're not dead yet. Ethan eyed the box of candy, shaking it and looking for anything suspicious, and then ate a handful. I like to live dangerously. She sat down, slouching in the uncomfortable chair. To what do I owe this visit? I'll make a note to stop whatever it is. I had to come congratulate the office and the person who made such a great sale. He nodded at her like a king approving his royal decree. Mackenzie couldn't help the cat that ate the canary grin. She'd made him a lot of money over the years, but this sale had been a doozy. Her commission had been a doozy. And truthfully, that was why she was allowed to taunt and insult the boss. He may find her amusing, but no one made more money for him than she did, and they both knew it. He plopped some more candy in his mouth. I've decided to celebrate that little piece of magic with a company picnic this Friday. I knew you needed a personal invitation or you wouldn't show. Picnics aren't really my kind of thing. There will be a very competitive game of softball, and I've heard you can play. Unfortunately, I've already arranged for Friday off. Or she would as soon as he left. You'll have to find someone else to win that game for you. His feet slid off her desk, and he leaned forward onto his elbows. He smiled fully, his white teeth flashing. They were probably caps. Oh, Mackenzie, I know you'll only play for me when money's involved. I signed you up for the other team. Her breath hitched a nanosecond too long, and his smile widened. Mackenzie got her breathing back under control with a grimace. It had only been a slight slip, but he'd seen it. Had been watching for it. And that was exactly why Ethan was so dangerous. He found your weakness, then dangled irresistible bait. And boy, did she want to beat him. She wanted to wipe that smile off his face and make him sweat. She forced herself to say, although I'd love to watch you lose, I still have plans. He shook his head. I hate to do this to you, but you leave me no choice. I'm making this a requirement of your continued employment. Are you saying you'll fire me if I don't attend this celebratory picnic and play a game of softball? Ethan nodded his head sadly. I am sorry, but it means that much to me. Mackenzie shook her head, a pity-filled smile playing at the corner of her lips. If you'll hand me the small notebook in my top right drawer, yes, thank you. She flipped to the middle and made a notation. Ethan, you're losing your touch. It's only been 1 week since you last threatened to fire me. 1 week? You sure? You called and left a voicemail congratulating me on my sale and said if I didn't return your call, you'd have to let me go. Ah, yes, I do remember that. You didn't return my call. You didn't fire me. He smiled at her. Then I guess we're at an impasse. You'll have to come play softball to see who really has the upper hand between us. I'll see if I can rearrange my schedule. He swiveled in her chair for a few seconds, then stood. Excellent. Keep up the good work, Mackenzie. He waltzed out her door, and she took a deep breath. She was going to annihilate him at softball. No matter if he had her right where he wanted her, it would be worth it. She reclaimed her chair and ignored how warm it was and how she could smell his faint aftershave. Ethan popped his head around the corner and said, Next time have a Snickers. And then he winked. Mackenzie stood, shutting the door firmly behind him. Next time, she'd have a mousetrap. Ethan Howell O'Connor eased into the back of his car and directed the driver to his hotel. He needed a massage, a hot tub, and a beer, and then maybe this growing tension would ease. He doubted it, but was always hopeful. It was just he never knew how to handle ugly breakups, and his were always ugly. One day she was happy, the next day she was crying. He always seemed to miss the middle, the part where she realized he wasn't what she thought he was, the part where she decided that even if he wasn't quite as perfect as she'd thought, marriage would fix it. How would that fix anything? It wouldn't, but she didn't really want to marry Ethan. She wanted to marry Ethan Howell O'Connor. Ethan rolled his head, trying to loosen the knot in his neck. Elise had cried so hard he'd thought her heart must be breaking, and he hated that. Hated tears, hated her disappointment. He kept thinking she didn't really love him. She didn't really know him. She'd only loved the idea of him. He could tell himself that all day long, but he still hated himself. He was a piranha, preying on women. He built up their dreams and then dashed them to pieces without ever realizing he was doing it. Ethan leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Tomorrow he'd find a way to fix the mess with Elise. He just hoped he could do it without marrying her. He was awoken early the next morning by alternating knocks and bangs on his hotel door. The massage had eased the stress in his neck and back, but the empty beer bottles had left his head fuzzy. He stumbled to the door, cursing whoever it was, and blinked a few times when he looked through the peephole. Mother? Grandma? He opened the door cautiously. His mother took one look at him and moved forward to hug him. Oh, Ethan, why didn't you tell us? I thought you and Elise were getting along fine. He groaned. His grandmother handed him a tabloid and said, This is a fine pickle you've landed in this time. I warned you about that girl. Always had to have her own way. His mother patted him on the back, frowning at the beer bottles. It does seem you were right, Ellen. I'm sorry I was so friendly towards her. His grandmother snorted. You're nice to all the women your son brings home. You need to stop thinking about grandbabies and start thinking about the divorce rate in this country. He needs a woman who can handle him. He needs to stop dating these socialites and models. Worthless. This was an argument he'd heard many times over, and he ignored it to read the paper. Prince Charming really a frog? Ethan Howell O'Connor, the man voted most charming eligible bachelor 4 years in a row, is reportedly not all that charming behind closed doors. His girlfriend of 9 months, model Elise Ryan, told this reporter that he is a workaholic and has commitment issues. We've been dating 9 months now, and let me tell you, he isn't so pretty in the morning. It was time to take our relationship to the next level, and he broke up with me instead. You can ask any of his old girlfriends, and they'll tell you the same thing. As soon as a girl starts thinking he might be the one, he starts sabotaging the relationship. Late nights working, flimsy excuses about not moving in together, sit-down talks where he tells you he's nowhere near ready to get married. Well, when is he going to be ready? I guess my mama was right. Why buy the cow when you're getting the milk for free? Or why commit to one model when there's another one right around the corner? It wasn't the first time he'd been in the gossip columns, and it wasn't the worst article they'd ever written about him. It was the first time someone close to him had been quoted, the first time any of his ex-girlfriends had felt the need to go public. But he had to admit, Elise didn't sound all that heartbroken anymore. Angry, but not heartbroken. He looked up at his anxious mother and disgruntled grandmother and smiled. It could be worse. The next day, it was. Another quote from a former girlfriend, this time attacking his bedroom technique. It was a little harder to shrug that one off, but he consoled himself with the thought that she hadn't complained while they were together. It didn't help all that much. His grandmother simply shrugged. I doubt that'll stop all the women wanting to get in your bed from daydreaming about you. Then at least it's the models spilling their guts. Everyone'll think they're high anyway. Ethan kept his smile on, and if he worked a little harder and a little later, no one thought anything of it. He was the boss, after all. Friday morning dawned bright and early. He had a call overseas to make before the picnic, and he hoped against hope his ex-girlfriends were done with him. It had been a rough week, and all he wanted to do was play a little softball. He grinned at the thought of Mackenzie Wyatt in short shorts running the bases. He joined his mother and grandmother for breakfast in the best mood since Monday. "Ladies, have you reconsidered going to the picnic? I don't think I'll need bodyguards." His mother picked at her egg whites. "I think it sounds fun. I always like to watch you play the catcher." He laughed. "You hate watching me catch, although I don't think this is going to be that dangerous of a game." He decided not to tell her that at least one person would be gunning for him. His poor mother had never wanted her only child to play any sports, and had finally agreed to baseball, and specifically catcher, because of all the protective gear he would have to wear. She hadn't realized until too late that there was a reason catchers needed protection. His grandmother, who never picked at her food and would never order egg whites, said, "You'll need someone to distract the paparazzi if they find you. Plus, I need some sun." He ordered his own breakfast, keeping it light and lean. He'd be running bases this morning and didn't want to feel or look sluggish in front of his employees. At least one employee would take advantage of any weakness she saw, and, he had no doubt, would constantly remind him of it. He said, "I'm sure the paparazzi won't want to hang around taking pictures of a company picnic. I can't be the juiciest thing going on right now." His mother threw a glance at his grandmother, who ignored it and kept her fork moving. He looked between them for a few seconds, then went for the weaker link. "Mother?" "Yes, dear?" "Was there anything worse today?" His grandmother said, "Not anything worse. You're still their soup du jour, but I expect that won't last more than another week. Just ignore it." "It will be better if I know what it is." His mother put down her fork, abandoning the pretense that she was actually going to eat. "I don't think it would be better, dear. Ellen is right. Just ignore it." The only problem with that was that his grandmother had never ignored anything in her life. She believed in facing problems head-on. He sighed and changed the subject. His good mood was vanishing fast, but he kept a grip on it with iron control. He was going to have fun today, damn it. And maybe they just didn't want him seeing what kinds of things his ex-girlfriends were saying about him. An ex was never the most reliable judge of a man's character. Not a frog, a toad. Sarah Milton, one of New York's leading socialites, was recently heard telling a friend that when she was dating Ethan Howell O'Connor, he hit her so hard he broke her nose. 6 years ago, Sarah Milton's nose job had been attributed to allergies, but now we know she was allergic to a fist. Does Prince Charming have a nasty temper hiding behind that pretty face? Mackenzie arrived at her first company picnic and instantly decided she shouldn't have come. She tried hard to keep her real life separate from her work and had never wanted to get caught up in the culture that everyone else seemed to buy into. She had coworkers she liked, but she didn't make friends. She never went out to lunch, never joined in for birthday celebrations, didn't get into office politics, and never, ever went to outside functions. In the sales department, competition was taken to a whole other level, and she tried to keep her focus on work, and to leave that work at the door at the end of the day. Yet here she was, and all because one pretty boy had asked her to beat him at softball. Ethan O'Connor was a dangerous man. But not as dangerous as the whispers being circulated about him. If anyone could have gotten him to lose his temper, it would have been her the last few years. He wasn't the kind of guy that hit women. He liked to persuade and charm people into doing what he wanted. Using physical force would seem like an insult to his mental abilities. Rob from marketing wandered over to her, looking glum. "You guys are gonna whip our ass. There's no way Ethan is gonna be in top form today." She smirked at him. "That is just too bad. You shouldn't have made that bet."
He was first team All-Ivy for 4 years. He's an all-star. We couldn't lose.
He watched her take out her worn glove and plop a tattered UCLA visor on her head. He grimaced.
How much did you bet?
No bet. My pleasure is going to come in rubbing his face in it.
You're a cold woman. Maybe you should go easy on him today.
She laughed. Uh-huh. How much of my team have you tried to guilt into losing today? A small grin peeked out before he hit it.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. He's just going through a rough time right now. The press is gonna go wild now that they know he hits women.
He didn't hit her, and if he was somehow responsible for her broken nose, it was an accident. I would bet on that.
You can't be sure, especially with old money. What happens in private stays private.
She said, True, but I've angered him, insulted him, and verbally abused him enough to know that when he gets mad, the charm starts oozing from him. He gets so sweet you want to throw up. He doesn't get physical. Rob nodded, looking thoughtful.
I've seen him come out of your office like that. And if he had cause to hit anybody, it would be you.
You're a nice guy, Rob. Now go away and stop talking to my team. He laughed.
I'll just have to remind Ethan how bad he needs to beat you.
He winked.
At softball, I mean.
A frenzy of activity and a change in air pressure alerted Mackenzie that he had arrived. She refused to turn and watch him, refused to even acknowledge that she wanted to. He was a beautiful man, and a beautiful man you could admire from a distance was one thing, but a beautiful man who periodically waltzed into your office, sat in your chair, and ate your candy bars was another thing entirely. He found her quick enough, though.
Hello, Mackenzie. You look ravishing in those yoga pants.
She turned, bracing herself. He wore a faded blue Columbia t-shirt that outlined his chest and showcased his biceps. His forearms were sprinkled with golden hair, and Mackenzie stared down at his bare arms, then told herself to get a grip. They were forearms, but she stared at them anyway. Maybe it was the novelty. He was always in long-sleeved business shirts and jackets. She looked back up to sparkly green eyes and flashing white caps and raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to play when you're this pissed? His smile dropped a centimeter.
I'm not pissed.
You look like you're about to sing It's a Small World, and I've seen that look enough times to know you've just about had it. His eyes stopped that annoying sparkle, and his smile dropped another centimeter.
You would know.
I guess I would. Did you hit her? His smile disappeared completely.
No, I wasn't even in the same state when she broke her nose.
Well, that's what I told Rob when he tried to guilt me into losing to you. If you were the kind of guy that hit women, you would have hit me a long time ago. And just to let you know, I'm still going to wipe up with you today. He stared at her for a moment before a grin started.
You can certainly try.
She popped her fists onto her hips. I don't try, I do. And after I've skunked your sorry team, I'm going to frame the score so every time you walk into my office, you'll remember Mr. All-Ivy lost to a girl. He mirrored her, leaning in her face just a bit.
And once I've won, I'm gonna have it painted on your wall as a reminder that you need to respect your superiors.
She snorted. Superior? That would be a matter of opinion, and you would be wrong. He looked her up and down, leaning just a bit closer.
I've never had a complaint before.
Really? 'Cause I could have sworn I read something just the other day.
She's been without a while, probably going through withdrawal.
It's a wonder none of your exes have tried to kill you.
They just get upset when I won't marry them. They don't really want me dead.
She laughed. Could have fooled me. And I know my life would be a lot easier if one of them took you out. A shocked woman's voice interrupted her. Ethan? Mackenzie turned to find not one, but two older women staring at her. Ethan chuckled and took a step back from Mackenzie.
Mother, Grandma, this is Mackenzie Wyatt. She's the top salesman in the LA branch and #1 pain in the ass in the whole company.
His mother gasped. Ethan! She couldn't get the shocked look off her face, but his grandma looked amused. Mackenzie didn't need 2 guesses to know who he took after most. Mackenzie glanced at him. I'm the top salesman in all the branches.
Any complaints about where I placed you in the other category? I didn't think so.
He gestured to the 2 women.
This is my mother, Christine O'Connor, and my grandmother, Ellen O'Connor.
Ellen shook her hand.
Nice to meet somebody who doesn't fall all over my grandson.
It's hard, but I manage. Ellen thought that was hilarious and slapped her on the shoulder.
You any good at softball?
Yes.
Excellent. I think I'll go make a wager. Now, who did you say was taking bets, Ethan?
He pointed out John from finance to his grandmother, and she grabbed Ethan's mother.
Come along, Christine.
His mother gave Mackenzie one last worried glance and then turned away. Ethan watched them walk to the stands with a big smile on his face. A real smile. Nothing charming about it. He said,
I don't think my mother likes you.
She looks like she's worried I'm going to hurt you. He chuckled.
She's always been a little protective.
She looked up at him. He was at least 6 feet of hard, wily male. On the list of people who needed protecting, he was last.
But my grandma really took to you. I'm pretty sure she's betting on you.
She seems intelligent. He grinned.
We'll see.
The softball game was the main event, and the players ate quickly. Everyone else wandered around talking, eating, and waiting for the show to start. Mackenzie didn't know what they expected. Oh, she liked to talk a good game, and she hoped she won so she could rub a certain someone's face in it, but the teams were pretty well evenly matched. It would probably come down to luck. Most of the time, she would bet on her luck, but Ethan was a golden boy, and had been since the day he was born. If anybody's luck was better than hers, it would be his. And as soon as she saw him squat behind the plate, she knew she was in trouble. Of course he was catcher, the one position where he could talk and screw her team's concentration. She got a little hopeful when his mother became concerned about his lack of gear.
It's just a friendly game of slow pitch, Mother. I don't need it.
He smiled at his mother, charmingly, and Mackenzie wondered how that could possibly still work on her. She had to be immune by now. And then Mackenzie laughed under breath when Christine O'Connor looked right at her and said, As long as it's a friendly game. Ethan looked at Mackenzie, and his grin was anything but friendly. She should have brought someone to watch her back as well. Mackenzie turned to her team and gave them one piece of advice. Don't listen to anything that man says when you're at bat. Bases were loaded when Mackenzie went up to bat. She loved softball, started playing on a league in middle school, made varsity in high school, and had been throwing the ball around with her grandfather since she was old enough to stand. She joined the city league every summer and spent an occasional weeknight at the batting cages. She was good and she loved it, and having Ethan O'Connor that close to her made her palms sweat. But she was going to beat him anyway. He squatted behind the plate.
My God, that field looks beautiful. They're just waiting for you to send them all in. Are you that good, Wyatt?
She stepped into the box without looking at him. The first ball came sailing past her face, and she tapped her cleats with the bat. I guess we'll see if your pitcher ever gets it over the plate.
He's just playing with you, seeing if you'll bite.
I do. Hard. Maybe your mom was right and you should go find something soft to wrap your important bits with.
You better hope she didn't hear you. It's not wise to threaten a woman's only child.
Mackenzie nicked the ball, fouling it out in right field. Ethan tisked.
Too bad. That would have been good if you'd actually hit it.
She fought to keep her laugh back, but she was afraid he knew how funny he was. She said, You just love being catcher, don't you? Get to talk all you want and no one can shut you up. He squatted, holding his glove out, and she stepped back in the box. He said,
It's one of life's greatest pleasures.
It's not going to be too much fun when I'm sliding in getting you all dusty. Another ball thrown in a little too high, and she shook her head at the pitcher. What, am I an amateur here? Ethan threw the ball back with a laugh.
I've only got one thing to say before you hit that homer you're waiting for. You slide into me with your cleats up, and I'll paint your backside red.
I'm sure the paparazzi would love a picture of that.
They won't be invited.
Mackenzie hit the ball, felt the sweet spot, and knew it was going to be a long run for the outfielder. If there'd been a fence, it would have been over it, but she ran the bases and headed home anyway. She heard Ethan cuss when she ran across the plate, and she couldn't help but notice that his grandmother was very excited, and his mother wasn't. Mackenzie grinned at Ethan. Sorry I didn't get a chance to slide. Maybe next time.
Hell.
Ethan hit a double at his turn to bat, and when he finally made it to third base, he said,
Why am I not surprised you're on third?
I guess it's the same reason I wasn't surprised you were catcher.
Each to his own strengths. I like to play with people's minds. You like to play with people's balls.
She blinked and turned to stare at him. For a second, he just grinned at her, and then he figured out what he'd said and tipped his head to the sky and cracked out a laugh. She glared at him, and when he saw her expression, he bent double, laughing uncontrollably. All the players turned to them, most of them concerned he'd hurt himself, since he was clutching his stomach and couldn't breathe.
Is he okay?
Ethan, you okay? Mackenzie crossed her arms. I think he's choking on something. Maybe his foot. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw his mother stand up, a worried look on her face. Mackenzie looked at her and shook her head. She said loudly, He's fine. He just thinks he's hilarious. Ethan gave a thumbs-up sign, but could not stop laughing, and everyone wanted to be let in on the joke. There was no way in hell Mackenzie was going to repeat what he'd said, but Shortstop gave a little snigger and she closed her eyes. No one was ever going to forget this game.
Oh, God, Mackenzie. I'm sorry. I meant you like to be in on all the plays.
His apology left a little something to be desired, since he was still laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. And she could hear barks of laughter round the bases and bleachers. He glanced up at her face and bit back another howl of laughter. He stepped off the base and hugged her, his arms wrapped around her, trapping her crossed arms in front of her, and he lifted her off the ground. He said,
Aw, honey, I'm sorry. I've got to start thinking before I open my mouth.
Put me down, you idiot.
Not until you accept my apology.
Oh, I accept it. My lawyer, however, is going to have a field day with this. He set her down, grinning at her. He wrapped his arms around her shoulders and walked her towards the pitcher's mound. I'm going to kill you, Ethan. He kept an iron grip on her shoulders and spoke loud enough that most of the players and crowd could hear him. The laughter stopped slowly, and everyone watched with cheery faces.
I just want to apologize to Mackenzie and everyone here. Almost everybody knows that she and I have an ongoing battle of wits since she started working for O'Connor Capital, and we like to have fun with each other. We were just razzing each other at what positions we like to play, and what I meant to say was she likes to be in on all the plays, and third base is a great position because a lot of balls get hit there.
The crowd chuckled, and Mackenzie said, You're not making this better.
And I want to let everyone, and especially my mother, know that even though she looks like she's going to kill me, she has already accepted my apology.
Mackenzie snorted.
And is going to make me lose so bad that I won't be able to show my face in the LA office for a year.
Everyone laughed, and Mackenzie muttered, I'd prefer 2 years.
So, Stacy and Dan, wipe those worried expressions off your legal faces. She's not going to sue me. And let's go back to playing some ball.
He chuckled again and walked her back to third with his arms still around her. She said, I'm really starting to sympathize with your ex-girlfriends. The society column seems a little tame to me.
But listen to how much fun they're having. Isn't it worth it?
I'm charging you $1,000 every time someone says balls to me in the next month, and you'd better pay me out of your own pocket, not the company's." He turned them around and watched everyone laughing and having a good time.
I guess it'll be worth it.
Then he looked down at her and found her still frowning. He took his arm off her shoulder and patted her butt. She elbowed him in the side. "Do you have a death wish, O'Connor?"
It's just so hard to get you all riled up, and I want to keep you that way as long as possible.
"You keep your hands to yourself, or you'll find yourself flat on the ground. And if you even use the word balls, I'm going to deck you." He laughed hard.
God, Mackenzie, this is turning out to be a great day. Who would have thought?
Chapter 2. If anyone had told Ethan this morning that today would turn out this good, he would have told them they needed to fix their crystal ball. But he'd forgotten that wherever Mackenzie Wyatt was, he was bound to have a good time. She cracked him up. She stood there with no expression on her face, but he knew she was laughing inside. He also knew he really would get a bill from her if anybody said balls to her. He just hoped it wouldn't cost him too much. And God knew he shouldn't have patted her behind, but it was right there. And when would he ever get the chance again? He hoped she was joking about that lawsuit because any lawyer could chew him up and spit him out for the remarks and touching, not to mention the continued jokes from everybody else. She could probably retire a wealthy woman if she had a mind to, and he'd never have as much fun coming to L.A. if she left. She eyed him warily as she walked up to bat, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He asked over his shoulder,
Hey, ref, you got any money on this game?
Mackenzie glanced at Anderson, an accountant from the 4th floor, and said, "Of course not. That would go against rule number 1 for referees. Thou shalt not upset the players by placing money on a game you're refereeing." Anderson crouched down and said,
I would never do anything to make either you or Mackenzie mad at me, especially when there are balls flying around everywhere. A man could get hurt.
Mackenzie stepped into the box. "That was the easiest 1,000 I ever made. Got any more balls jokes?" The pitcher lobbed the ball way outside into Ethan's waiting hand, and Anderson yelled as loud as he could, Ball 1! The crowd hooted and laughed, and Ethan smiled. Mackenzie pointed at the ball with her bat. "You have got to be kidding." He threw it back to the pitcher.
Honey, the bases are loaded again. You know I can't let you hit that ball.
"So you're just gonna walk me? There's a man on third who'll score."
Better 1 than 4.
Ball 2 came sailing way outside, and Ethan didn't even bother to crouch.
Ball 2?
A few people in the crowd booed, and Mackenzie was pretty sure one of them was Ethan's grandmother. Mackenzie said, "I might strike out."
You couldn't strike out if you tried. That first hit was a thing of beauty.
Mackenzie smiled. "Thank you. You do know that this little escapade is going to cost you $4,000, right? Anderson is having a little too much fun yelling ball."
He's just doing his job. You can't charge me for that.
Anderson yelled in a sing-song voice,
Ball 3.
And Mackenzie raised an eyebrow. She said, "That one's going to cost you $2,000. Ball 4 came sailing over her head, and Ethan had to jump to catch it. Mackenzie lightly threw her bat toward the dugout, gave Ethan a disgusted look, and took her base. He could hear his grandmother complaining loudly, but a man had to do what a man had to do. He wasn't letting Miss Home Run near the ball again. He smiled at the glare Mackenzie gave him when the next batter struck out and the team switched. When he slid into third, he said,
I was sure you were going to walk me, but I guess you don't believe in playing dirty.
"I thought about it, but then realized there wasn't any point. You're not that much of a threat." He wiped dirt from his sweats.
I'm on third base.
"And that's as far as you're getting." Shortstop sniggered, and Mackenzie whipped her head around to glare at Ethan. He chuckled.
I never realized how many sexual innuendos can be made with a game of softball.
"If I lose after this, you better find someone else to fill my position, and I hope she keeps carrot sticks in her drawer and kisses your ass."
That would be a novelty.
The batter hit the ball straight to Mackenzie, who caught it midair and then tagged Ethan out before he could make it back to base.
Geez, Mackenzie, good thing I'm meaner than you, or I don't think I'd be winning today.
You won't be winning today. Your grandmother is counting on me. But he was meaner than her, and he'd had years of practice charming resistance out of men and women alike. The women were distracted, the men laughing too hard, and Mackenzie knew they were laughing about her even if she couldn't hear what Ethan was saying, and the only person immune to him never got close enough to the ball to hit it. She got one more run in, sliding and spraying dust everywhere and getting wiped down by Ethan to a lot of whistles and catcalls, and a glare by one unhappy mother. But in the end, she wasn't a match against him, and his mouth and her team lost by 2. Ethan slung a sweaty, dusty arm around her.
You do realize this is your fault. You could have won, but you chose to leave the shorts at home and wear these instead.
He pinched her yoga pants and pulled. If I'd have known you were susceptible to that sort of thing, I would have worn a thong, but I was sure you were immune after all those models. He choked and stopped, his arm falling off her shoulders. She grinned and kept walking. His grandmother was waiting for her behind the dugout, and they nodded to each other.
I don't blame you, girlie. I think you were the only one on that team who really wanted to win.
Mackenzie said, Ethan could make the Pope play for Allah. I think half the people who work for him came from a competitor.
Did you?
No, I was hired right out of college. She swung her bag up. And if I could find anyone who paid as well, I'd switch. Ellen glanced toward the other dugout.
I'm sure he knows that.
Mackenzie smiled. That's why I can't find anyone who will pay as much. Ethan gets what he wants, and he usually doesn't care what it costs as long as it's worth it.
He gets that from his father. Join us for dinner tonight.
Mackenzie's eyebrows shot up, and she shook her head. Thank you, but I can only take so much of him a day. His grandmother chuckled.
I think you could take a lot more than you're willing to admit, but I'm asking you to join Christine and me. And before you say no again, remember that I just lost a bet because of you.
Mackenzie shook her head, amused. You forget I'm immune to O'Connor ploys. You lost that bet because of your grandson. I didn't think any O'Connor would bet against their own.
I didn't bet against him. It would have done the boy good to get walloped by you. We'll be at Melisse at 7. I'll make the reservation for 3.
Mackenzie glanced behind her, catching the gaze of his mother. She was talking to Ethan, but looking at her. Christine O'Connor didn't look like she would enjoy sharing a meal with the woman who'd threatened her son. It was very interesting meeting you, Mrs. O'Connor.
Ellen.
Ellen. But I won't be able to make dinner tonight. I'm sure you can thank Ethan for me for such an enjoyable afternoon. Ellen smiled at her, looking like Ethan at his most winning.
I sure can. If you change your mind, we'll have a seat for you.
Mackenzie walked away, thinking of a cool shower and an O'Connor-free night. No need to tell Ellen that only one person could get her to change her mind with any kind of regularity, and he'd used up that power for a good long while. She wasn't going to forget today's game any time soon. His grandmother called after her,
Mackenzie, it was very interesting meeting you too.
Mackenzie arrived at the office Thursday morning, expecting the jokes and ribbing to continue. For 3 days now, she'd had to endure a near constant barrage of jokes, puns, and gags. It helped immensely to think of a cash register ringing each time the word ball left someone's mouth. She hadn't been kidding about charging Ethan. He'd said it. He could pay for it, and it would probably cost him less than a sexual harassment suit. Just barely. But this morning, everyone was eerily quiet as she made her way to her office. There were no jokes, no exaggerated winks. She smiled at one of the interns, who blushed and looked away. Mackenzie didn't ever remember losing her temper over something Ethan had done, but maybe he'd felt bad and told everyone to leave her alone. That didn't sound like him at all.
Ethan was waiting for her in her office, sitting in her chair again, and her confusion disappeared.
Oh, now I know why everyone looks so afraid of me. Come to rub your victory in?
He looked up from the paper he was reading, his eyes hard, his mouth pulled together so tight his lips looked white. She stopped in her tracks. "Are you okay?" He threw the paper down on her desk. "I guess you don't read the tabloids."
"I try not to when I know you're going to be in it."
He didn't laugh, didn't chuckle, and she reached for the paper. Her eyebrows rose when she saw it was the National Enquirer, but her comment died on her lips when she saw the headline, and she sat down hard when she saw the pictures. Her mouth fell open. "I'm so sorry, Mackenzie." She tried to tell him this was going to cost a lot more than $1,000, but she couldn't get it past her lips. She cleared her throat.
They just aren't letting up on you, are they?
One side of the cover in bold headline, "He made me abort my baby," and the other side was a picture of them facing each other, their bodies almost touching. There was no mistaking his grin and her smirk, and Mackenzie was sure that anybody who saw it would think they were getting ready to jump into each other's arms. She was fairly certain they'd been threatening each other at the time. She flipped open the paper, read the abortion article first, then looked at all the damning pictures of them together. Him holding her in the air, his hand on her butt, his arm around her shoulders, him wiping her side down after the slide. She said, "At least these pictures all seem one-sided. Maybe I can pretend you were annoying me. Oh, wait, you were." And then she flipped the page. Oh, God. Just in case anyone had missed it, there were arrows pointing at his enlarged crotch and her pebbled nipples as they faced off. Mackenzie closed her eyes and whispered, "Please tell me everyone thinks these were computer-generated." "I'm sure the Enquirer would do that, but I doubt they needed to. I thought I'd hit it better than that, though." Her eyes popped open. His lopsided grin was self-deprecating, and she looked down at the paper. "Well, just let me pretend it was computer-generated, okay?" "I do have to wonder, though, if mine was real, maybe yours was too." She refused to blush. "Whatever gets you through the day, O'Connor." She closed the paper and put it down on her desk, sitting back in the uncomfortable chair and resting her head. She said, "While the pictures are embarrassing, I guess it's not the first time they've splashed your new girlfriend on the cover." "Are you my new girlfriend now, Mackenzie?" "Or someone they could pretend was your new girlfriend." He laughed. "I can honestly say that normally it is my new girlfriend." "I'm so glad you can keep your sense of humor about this, Ethan." He smiled and started opening the drawers to her desk. "You bring out the best in me, Mackenzie. Maybe the Enquirer knows a good thing when it sees it." "I'm starting to worry about you. Really, I am." She watched him rifle through her desk. He held up a box of envelopes with a hopeful look, and she shook her head. "That other thing isn't so easy to ignore, though." He sighed. "No. Please tell me you have some chocolate hiding somewhere." Mackenzie pushed herself to her feet, walked over to her filing cabinet, and took out a box of hanging folders. She took out a Twix and handed the rest to him. "Sneaky, Wyatt." He dug through the box, pulling out a Snickers with a satisfied look. "Desperate measures, O'Connor. I can spend all my bonuses buying chocolate for you. Does your mother know about this obsession you have?" "I keep my obsessions away from the innocent eyes of my mother." He took a big bite, leaning back in his chair. Her chair. She closed her eyes and took a bite of her Twix, crunching into the cookies and letting the smooth caramel roll over her tongue. She mumbled around the cookie. "Just this once, I'm not going to bug you about sitting in my chair. You're having a bad day." Her eyes flickered to the cover of the Enquirer again. "You know what? I'm having a bad day, too. I'm going to need my chair now." He smiled wide, chocolate smeared across his perfect white teeth. You can come share it with me.
You don't learn, do you? There's probably someone in that building over there taking pictures of us right now. Mackenzie squinted out the window. Actually, there really might be. Close the blinds, will you? She hurried away from the window and sat back down, slouching to hide from unseen cameras. Ethan shot up in his chair.
I've just had a brilliant idea.
I seriously doubt that. It's just the sugar rush. It'll go away. His eyes sparkled and he laughed.
Mackenzie Wyatt, you trust me, right?
She frowned and shook her head. No. He leaped to his feet, rounding the desk. He grabbed the arms of her chair and leaned down close. He smiled into her wide eyes.
I swear I will make this up to you, Mackenzie.
The smell of peanuts and chocolate wafted towards her, and she frowned at him. That sentence never comes after a brilliant idea. Usually it comes after a really, really stupid one.
Nope, it's brilliant. You'll hate it, but it's brilliant.
She grabbed his forearms. Ethan, what are you thinking? My God, I should never have given you chocolate.
I'm thinking you are the answer to all my problems, Mackenzie Wyatt.
And then he kissed her. Kissed her. A quick peck on the lips that tasted like Snickers, and then he was gone and halfway down the hallway before she could even snap her mouth shut. She turned in her chair to see two women standing outside her office wearing the same dumbfounded expression she was. She said, "What just happened there?" The two women looked at each other and then said, "He kissed you." Mackenzie nodded. "That's what I thought." The press conference started at 1 that afternoon. Ethan looked his most handsome, his most charming, and Mackenzie wanted to find some Tums for the ulcer his smile was causing her. What had he meant when he said he would make it all up to her? Maybe he'd meant the pictures. But how in the world was she the answer to any problem he had? She'd bet money she was one of his top 10 irritants. She gathered with the rest of the floor and watched the live press conference. He addressed the accusation of beating, the abortion, and sounded very sincere and believable. He told the world that he hadn't done any of the things he was accused of, and he could have killed someone on prime time and no one would have believed it after listening to him. He looked into the camera.
I want to apologize to the women I've hurt in the past. I know that strong emotion can make an ordinary person a little jealous, a little crazy. What I did to them was unforgivable. I used them to ignore my own breaking heart, and can recognize their need for getting back at me through the press. These women built hope that I would one day love them enough, that one day I would choose them, and now that I have chosen another, they're lashing out. After 5 long years, Mackenzie Wyatt has agreed to marry me. She has worked for O'Connor Capital for more than 7 years, and has repeatedly refused to even acknowledge our mutual feelings. She is a very stubborn, very private woman, and my life is anything but private.
He held up the inside pages of the Inquirer and laughed.
But when even the Inquirer can see the passion between us, it's time to throw in the towel.
Laughter from the reporters drowned out the scream Mackenzie was trying to make. All around her, heads were turning to stare in disbelief, and she kept her eyes glued to the television.
My fiancé is a very private person, and while she will have to get used to the attention my life attracts, I would ask the press to go easy on her for a little while. Don't scare her off. It's taken 5 years to get her to say yes.
More laughter, a few questions that he smoothly answered, and it was over. Mackenzie dropped into the nearest chair and put her head between her knees. "You'll make it up to me? You'll make it up to me?" Ethan could tell she was a little upset. One thing about Mackenzie, he could always tell when he'd crossed the line into no man's land.
If you'll just listen to me.
When have I ever listened to you? Never. And do you know why? Because this is what comes out of your mouth. He frowned.
You're making this into too big a deal, Mackenzie. She sat down hard in the chair behind her desk, grabbed the stapler, and started stapling the air. He could see staples falling out the side, and he decided he'd rather have it empty anyway. She took a deep breath. You just announced on national TV that you and I are engaged, and that all the bad press from your ex-girlfriends are jealous tantrums. Did I miss anything? You know, most women would be thrilled to be engaged to me. Really? You really think any other woman in this building would be happy at finding herself unknowingly engaged to you? I'm the only anomaly here? He thought about it, then nodded. Yes. She narrowed her eyes but didn't bother to disagree with him. Well, perhaps they can be taken in by a pretty face and a charming smile. I, however, know that you are not nearly as wonderful as everyone thinks. And why is that, Mackenzie? He leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. If he was going to be visiting more often, he was going to get this chair replaced. She said, Why can I see through your bull? A gift, I guess. Now I want you to go back downstairs, get those reporters to turn their cameras back on, and tell the world you were joking. We're not engaged. He shook his head. I'm sorry, honey. We are. He could see pressure building again, and he held up a hand to stop the flow. Just for a little while, until I'm back on my feet. It hurts having all these women ganging up on me. My heart bleeds for you. We're not engaged. I'll let you dump me. You can say you couldn't handle all the press and leading a public life. She said, I'm not going to be able to handle it. All the attention is going to jump from you to me. They'll lose interest. We'll have a little press conference, tell everyone how happy we are, and it'll die down. She rubbed her temple with one hand, the other setting the stapler down, forgotten. Ethan stood, moving it out of reach, and walked behind her. She twisted in her seat, glaring at him. What are you doing? Get back in your chair. He put his hands on her shoulders and started massaging. She tried to stand up, but he pushed her back down. You're the only one I can ask to do this. You didn't ask. He ignored her outburst. Of course he hadn't asked. She would have said no. I know this may be hard for you to grasp, but most women do love me. They fall in love with me so easily. Any other woman would start out being a friend, doing me a favor, but then she would start secretly hoping, hinting, and then I'd end up breaking her heart, watching her cry, and I'd be in the same place again. Maybe you should try being less lovable. That way they'll dump you and no one gets hurt. If you and my ex-girlfriends have anything in common, it's that you have no illusions about how lovable I am. Even if I did break noses and force abortions, my name is synonymous with Prince Charming. Every woman in the world wants her own Prince Charming. I don't. He spun her chair around. I know. That's why I can trust you. He knelt to one knee, and the look of horror on her face made him chuckle. Mackenzie Wyatt, will you do me the honor of pretending to marry me? You're even nuttier than I thought you were. Was that a yes? She shook her head. No. He took her hands in his and smiled. I've always wanted my very own no man. When she opened her mouth to yell at him some more, he stood up. Just think about it. I'll give you a few minutes. He needed to nail this thing down before she could come up with a way to get out of it, and also alert his mother and grandma. He probably should have done that before the press conference, but he hadn't thought of it. He might just leave a voice message for his mother, or let his grandmother tell her. Mother had strong feelings about Mackenzie, and he didn't want to hear them again. He took out his phone, backing his way out of Mackenzie's office. She was looking around for the stapler again, and he closed the door behind him. He dialed his grandmother, nodding his head at those passing him as if they were giving him heartfelt congratulations instead of incredulous looks. When Ellen answered, he didn't know what to say. She chuckled.
We saw it.
We. Is Mother all right?
She's lying down.
He debated whether or not to tell her this was a temporary arrangement, but decided against it. He would have to get his mother on board, and he didn't think he could do it over the phone.
He wouldn't put it past her to end this fake engagement before it had a chance to start.
He glanced behind him at Mackenzie's office. He wouldn't put it past her, either. I need to go. I have a few more interviews to give. Tell Mother everything will work out and I'll see her tonight.
Bring Mackenzie.
Ethan grimaced, imagining Mackenzie and his mother together right now. I'll try. He paused. You seem okay with this.
I knew the minute I saw your grandfather. Sometimes that's how it happens. And sometimes it takes 7 years and countless mistakes before you can see what's right in front of your nose.
He shook his head, smiling, trying to decide if she was going to be upset when she learned it wasn't real. He didn't think so. Grandma rarely did surprised or upset. She left that to Mother. He said, I'll see you tonight. Try to be gentle with Mother. Ellen hung up on another chuckle. Ethan was glad somebody was finding this situation amusing. He commandeered an office on Mackenzie's floor, giving his rep a quick call to see who wanted interviews. He gave permission to confirm the happy engagement, with no date set yet. He returned 4 calls to reporters, giving quick interviews with promises for more later, then sat back and took a deep breath. When he'd seen those pictures this morning, rage had filled him. He couldn't ever remember feeling that kind of white-hot anger before. He'd known from an early age that he was fair game. There would be good written about him and bad, and that was that. It was up to him to get them to spin it how he wanted it spun. And the women he dated were already in the spotlight. They knew the pressure, the unspoken rules. Most of them, anyway. But Mackenzie didn't, and seeing her on the front of the National Enquirer had made him seriously think of destroying those who'd put her there. He'd gone this morning to comfort her, to tell her it would be okay. And he'd realized after about 2 minutes that Mackenzie didn't need him to protect her, wouldn't want him to, and she did a damn fine job of getting him to stop moping, stop dreaming of revenge, and start thinking how to spin it. He'd known an engagement was what he needed the moment the idea had come to him. It would silence the tabloids, would silence any other ex-girlfriends who'd started thinking of telling lies to the press, would stop the speculation about Mackenzie and him. A mystery would always tantalize, and an engagement announcement would end that mystery. Of course, now there was the mystery of just who this woman was who had captured Ethan Howell O'Connor. He chuckled, thinking of some reporter getting hold of Mackenzie and what she would say. He'd have to give her a few lessons on how to talk to the press before that happened. He thought about taking that short walk back to her office and decided he'd give her a few more minutes to cool down. Give her time to empty that stapler, at least. Mackenzie fumed at her desk after Ethan left. This was all because of that stupid softball game. She'd known not to mix business and pleasure, and sure enough, she was right. In less than a week, she'd gone from being a pain-in-the-butt salesman to meeting his family to becoming engaged to him. She didn't even know how to get out of it. He wasn't taking no for an answer, and if she tried to hold a press conference, she'd get laughed off the phone. Maybe she could submit her own article to the Enquirer? He forced me to marry him. What a nightmare. Her emergency stash of chocolate was taking a hit today. She couldn't concentrate, and everyone in the office had found some reason to walk by and stare at her. She knew if she left the dubious sanctuary of her office, she'd be accosted, and she had no idea what to say yet, and how to say it without choking or hyperventilating or blushing. The world thought she was engaged to Ethan Howell O'Connor. How was she to ever hold her head high again? He dated movie stars and debutantes, and now he was engaged to her? No one would have believed it if he hadn't told the world himself. Her voicemail was full, had been full almost the minute the press conference had ended. The 2 most alarming calls had been from his grandmother and mother, the 10 reporters following close behind. This was going to ruin her life, and he thought she could just dump him in the end and everything would go back to normal? Sometimes he could even bullshit himself. She had 2 messages from friends. One from Shane. Was there more than one Mackenzie Wyatt who works for O'Connor? 'Cause I swear I just heard he's engaged to you.
And Cassandra. Mackenzie, I don't talk to you for 1 lousy week and the sky starts falling. What is going on? Call me. She didn't know what to tell them. Didn't know what to tell herself. 15 minutes later, she'd snuck out to her car. There was one person who might be able to help her. One person who would be even less happy about this than she was. She should have just called, but she couldn't do it at the office. She couldn't stay there 1 more minute with all those incredulous, watching eyes staring at her, without her shouting that there was no way in hell she was marrying Ethan O'Connor. And that would just make her look like even more of a fool when he came back and told them she was. They'd believe him. They would always believe him. She stopped at a gas station and used the payphone to call the number his mother had left on her voicemail. Mackenzie was the last person in California without a cell phone, and normally she was proud of that. Today, she hadn't wanted to get out of the car. His mother answered warily, and Mackenzie announced herself just as warily. There was a heartbeat of silence. "Miss Wyatt?" Another silence. "Why don't you join us for dinner?" "I'll either be drunk or in prison for killing your son by then. Let's make it lunch." "Perhaps this should be a private conversation." "I can meet you right now. The sooner you fix whatever is wrong with Ethan, the sooner we can end this pretend engagement." Christine O'Connor sounded a little cheerier. "Pretend? Come to the hotel." Mackenzie headed back downtown to the hotel. The glass high-rise of the Ritz-Carlton gleamed in the sunlight, and when Mackenzie entered the modern lobby, money screamed at her. The newness of it didn't suit either Christine or Ellen O'Connor, but maybe Ethan had picked it. He would look at home here. He would look at home just about anywhere. Mackenzie's current thinking was that he would look at home in a casket. Christine O'Connor opened the door before Mackenzie even knocked, and she walked right in. For a moment, Mackenzie wondered if it was wise to be alone with his mother, and then she heard Ellen O'Connor chuckling.
I looked like that myself a few times while I was married to Ethan's grandfather.
Like you wanted to kill him?
Like killing was too good for him. Now, Christine was always too gentle. She never got angry with Michael like I did with Grant.
Mackenzie glanced at Christine and the frigid look she was currently wearing. Gentle was not the word she would have chosen. Mackenzie said, "Can't anybody keep a leash on Ethan? He's a menace."
He needs a wife to do that.
Ellen grinned at her. Christine cleared her throat. "What were you saying about this being a pretend engagement?" Mackenzie stalked to the window, staring out at the hazy yellow air. She said, "Ethan has decided that the best way out of this tabloid hell he's found himself in is to become engaged to the woman of his dreams. Unfortunately, he picked me to be that woman." His gentle mother said, "That does seem to be a stretch." Ellen came to stand next to her.
I think you're perfect for him.
Mackenzie and Christine both glared at her. Mackenzie said, "He announced it at that stupid press conference before he even told me what he was going to do. Let me tell you, that's not the way you want to find out you're engaged to Mr. Charming." Ellen said,
He's not really as smooth with you as he is with all those other bimbos he brings home. It's good for him. And stop frowning, Christine. The wrinkle between your forehead hasn't gone away since you met Mackenzie.
Mackenzie nearly laughed at the speed his mother stopped frowning. Mackenzie ran her hands through her hair, pulling at the roots. "I would have told you at the picnic that I wouldn't really hurt your son, but he's changed my mind since then." Christine's frown came back. Mackenzie said, "He won't listen to a thing I say. Maybe you can talk some sense into him." Ellen shook her head. "That boy is notoriously hard-headed. I think you're stuck with him. Maybe you could have him committed? Just tell the press that he has obviously lost his mind."
I think he's finally found it.
Christine sighed. "You're not helping, Ellen."
Someone's got to be on his side. You two are going to be hatching all these plans against him. As his grandmother, I have a duty to protect his future and the future of the O'Connor name. This girl's exactly right for him. We need new blood, and he needs someone he can't schmooze all over."
Mackenzie felt a little queasy thinking about future O'Connors. His mother didn't look all that well herself. Mackenzie sat down slowly on the couch, staring at Christine hopefully. Maybe you could have both of them committed? Ellen sat next to her.
"There are a lot of perks to being an O'Connor. I'm sure we could come to a mutually beneficial agreement in regards to grandbabies."
Right about there, Mackenzie realized she wasn't going to get anywhere with his mother. Maybe if Ellen had been against it, but between Ethan and his grandmother, her cause was lost. His grandmother had already told her she would bet for whatever she thought was best for Team O'Connor. Apparently, she decided Mackenzie would make a great addition. Mackenzie left as fast as she could and found herself at the batting cages. She changed into the sweats she kept in her car for just such emergencies and proceeded to knock the hell out of a ball that looked unsurprisingly like Ethan Howell O'Connor. Ethan gave Mackenzie nearly an hour to calm down before he returned to try and sweet-talk her again. He grinned to himself, thoroughly enjoying having to beg to get her to even pretend to marry him. After years of fending off women, he was enjoying the challenge. Although, when he found her office empty, he started to enjoy it a little less. No one knew where she had gone, no one had her cell number, and she didn't answer her home phone. He frowned. He hadn't expected her to run. He ran through his voice messages, hoping she'd called, but even he realized how slim that chance was. His grandmother, though, had called to tell him that Mackenzie had arrived there very upset with him. His grandmother sounded pretty amused about it. He called her back real quick. "Is Mackenzie still there?"
"Nope. Came to see if we could get you to stop with this pretend engagement, then ran off in a huff after I started talking about babies and ways to keep the O'Connor men in line. She wants to have you and me committed."
Ethan rubbed his forehead. "I should have told you it wasn't real, but I wanted to talk Mother into it in person. Mackenzie is just doing me a favor." Ellen laughed outright at that.
"She's not doing you any favor if she can help it, but I'm hoping the engagement will stick. She's the best one you've dated in years, and I hope that brain of yours will start working and realize that before too long."
His grandmother could be just as bad as his mother at trying to get him married off. She was just a bit more discerning. "Did she leave a cell number or tell you where she was going?"
"No, but if I was you, I'd just sit still. She'll be back eventually to have it out with you."
Ethan relaxed. She was right. Mackenzie would be back to give him hell. He just had to let her get over the shock.
"And Ethan, get that girl a ring. An engagement's not real until there's a ring on her finger."
He hung up. That wasn't a bad idea, actually. He'd always found jewelry to have a calming effect on women. He drove by her house on the way to the jewelry store, unsurprised to see a TV crew waiting outside. Mackenzie would be surprised, but it was her fault for not giving her cell number out at work. Then he drove to a jeweler that he'd visited a number of times at the end of a relationship. He'd never needed jewelry at the beginning before, and he wondered if Mackenzie would find that as funny as he did. He doubted it. She would probably say it had something to do with the kind of woman he normally dated, and he wouldn't disagree with that. Mackenzie was a different breed altogether. He found a diamond ring that would work until he could get her a custom one. It was probably better to save the nice one until she'd had time to cool down, anyway. Chapter 3. Mackenzie parked at the end of her street and watched with growing disbelief. News vans blocked her driveway, and neighbors stood out on the sidewalk watching. Some were even being interviewed. How could one single man wreak such havoc? She slowly turned the car around and headed back to the nearest gas station. She was either going to have to fix this mess soon or break down and get a cell phone. She called his mother again.
I have reporters at my house. How do I get a hold of your son? Christine was silent, and Mackenzie tamped down her frustration. The woman wasn't going to let Mackenzie anywhere near Ethan, as long as she was afraid bodily harm was the order for the day. It was. Mackenzie just needed to hide it better. Mackenzie said, slightly more calmly, "No one can undo this but him. I need to talk to him. Can you give me his cell number? I don't need or want to see him." She heard Ellen in the background, and then a scuffle as the phone changed hands.
You two are going to fight this the whole way, aren't you? Call Ethan. He's looking for you.
Ellen read off his number and the suite he was staying in, and Mackenzie hung up, rethinking whether she really wanted to talk to him or not. She was going to fight it the whole way, but she knew better than anyone that Ethan got what he wanted as long as it was worth the cost. He wasn't going to just change his mind about their pretend engagement. He thought it fixed all his problems. He would pay a lot for that, and considering that she was the one paying, not him, there wasn't much hope convincing him it wasn't going to work. And she certainly wasn't going to win this battle by appealing to his better nature. He'd known before he started the ball rolling that it would disrupt her life and give her a heart attack. She needed to either make him see that it wouldn't help him like he thought, or make her terms too damn expensive to be worth it. She dialed his number slowly, wondering if he would even pick up an unknown number, but it barely rang before his voice came on the line. "Mackenzie?" She let out a pent-up breath. "My house is inundated with reporters." "I know. I drove by trying to find you after you ran away." She ignored his dig. "What are you going to do about it?" "I think we should let them take some pictures. That's all they want." "They want pictures of your fiancé. I am not, nor will I ever be, your fiancé." He sighed heavily. "Mackenzie, I know you normally wouldn't help me out for any reason, but I need you, I really do." There was silence on the line as they both digested that. He didn't seem to like saying it any more than she liked hearing it. He sounded desperate. How in the world was she to fight a desperate Ethan O'Connor? He cleared his throat. "Come to my hotel, or tell me where you are and I'll meet you. We can work out a mutually beneficial agreement, okay?" She shuddered as he inadvertently mimicked his grandmother, then gave herself a shake. He didn't want kids, he wanted a fake fiancé. No need to make this worse than it already was. She sighed heavily, leaning her forehead against the payphone box. She was still trying to figure a way out when he said, "What number are you calling from? Is this your cell?" "It's a payphone. I don't have a cell." There was a long, confused pause. "You don't have a cell? Kindergartners have cell phones." She hung up on him. She was just getting into her car when the payphone rang. She stared at it, then stomped back to answer it. "What?" "We could meet at your place, but you've seen the vans. At least the hotel will keep the paparazzi away." She closed her eyes, sealing her fate. "Fine, I'll come to you." "I'll have some dinner waiting. What do you like?" She looked at the phone in frustration. "This isn't a date, Ethan." "No, it's a business meeting in my hotel room at a time most people have dinner. We'll eat and hammer out the terms." Her stomach squished at the thought of being alone with him in his hotel room. "Don't they have a restaurant at that fancy hotel of yours? Make a reservation." She could practically hear him shaking his head. "You know that's not going to work. We can't have someone overhearing this particular negotiation, can we? Besides, I get the impression you're going to need to yell at me some more." She almost smiled. "You got that right," he said. "I'll order something chocolate. That'll help." She hung up on him again. He'd better have a lot of chocolate. And back downtown she went. His suite was on the top floor of the hotel, of course. Nothing but the best for Mr. O'Connor. She stood in front of the panoramic windows, staring out over the city. Lights glittered in the night,
and she watched the red and white stream of cars on the freeway below them. Ethan walked up beside her. It would have just gotten worse and worse with the tabloids. I have a lot of ex-girlfriends. She couldn't help but laugh at the understatement, and he flashed a wry grin at her before looking back over the city. She said, "Have you ever thought of taking a break? Do you always need a girl on your arm?" I know this sounds conceited, but a girlfriend is sometimes the only defense I have. Women just
Throw themselves at you?
He nodded, and she rolled her eyes. "Have you ever considered just saying no?" He turned toward her. "I don't think you understand what it means to have someone throw themselves at you. Every time I step in an elevator, there's a woman waiting for me. Every time I sit down at a restaurant, a woman slides in next to me. Numbers in pockets, whispered invitations. A simple, 'I'm a one-woman man' saves face and ends the confrontation quickly."
Along with a smile and a honey.
He smiled slightly. "I only call you honey." She didn't know what to say to that, and he laughed. "Honey comes from bees, and bees have stingers. No one has a bigger stinger than you." He shrugged, still smiling. "It makes me laugh. And you don't like it, which makes it even better."
Yeah, I can see how everyone is going to believe we're madly in love.
He took her hand. "We have something together. Heat. It may be antagonistic heat, but it's there. Any idiot can see it. We were in the National Enquirer." She took her hand back and put it in her pocket.
My claim to fame.
He looked out at the city, and she silently watched him for a moment. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" He met her eyes and shook his head. "I know your weakness, Mackenzie. If I have to, I'll pay the price." She raised an eyebrow.
And just what is my weakness?
He grinned. "You like to win."
I thought you were going to say money.
He shook his head. "Money is a trophy, but winning is what you want." "How in the world am I going to be a winner engaged to you? Do you know how many sales I've made since your little fiasco of a press conference? None. Do you know how many times I've heard 'sleeping with the boss' whispered? Twice." "I'm sorry for that. I really am." "Ethan, I don't know how I can continue to work for the OC. Whether I go along with this charade or not, every accolade I've ever received is now in question. Every bonus wondered at." "No one will ever doubt that you earned everything you got." "Oh, they would. They will. They'll start wondering if I'm getting special treatment, the easy sells." Room service knocked on the door, and Ethan went to answer it. A cart was wheeled in, heaped with dishes. 2 bowls of soup, 2 plates of salad, steak, pasta, a bottle of wine, 2 bottles of beer, and chocolate cake. Mackenzie shook her head, a smile hovering at the corners of her mouth, and Ethan grinned at her. "I didn't know what you wanted, except I was pretty sure about the cake." She grabbed a steak and salad and beer, and he did likewise. He pointed to their plates and said, "See how compatible we are?"
Uh-huh, I can see it now. Matchmaking services based on what you eat.
Or perhaps based on what you won't eat. If you don't like fish, you don't want to wind up with a fish eater. Mackenzie snorted and shook her head.
And there goes romance. What if love is putting up with stinky fish?
Ethan eyed her. "That's love? I had no idea." "I'm just saying that love isn't all good parts. Sometimes there will be things you just can't stand, but they don't matter." He watched her with a small smile on his face. "You're a romantic. I would never have guessed." "I'm not. I just think that if there's love, stupid little stuff shouldn't matter." "Nope. You're a romantic. Can't talk me out of it." She sighed, reaching for a slice of cake. It was thick and rich and chocolatey, and she felt a little less hostile about getting herself engaged to Ethan O'Connor after eating it. She said, "So what happens if I go along with your crazy idea and agree to be your fiancé? Pretend that all the little things you do that drive me crazy don't matter? Just how are you planning on making me come out on top after all of this?" First of all, there aren't that many things with me. Don't you know I'm Mr. Charming?
Uh-huh, she said again, and he grinned.
And second of all, I'll give you a share of O'Connor Capital.
She sucked in a long breath, gauging his sincerity. He looked at her, no smile on his face, no twinkle in his eye. She opened her mouth to say something, say anything, and nothing came out. He said,
It means that much to me.
Mackenzie cleared her throat. You can't be serious.
I am. I'll give you a 3% share. That's worth about $100,000 per year, which is comparable to your base salary, but you'll be the only outside owner. That's how you'll wind up winning.
Mackenzie sat back in her seat. Can you even give a portion away? He smiled slightly.
I need majority approval. Mother, Grandma, and I all own equal shares, so I need one of them to agree to let me give you the shares. Luckily, my grandma likes you.
This much? And what happens when this ends? She's still going to want me owning even a little part then?
You've worked for O'Connor Capital for 7 years. You know sales, you know the business. I have no worries about bringing you on board as a minority owner. She knows this engagement won't last, and still thinks it's a fine idea.
A laugh escaped her lips. Do I even want to know how your mother took it? He took a bite.
I didn't tell her. I only need one of them to go along with it.
She shuddered. I don't want to be there when she finds out. You're crazy for even thinking of giving me a share.
I need a break, Mackenzie. A break from women, from drama, from the stupid tabloids. I need a break from Mr. Charming. I feel as if I'm standing on the edge of a cliff and one more rumble from any direction, and I'm going right over.
He sat back, looking at her.
I know I can trust you. I don't need to worry about hurting you because you've never believed anything I've said. I can be myself around you.
That's not worth 3% of your company. He closed his eyes and said softly,
I can't see one more woman look at me like I'm the answer to all her prayers when I know I'm not. When I know in just a few short months I will be one more hurt. I don't want to hurt anyone, especially anyone I care about. I can't seem to stop, though.
He opened his eyes.
I need a buffer. I need you to be my buffer.
She stared at him, trying not to feel sorry for him. He said,
And I know that you will only play for my team when I pay you. When this engagement ends, we'll let it leak that I gave you a share of my company, and everyone will say how smart you were to get a chunk out of me at the beginning instead of standing there empty-handed at the end.
She closed her eyes, shaking her head. She hadn't quite realized how desperate he was. He was willing to give her a share of his company? She wasn't going to be able to stand against him if that was any indication of what he was willing to pay. Funny that he would dangle a piece of his company in front of her, though, because she didn't want that. I don't want 3% of your company. He shook his head.
I'm not going any higher. It's my best offer.
I'm not negotiating here. I don't want any part of your company. He blinked.
Why not?
You can't give away part of your company for a favor. You can't. It's not worth that much. I can't believe your grandmother would even go along with this.
She wants it to turn out real.
She looked at him in disbelief. Because I almost beat you at softball?
I think because you threatened me. She can't stand women who throw themselves at me, who fall for the O'Connor charm.
I can't be the only woman who can keep my wits around you.
It's a short list.
She pointed to the growing stack of tabloids piled haphazardly at the end of the couch. Getting longer every day. He laughed.
I can only hope. I'll need a few more women than just you to choose from if I ever want to find the woman who can see past the money. And the looks.
And the bullshit. He saluted her with his beer bottle and nodded.
O'Connor's marry forever. If I'm going to give my wife half my shares when I get married, I'd better be damn sure of who I'm marrying. And she'd better damn sure be able to see me.
Mackenzie choked. Half your shares?
It's tradition. When my grandfather married my grandmother, he gave her half of his shares. When my father married my mother, he gave her half of his shares. When I get married, I'll give her half of my shares.
She shook her head. You O'Connors are crazy. No wonder you dump your girlfriends as soon as they start thinking marriage.
Maybe love isn't putting up with stinky fish. Maybe it's giving half of everything you've ever worked for, everything you will ever work for.
That's not love, that's stupid. He looked into his beer bottle and said with a sigh,
It's being certain of who you're marrying.
And if you never find the woman who is worth half your fortune?
I will. She's out there.
She couldn't decide if she thought him incredibly sweet or the dumbest person alive. Now who's the hopeless romantic? He smiled.
Maybe, or maybe a hopeful romantic.
She took a deep breath. Well, I'm not going to take 1.5% from your future wife. I won't take any shares from you. You'll have to think of something else to get me to play for you. He stared into her eyes, then smiled.
Oh, Mackenzie, I can even trust you not to take advantage of my desperation? You'll never get me to change my mind now.
She saw that it was true. She should have negotiated for half his company, half his life's blood. Now she'd never shake him loose. He leaned back in his chair.
How about this? Take a little break from work and come be my fiancé. I will continue to pay your average salary for the last year, including bonuses, out of my own pocket. Then, after a few months, when all this blows over, you can go back to work.
And you think I can go play fiancé for a few months, break up with you, and then go back to work for your company like nothing happened? That my clients would even still be there waiting for me? He was silent, knowing she was right, but refusing to agree with her. She said, I can't work for you now or after. I can't go work for a competitor engaged to you. No one would hire me. They would be afraid I would spill all their secrets to you.
There's more to life than working. Take a vacation.
She laughed at him. There's more to life than working? That really just came out of your mouth? He shrugged.
I've had plenty of girlfriends to prove I'm not a workaholic. How about you? Lots of boyfriends to prove there's more in your life than work?
He froze.
Is there a boyfriend right now?
Mackenzie mentally kicked herself. Now that would have been an excellent reason she couldn't go along with his outrageous proposal. Yes, I have a boyfriend. He was understandably upset when he heard I was engaged.
Liar. You would have brought him up before this.
He leaned forward, taking her hand.
Come with me to New York. Whatever you want, I'll do it. We'll work something out. Just come with me.
She knew she would. She'd go with him to New York, disrupt her whole life, and come back to nothing when it was all over. But it had to be worth it to her. I will do this on one condition. I will take my accrued vacation time while we live out this little fantasy of yours, and at the end of it, I get a nice severance package, nice enough that I don't need another job until everyone forgets that I was engaged to you.
You won't have to leave the company. I'll simply stay away from the LA office for a while.
I will have to leave. I will be your ex, Ethan. You said it yourself. Your breakups are always ugly. There's no way I could continue working for you. Are you willing to give up your best salesman for this? He looked her in the eye and said,
Yes.
But she knew he didn't believe he'd have to pay the price. She shook her head. Let's write a prenup.
Huh?
A prenup. I'm sure you've heard the term.
You know I don't actually want to marry you, right?
She went to the desk, searching for paper. It's an engagement prenup. I have about 6 weeks of vacation time. At the end of the 6 weeks, we break up and I quit. That will be the end. I will move to a competitor, probably HGC, and you will go out and get another girlfriend, thereby starting the whole cycle over again and accomplishing nothing except losing all my sales. He slouched in his chair, folding his arms.
Not HGC, anybody but them.
She smiled. Oh, I think it will have to be HGC. I can just imagine how much Bob Givens would love to hire Ethan O'Connor's ex-fiancé.
He's a putz. You'd hate working for him.
Probably, but I doubt I'll see him as much as I've seen you. And besides, my severance package will be good enough that I won't have to for a while. She spied his laptop and waved towards it. May I? He nodded, following her as she went to flip it up and leaning over her shoulder to see what she was doing. You're willing to give me a 3% share for doing this. She looked at him, which is stupid, and you're not stupid.
Desperation sometimes leads to the same destination.
She turned back to the computer. Let's be conservative and say the OC will grow at 1% a year and I will live another 50 years.
You know I really hate it when you call it the OC.
I know.
And 1% per year? That's not conservative, that's insulting. Let's say 10%.
For 50 years? She twirled the chair around, forcing him to step back. I didn't realize you indulged in fantasy. He leaned back in, resting his hands on the armrests.
Frequently.
She whirled back towards the desk, and he hopped back before he fell flat on his face.
Mean, Wyatt.
Stop breathing in my ear, O'Connor. She didn't even have to look at him to know he was smiling. He would like knowing he was getting to her. She said, and just for that, I'll say growth will be 3%. 10% is in your dreams.
And what discount rate are you using?
15. He barked out a laugh.
15% interest for 50 years? Now who's indulging in fantasy?
I've done it for the last 10. He put his mouth next to her ear and murmured,
Have you? Perhaps I hired you for the wrong position after all. But let's be a little more realistic and say 10.
If you're not going to beat the market, what's the point?
Let's just see what you come up with.
She worked on the spreadsheet for a few minutes, then sat back and they looked at the number together. Her heart started beating very fast.
Well,
he said,
you should have been an accountant.
Looks to me like I can be anything I want now. She swallowed. Is it worth that much to you? She couldn't decide if she wanted him to say yes or no. Talk about a mutually beneficial agreement. She just might throw in a kid or two for that. And still, she knew it wasn't anywhere near half his fortune. Ethan said,
If you really can get 10% per year, I can just give you an even million. You won't have to go work for HGC at least.
She wouldn't have to work for anyone ever again. She could sell her house, move somewhere cheaper than LA, and live pretty well. He breathed in her ear.
You could just take a share of the company. It would practically be the same.
Except she'd never be rid of him. I don't know why you keep trying to give away part of your company. Stop it.
I think my mother would like you if she could hear you protecting my interests.
Someone has to. You keep trying to give away your legacy.
But this way you know I'm serious.
She gestured toward the computer. I'll know you're serious with this, too. Are you really going to pay me $1.5 million to be your fiancé for 6 weeks?
No, just $1 million.
I like the sound of $1.5 million better.
Who doesn't?
She twisted in her chair. I could say $2 million. He raised his eyebrows.
There are probably a number of women who would do this for $2 million.
Good. Call them up.
I'll thumb wrestle you for the half.
She shook her head sadly. Good thing you inherited your fortune. I don't think you would have made it on your own.
I'll have you know I've won quite a few negotiations with my stellar thumb wrestling skills.
Since the 6th grade?
If you're going to be picky about it.
She couldn't help her smile. Half now, half later?
You don't trust me? That hurts, Wyatt. She could see he was real worked up about it.
It's not really about trust. It's more I just don't believe you'll do it.
To show you I trust you, I'll have the full $1 million wired into your account in the morning.
$1.5 million. He shook his head.
It's never going to happen.
You shouldn't have begged. I know you'll pay the half.
He held his hand out, and she gave him the prenup. He read it over quickly.
I hesitate to bring this up, but you're missing something.
What am I missing? He wiggled his eyebrows at her, and she shook her head.
I'm not missing anything. There will be none of that.
None of that, or none of that? And what about this and that?
There will be none of any of it, so I don't need to include it.
He looked down at her lips.
I'm just saying it's ambivalent. Just how real is this pretend engagement going to be?
It's not real at all. This contract is for our public performance.
He leaned down close to whisper in her ear.
Ooh, public performance. Will there be any of that?
She placed her fist in his belly, and his breath rushed out. He said in an exaggerated wheeze,
I'll have to remember you have a temper.
Please do. He rubbed his stomach, then grinned.
Okay, you can have the half, but I expect something good for that half.
If only we were in Nevada,
because that is illegal in California. He sighed heavily. He grabbed the pen from her, scribbling 1 million only where she'd put 1.5, and signed it with a flourish. He held the pen out to her.
Very well. At least this way I'll know that if I get you into bed, it will not be because I'm paying you.
She took it gingerly. You're not getting me anywhere near a bed.
Semantics. It could be the couch, a table, the floor.
She shook her head.
But a bed is the most comfortable. A guy's got to hope.
She paused, staring at the paper, then closed her eyes and scrawled her name hastily. She whispered, Shit. He chuckled, folding the paper and putting it in his pocket.
I'll keep this until we can get a copy made for you.
You're the devil.
You're the only one that thinks so.
That doesn't make me wrong. His fingers circled her wrists, pulling her gently out of the chair and towards him. She resisted. What are you doing?
Sealing it with a kiss.
She reared back. No, no, no. He kept pulling her closer.
We're engaged. I think it's traditional for a man to steal a kiss from his intended after a lengthy battle.
She kept her eyes wide open as his lips touched hers, as his breath mingled with hers, as his heat touched her skin. He looked at her through lidded eyes and whispered against her lips,
Thank you, Mackenzie.
When he pulled back, she nodded and tried to pull her wrists out of his grip. He held on.
Really, Mackenzie, thank you.
She looked into his eyes and saw no twinkle, no charm, no persuasion. She stopped fighting and simply said, You're welcome. He smiled, releasing her wrists.
Before we leave L.A., we need to give them some pictures. That's our best chance of having it clear in New York. It's harder for the paparazzi in New York, but they'll do it if they have to.
He looked her up and down.
I'll have Mother and Grandma take you shopping, get your hair done. Tomorrow night we'll go to dinner and let the paparazzi get all they want.
Mackenzie grabbed her beer bottle. Oh, God, I need hazard pay. He pulled a blue box out of the desk and set it beside her. She looked between it and him and said, What's this?
Your temporary engagement ring. We'll get a better one in New York. But as my grandmother noted, an engagement's not real until there's a ring on your finger.
She didn't touch it. She took another pull of her beer. He stared at her for a minute, waiting for her to open it, and then said,
This is the first time I've given jewelry to a woman who didn't jump in my arms at the sight.
She snorted. He flipped the box open,
showing off a diamond as big as a sugar cube. Holy crap! She looked up at him. That's the temporary one? Just how big do you think a diamond has to be? For my fiancé? Big. And when this is all over? Keep it. He smiled. We'll call it hazard pay. She shook her head and he said, You never complained about those bonus checks I signed. Just think of it like that. Yeah, I earned those. He took the ring out, reaching for her hand. You'll earn this, too. He slid it onto her finger. We'll get it sized tomorrow. She tried to laugh. Good thing I'm taking some time off. There's so much to do now that I'm your fiancé. She looked up into his face, so close, and took a step back. I'd better get to bed early tonight if I'm to spend the day with your family. She might need to stock up on booze if she was going to be spending a lot of time with his mother. Chocolate just wasn't going to cut it. He took a sip of beer, watching her. Sounds like a plan. Whose bed? She couldn't help but laugh. You're trying already? I'm not staying here with you. I'll get you another suite. The paparazzi will still be waiting for you at home. I'm staying at a friend's house. He grabbed a pen and paper from the desk and held it out to her. The number you can be reached at? She thought about giving him a fake one, but decided that ship had sailed. She was going out shopping with his mother, and wouldn't everyone involved just love that? And to dinner with him tomorrow night. She accepted that he would probably need to get a hold of her. She scrawled Cassandra's number on the paper, then headed for the door. He followed her. Tell me again why you're the only person in the world who doesn't have a cell? Because I don't like being instantly available to anyone and everyone. That's what the off button is for. He shook his head. You're even stranger than I thought you were. She smiled slightly, shutting the door behind her before he could follow her out. She walked to the elevator, her hand clenched to keep his ring from sliding off her finger, her lips still tingling from the lightest kiss she'd ever received. This, she knew. She was stupider than she thought she was. Ethan watched through the peephole until the elevator doors closed behind Mackenzie. Then he took out his hard-earned contract. He flopped onto the couch, propping his feet up, and read over the contract quickly. He shook his head. $1 million for a fiancé. Bad deal, Ethan. But he couldn't stop grinning. He really couldn't tell who'd won that negotiation, and that was always the way with Mackenzie. He'd go in thinking he could get her to do what he wanted, just like he could with everybody else, and he'd come out later in a great mood with a lot less money in his pocket. $1 million. And if she kept after that half, he knew he'd eventually give in. He was turning her life upside down, and he felt an inkling of guilt about that. She'd ferret that guilt out eventually. He frowned when he read again that she would leave O'Connor Capital at the end of their engagement. She was his best salesman. How she did it, he didn't know. She wasn't personable, friendly, chatty, sexy. Okay, she was a little sexy, in a hold-the-whip, take-no-prisoners kind of way. But she could see if and how much others wanted what she was selling. He couldn't remember how many times he'd heard her clients say they wouldn't have paid $1 more. He'd talk her out of leaving at the end. He knew she didn't want to, even if she did suddenly find herself holding a small fortune. It was the game that drove her, and if she left, she'd have no one to compare herself to, no one to compete against. Ethan knew she was too competitive to flourish without that in her life. She'd get gray and boring without that drive. Ethan had 6 weeks to point that out to her. He pulled out his cell and called his grandmother. You might want to get Mother something strong to drink. I talked Mackenzie into playing fiancé.
Good. Not more than 3%, I hope.
Ethan grimaced. She didn't want that. She wanted payment up front.
How much?
$1 million, with a possible half at the end.
A possible half your shares at the end?
He laughed. No, another $500,000.
I guess it's a start.
He shook his head. We'll go to dinner tomorrow night, give the paparazzi some happy couple pictures. Can you take her shopping in the morning? She's out of her element with all the cameras, and I don't want her to feel self-conscious.
I'll bring your mother. They'll fight each other and distract themselves.
He'd hear about it from his mother, and wondered briefly if he'd hear about it from Mackenzie as well. His grandmother asked,
Did you get a ring?
She has it. It needs to be sized.
We'll do it. She laughed. Tomorrow will be fun. And don't worry, your mother will warm up to her.
Ethan grinned. I doubt it, but it should be pretty fun anyway. They hung up, and Ethan glanced down at Mackenzie's hastily scrawled signature. This would work. The tabloids would stop quoting his exes, reminding him how much he hurt those he cared about. Mackenzie would keep him from hurting anyone else for a while, and he had no fear of somehow finding her falling for him. If anybody in this world was O'Connor proof, it was her. He would go into a woman-free mourning. He could make sure Mackenzie came out on top and that the world knew that his heart had been broken. If he played it right, he could get a year off by this 6-week engagement. He would become more careful, a little more introspective, slower to jump into the next relationship. He already knew this was going to be the best $1 million he'd ever spent. All he really had to worry about was keeping that $500,000 in his pocket for the full 6 weeks. Chapter 4. Ethan's grandma had called Mackenzie early the next day. Ellen had said,
We've got some work to do today, I hear. We'll turn you into a pretty picture to hang on my grandson's arm.
Is that the goal for today? Let's just aim for no one questioning whether this engagement is real. I don't need to look like a Barbie.
Ellen chuckled.
Good. Then in that case, we'll go out, have some fun, spend some money, eat some lunch. He doesn't need a Barbie hanging on him. He needs a grown woman walking beside him. We'll make sure he gets what he needs.
It had gone worse than Mackenzie could have possibly imagined, with her somehow ending up with blonde locks worthy of a pinup. All it had taken was one look from Christine O'Connor that plainly said no one in their right mind would believe that Ethan had fallen for her, and wham, she'd allowed the stylist to do whatever he wanted. Mackenzie's only consolation was that Christine had hated the transformation just as much as she did, and probably for the same reason. Mackenzie hadn't known hair could scream sex, but this hair did. After escaping from the stylist, she headed to work. She quickly tamed the fluffiness as best she could, wrapping her hair into a bun. Maybe she could deal with the color. Maybe she could wear a hat. She grabbed a baseball cap out of her batting bag and instantly felt better. She wasn't willing to test whether blondes really did have more fun. She was way too sure they did. Mackenzie entered her office, thinking this was the last time she'd ever come here. She started boxing up 7 years of hard work and was surprised when Rob came in, sitting down in her uncomfortable chair like it was a cozy sofa.
You're marrying the boss? I didn't see that one coming.
You and me both, she thought. She tried a smile. He wore me down.
There was a bet going on how long it would take for you two to sleep together, but no one guessed you'd ever get engaged.
She closed her eyes. She'd been very, very right about having to quit. She would never be able to show her face here again. Rob said,
I lost a packet. I didn't think you had it in you.
She looked up, trying to decide if that was a compliment or an insult. His smirk made her lean toward insult. You should leave before you say something really stupid. He stood up.
Probably.
He pointed to the chair he'd just vacated.
Take that thing with you before it injures someone.
She shut the door behind him and leaned against it. She wasn't really sad about leaving. She had no one she even wanted to say goodbye to. Rob was as close to a friend as she could call a coworker, and she wouldn't exactly miss the guy. But it felt like a closing. This chapter of her life was ending, a situation she'd been working toward for quite some time now, but the suddenness of it kept catching her off guard. Technically, she had 6 weeks left. As far as anyone knew, she was only taking a vacation, but she knew she'd never come back. A bet about their sex life? Ugh. Ethan was going to pay for that. She finished packing her things, smiling slightly when she took out her hidden stash of chocolate. She'd miss that. She'd miss Ethan waltzing in and disrupting her life. She shook her head. This time, he'd made it a doozy. She threw the boxes into the trunk of her car, looking longingly at her batting bag. She could go spend an hour at the batting cages, or she could go home and wash the gunk out of her hair and prep for an evening filled with Ethan O'Connor and camera-wielding crazies. She sighed, slamming the trunk. She was not getting paid nearly enough. Cassandra greeted her at the door with her mouth hanging open. Well, that's different. Here's a general rule. Don't get your hair done with the mother of the man you're pretending to marry when she hates your guts, even if she knows it's pretend. It doesn't look bad. It's just different. As different as she could make me without surgery. Mackenzie flipped the bathroom light on and inspected her now blonde hair. This was not what she was going for. She should have taken me to a stylist not quite so versed in bleached blondes. Cassandra started opening drawers and piling makeup on the counter. With this color, you're going to need more dramatic makeup. Your usual boring look will wash you out. Please, I have spent the afternoon with a woman who would like to run me over with her car. Can I get a little less lip from my best friend? What's a less insulting word for it? Demure? Your usual demure makeup will wash you out with this color. Don't make me look like a clown. I will be the judge of that. You think any lipstick brighter than nude is clownish. Cassandra patted the toilet seat cover. Sit, let me work my magic. I need to wash my hair first, tame this wild beast. Don't wash it out. I look like a floozy. Cassandra shook her head. You look gorgeous. Now that I've gotten over the shock, very Anna Nicole Smith. Oh, that's going to win you this conversation. Cassandra pushed Mackenzie down. I meant from the early years. But I can see how you wouldn't like that comparison, even if you have caught yourself a very rich, older gentleman. Ethan is probably only 5 years older than me. Emotionally, he's a good 10 years behind. And I haven't caught him. If anyone is dangling on the end of a hook, it's me. She stood up. I'm taking a quick shower. I can't get rid of the blonde, today at least, but the poofiness has got to go. Cassandra put her hands back on Mackenzie's shoulders, blocking her path. Come on, give Ethan Howell O'Connor a taste of the magnificence you hide behind Sensible. And give the tabloids some good pictures. All they've got right now is you sweaty and dusty. Cassandra kept a firm grip on her shoulders. His mother will hate it. Mackenzie rolled her eyes. You are very unsubtle. But, unfortunately for you, also very right. Mackenzie closed her eyes, giving in. You know, she's turning into my Achilles heel. This is exactly how I got my hair turned Anna Nicole blonde in the first place. Cassandra made up Mackenzie's face, and even if Mackenzie hated how bright and perky she looked, she had to admit she did look good, and not anything like herself. Cassandra said, And I've got something every woman who finds herself accidentally dating a celebrity playboy needs. Be right back. Mackenzie yelled after her, If you come back with a box of condoms, I'm going to strangle you. Cassandra came back in. I wish I'd thought of that, but no, something even more practical. She held up an elastic bodysuit. Spanx. Every woman in LA owns a pair. They pass them out when you move in. Cassandra dropped it into Mackenzie's hands. I don't know how they missed you, but trust me, everything wears better over Spanx, and these pictures will be haunting you forever. I'll get your outfit. Mackenzie squeezed herself into the Spanx, ignoring with all her might the thought of being splashed on the front of every tabloid. The Enquirer had been bad enough. Cassandra handed her a slinky gray dress. Mackenzie took it reluctantly. "What's this?" "It was in the bag you brought home." "No, I got pants, classic pants and a nice blouse." "This was the only thing in the bag." Mackenzie glared at the offending fabric. "Ellen." "Ellen has good taste. Put it on." Cassandra shut the door. Mackenzie shouted through the door, "I can't wear this. He dates models." She looked down at herself. "I will not compare well." "Lala, can't hear you. Put it on and then we'll see." Mackenzie glared at herself in the mirror. Was this all worth $1 million? No. But she threw the dress over her head anyway. She flung the door open without looking in the mirror. A slow smile spread across Cassandra's face as she inspected Mackenzie. "So, this is what money can do, and you compare just fine." "I'm too muscular for a dress like this." Years of softball had left her with nicely toned arms and too wide shoulders. She spent a lot of effort minimizing her upper body, and this dress hugged her body, leaving her exposed and self-conscious. Cassandra shook her head. "No, you look fabulous. The Spanx is pushing everything up. This is what all the celebs do." "I look like a football player." "Trust me, you do not. And you don't look anything like a wafy, breastless model either. What's the opposite of frail?" "Substantial?" Mackenzie walked back into the bathroom to look at herself. "Sturdy? I look sturdy." Cassandra made a face. "No, you look capable. Entirely capable of handling Ethan O'Connor." "Oh, great. I look like a schoolmistress." "The hottest schoolmistress I've ever seen. No one will doubt for a moment that you hooked Ethan Howell O'Connor." "Give me some pants. I don't want to look like a hot schoolmistress. I want to look like a serious, professional woman." "Who happened to get her paws on Ethan O'Connor?" Mackenzie made a face. "It does seem like a stretch, but maybe I can bring some much-needed seriousness to his image, instead of dragging mine through the mud. Go look in the full length in my bedroom, and then tell me you want pants." Mackenzie made a beeline for the bedroom. Oh, she'd want pants all right, and a jacket. She would feel so much more comfortable in a nice jacket or blazer, or shawl, anything. Mackenzie found the full length, adjusting it so she could see herself from head to toe. She looked at the woman in the mirror and wanted to vomit. Cassandra was right. No one would be looking at her shoulders. This was what happened when a playboy got his mitts on you. You found yourself turned into a sex object. Her newly blonde hair hung in waves past her shoulders, looking as if gravity didn't exist anywhere near her head. Her Spanxed body was pinched and pushed up as far as it was physically possible in two very prominent areas. She turned to the side, inspecting her now extremely perky butt, and dreamed about pinstripes and kitten heels. The only good thing that could be said about the dress was that her skin was at least covered, and it was a dark gray, and her strappy high heels were silver. She'd picked those out herself, and they made her legs look longer. She twirled, the material of the dress flaring out. If she pretended it wasn't hers, she could admire it. Her legs did look pretty good. And with her blonde hair, she was nearly unrecognizable. You'd have to look close to know it was her. For one moment, she thought she might be able to pull this off without destroying her reputation and sense of self. And then the doorbell rang, and she thought, who am I kidding? She was engaged to Ethan Howell O'Connor. She was going to have to change her name and move out of the country when this farce was finished. She went to answer the door, but Cassandra had beaten her to it. Ethan held Cassandra's hand in his own and was smiling down into her eyes. She was looking up with a stupid expression on her face, and Mackenzie knew he had conquered one more hapless female. She couldn't really fault Cassandra. He was dressed in a dark gray suit, a light lavender shirt and silver tie, and he looked expensive and sexy. Mackenzie couldn't help but think that she liked him better in a short-sleeved t-shirt and sweats. He looked up when she walked into the room, and his mouth fell open. His eyes widened as he looked at her hair, then he looked down at her legs. "I've never seen you in a dress before." He blinked and shook his head. "I mean, you look beautiful. Ellen told me what colors to wear, but neglected to mention the change to your hair."
He stepped toward her, reaching for her hands and holding them wide so he could see her dress. Cassandra stepped behind him, widening her eyes and fanning herself. She mouthed, "He's hot." Mackenzie ignored her and glared at Ethan. He smiled.
"Truly, you look lovely."
She pursed her lips. "I'm going to change into pants. I don't know what your grandmother was thinking. She said she wasn't going to turn me into a Barbie." He chuckled and pulled her hand through his arm.
"Cranky already? Good thing I brought you a Twix. It's in the limo."
"Limo?"
"We're celebrating our engagement. The limo keeps my hands free."
She glared at him as he pulled her out the door, and he turned around to wink at Cassandra.
"Don't wait up."
Ethan ushered Mackenzie out to the waiting limo, trying not to stare at her legs or her hair, or any points in between. He'd seen legs before, for God's sake, but never hers, and her suddenly blonde hair was throwing him off balance. He could tell by Mackenzie's cranky glare that she was not happy with the transformation. He'd have to ask his grandmother how that had happened. Call him psychic, but he thought it would be better not to bring up today's shopping trip. Ethan helped her into the limo, adjusting his pants before he got in. There wasn't going to be any problem showing some heat for the paparazzi. Maybe that's what his grandmother had been thinking. Of course, he might be feeling the heat, but Mackenzie was looking antagonistic. She sat with her arms folded across her chest, staring out the window, trying to explode cars with her gaze. He held a Twix out to her.
"A sweet for my sweet?"
When she reached for it, he pulled back.
"Smile first. We're engaged. We're supposed to be happy, not homicidal."
"Do you know what I've done today? Emptied my office, listened to 3 people wonder at our sex life, sat in a chair getting my hair dyed for 3 hours, and spent an uncomfortable lunch with your mother. I'm exhausted and you want me to smile? You're lucky I don't stab you in the eye with my keys." He handed her the Twix.
"Here, we can stop and get more if that doesn't do the trick."
He reached into his suit pocket and handed her a cell phone.
"And here, welcome to the 21st century."
Mackenzie stared at it glumly. "Great, just what I've always wanted." He shook his head.
"I don't know how you've done all your sales without a cell phone."
"I sit at my desk and don't do anything else until the day is done. It's too easy to allow distractions to intrude when I have a cell phone."
"I won't argue with the results, but what about your personal life?"
"Personal is for after work. I like to keep things separate."
"I've noticed."
She flung her hand out, waving it towards Ethan and the limo. "Look what happens when I don't. I play one little softball game and I get pictures of me splashed on the front of the National Enquirer and then fake engaged to my boss. Talk about mixing business and personal."
"I thought you were going to say mixing business with pleasure."
She raised an eyebrow. "Did you?"
Ethan laughed. "It was a good game of softball. Almost makes everything that's come after it worthwhile."
She huffed in annoyance. "I didn't even win. It wasn't worth it at all."
"Maybe next time. Now you know to wear short shorts."
"Or maybe glue your mouth shut."
"How about we compromise and say both?"
"I might wear some short shorts if it would glue your mouth shut." He looked down at her legs, her toes peeking out of her shoes. He could think of something better than glue to keep his mouth occupied, and he was wondering how he was going to talk her into it when he looked back up and met her eyes. She fidgeted in her seat and turned to look out the window again. He watched her ignore him and then smiled. He'd expected a smackdown. A fidget was more than he'd ever gotten from Mackenzie before. Maybe getting her out of her element would work in his favor, and he was definitely one to push his luck, especially where the unflappable Mackenzie was concerned. The limo pulled up to the restaurant, and satisfaction filled Ethan when he saw the sidewalk lined with cameras. Pictures of his new fiancée would be everywhere by tomorrow. Mackenzie jumped when a movie star and his wife walked by, and Ethan said,
If you want pictures taken in LA, this is where you eat. Oscar campaigns, rumors of a breakup that need defending, rumors of an engagement you need to confirm.
He smiled at her.
Come here, give them some pictures, and they leave you alone the rest of the time. Usually.
You live in a strange world.
I've learned to work around it. Now show me your happily engaged face.
She looked at him. He said,
Come on, you're supposed to be happy. After 5 long years, we'll finally be together.
You wore me down, remember? You're supposed to be happy. I'm supposed to be horrified by all this attention.
You've certainly got that look down, but you can't go on scowling like that. Everybody wants to see us happy.
Mackenzie looked skeptical. Just who is everybody? And why do we care what they want?
Everybody is everybody. And I care because if I wake up to one more quote from an ex maligning my bedroom technique, I will have to go into hiding with my mother and grandma. I'd rather go into hiding with you.
He glanced at her attempt at a smile.
Just barely. Now, smile.
I am.
That is not a smile. That look will send my mother running.
Mackenzie let out a puff of air and tried again. There, is this better? He looked at her dubiously.
I know I've seen you smile before. This is just baring your teeth.
Ethan pulled out his wallet and took out a folded piece of paper. He handed it to her, and she gingerly opened it.
See? You were smiling here.
Why do you have a copy of the National Enquirer in your wallet?
Look at us, Mackenzie. Just look.
I would really rather not. He scooted over to sit next to her.
This is what people want to see. Whatever it is, we've got it. I'm getting hot and bothered just looking at the pictures.
Stop it. She thrust the paper back at him. Ethan took the paper, holding onto her hand.
You know what I've never done before? Kissed my fiancé.
Mackenzie reared back in alarm. Yes, you have. Right before you announced to the world I was engaged to you, and then right after we signed the prenup. He stroked her hand and murmured,
Oh, yes. How did I forget those? Maybe because neither was a real kiss.
There won't be any real kisses. This is all fake, remember?
It's not all fake.
He looked into her eyes.
Here's the deal. You can come out of the car with me smiling, or you can kiss me.
I'm smiling. He shook his head.
Sadly, that is not a smile.
Ethan hooked his arm around her waist, pulling her towards him, and she flattened her hands against his chest. She said, This was not in any part of our agreement.
I don't know why we didn't address it then. I tried, if you'll remember.
There was nothing to address then or now. His lips touched hers, and she jerked her head back. He slid his hand up her back and into her hair, and he held her head still as his lips touched hers again. His tongue tickled the seam of her lips, and she kept them firmly shut. He looked at her through lidded eyes and found her looking back at him. He trailed kisses across her cheek to her ear. He whispered,
You look beautiful, but I liked your hair brown.
Mackenzie whispered back, It's your mother's fault.
Try not to listen to my mother, would you?
I could probably do that.
Good. Now can we stop talking about her?
Mackenzie leaned back slightly. You're the one who brought her up.
I did? My mistake.
She laughed, and he took advantage of her open mouth. She tasted like chocolate and smelled like woman. It was kryptonite to his self-control, and when she stopped fighting and let his tongue enter her mouth, he forgot where they were. She mumbled against his lips, This is a bad idea.
The worst I've ever had.
She sighed slightly and leaned into him.
As long as you realize that.
Oh, I do. I really, really do.
Mackenzie gave a breathy chuckle, and Ethan gripped her thigh, pulling her leg over his hip until she was nearly straddling him, and her dress was riding dangerously high. He circled the back of her thighs with his hands, his fingers grazing the apex of her legs. Her breath whooshed out and he doubled down, one hand moving up to cup her butt and pull her even closer. He slid his other fingers lightly up and down. She murmured,
I'm pretty sure this counts as sexual harassment.
Absolutely. Be sure and tell the judge that you like to be on top.
Mackenzie leaned against him heavily, her mouth fighting his for dominance. He bit her lip, then sucked lightly, easing the sting. Her hands fisted in his hair, pulling slightly, and he grinned against her mouth. He gripped her hips, pushing her down onto his lap, and her breath caught. Ethan's fingers tightened, digging into her flesh, and then moved north. His hands roamed higher and higher, searching for the top of her panties, until her dress was pushed to her waist. He tore his mouth from hers and looked down at what his fingers had been trying to tell his brain. He wasn't getting into this woman's underpants. He growled, "Goddamn Spanx." He thought about trying to rip the offending garment off, but even in his lust-induced haze, he realized the futility of that. He looked around wildly. His keys? Could he hack it off with his keys? Mackenzie dropped her head onto his shoulder and whispered, "Ethan." He damn near exploded right then. He tipped his head back and took a deep breath. Then another. She tried to climb off him, and he wrapped an arm around her waist, securing her to him while he breathed. In and out. A paparazzo sidled up to the limo and tried to look through the window, and Ethan remembered where they were and what they were supposed to be doing. Ethan ran his hand down her arm and tangled her fingers with his own. After a moment spent getting himself back under control, he pulled back and looked at her critically. He pulled her dress back down, swiped a thumb under her lips and wiped away the remnants of her lipstick, then nodded, satisfied. He said, "Okay, forget the smile. Looking dazed and ruffled will work just fine." Then he opened the door and pulled her out into the flashing cameras. Mackenzie sat in her car with Cassandra, watching the circus that was now her street. Cassandra whistled. "So, what's the plan? Run them all over?" "Could work, but then you'd go to jail. You probably would have to give Mr. O'Connor his $1 million back for non-performance. You need some bodyguards." "Dinner last night was supposed to make them all go away and leave me alone." "I'd say it didn't work." Mackenzie blew her breath out. "What if we went through my neighbor's yard and snuck in the back door?" "Might work." "Or we go in pedal to the metal, horn blaring, and see how many don't get out of the way in time." "I vote sneaking in the back." "Yeah." Mackenzie reversed the car. "This might not work, but I don't think they can come onto the property, right? Trespassing, right? This could end with a picture of you climbing the fence in tomorrow's papers." "God, do you know how much I hate Ethan Howell O'Connor at this moment?" Cassandra looked at her out of the corner of her eye. "Mm-hmm." They parked in front of her neighbor's house, sneaked through the gate, and headed for the back fence. Cassandra looked around. "They don't have a dog, right?" "Pretty sure." "Oh, you're a riot." They stopped at the fence and looked up. Cassandra said, "If this doesn't work, we are calling Ethan and telling him to send some bodyguards. Deal?" Mackenzie clenched her teeth. "I am not calling him, so you'd better get yourself over this fence." Mackenzie jumped, grabbing the top and pulling with all her might, her feet trying to run up the side of the fence. Cassandra yelled, "Stop flailing and I'll push you over." She gave an almighty push, and Mackenzie went over the top and landed with a thud. A shout rang out from the front, and Cassandra yelled, "Go, go, go! Don't stop! Zigzag!" Mackenzie raced to the back door, her key in her hand, and flung open the door. She looked behind her to find no Cassandra and slammed and locked the door. She leaned against it, laughing, then groaned. She was a 30-year-old woman, for God's sake, and this was her house. A loud ringing made her jump. It took her a second to realize it was her new cell phone. She answered, and Cassandra said, "I can't get over the fence. I'm going to try the front. Watch for me, will you?" "They're going to eat you alive." "We'll see. Just be ready for me." "Okay." Cassandra said, "You know, you'll have to thank Ethan for the cell phone. It's handy being able to just call you up." "Oh, yeah. When you need to sneak into your own home, it's necessary to have a cell phone on you. Makes life so much easier."
"It really does."
"You could have just called my home phone."
"Huh."
Cassandra hung up, and Mackenzie nervously walked to the front room. She peeked between the blinds to find cameras pointed and clicking on her house. She knew they couldn't see her, but she stepped back anyway. A few minutes later, a knock sounded, and she let Cassandra in, making sure no part of herself could be photographed. Mackenzie locked the door.
"You just waltzed up the front path?"
I waved. They didn't take too many pictures of me. I guess pictures of Ethan O'Connor's fiancé's best friend don't pay all that well. I hate you.
As much as you hate Ethan,
Just about.
So, not at all.
Mackenzie looked at her in surprise.
What do you mean, not at all?
I've seen the pictures. There's not a lot of hate going on between you two. Okay, I was playing softball against a worthy opponent. Of course I was having a good time. Cassandra laughed at her.
Good one, but I was talking about last night's pictures.
Mackenzie checked again that the door was bolted and headed for the bedroom. Ugh, they're out already?
Yep, they got some good ones.
I don't want to know. Did you purposefully look for them?
Of course I did. I wanted to see how it went. Plus, I like looking at him. I spent all last night looking him up on the computer. I can't decide if he looks better in real life or in pictures.
Cassandra pretended to shiver, then said,
"He definitely smells better. You're gonna have to find out what cologne he was wearing last night so I can spray some on my pillow. It made my insides go all mushy and my dreams go naughty."
Mackenzie tried not to remember how her insides had gone all mushy, and she hadn't needed to wait for sleep for the night to go naughty. But she would happily blame losing her brain on his cologne. It was better than any other alternative. Mackenzie pulled a suitcase out from under her bed, while Cassandra opened her closet and grimaced.
"Let's see, it looks like your choices are work clothes, boring work clothes, or hideous work clothes. Is he giving you a clothing allowance or something? Because I just can't see Ethan O'Connor's fiancé wearing any of this."
Mackenzie poked her head over Cassandra's shoulder.
"It's not that bad. It's professional."
"And you are no longer a professional. Now you're a celebrity."
"For 6 weeks." "Okay, what are you going to wear for 6 weeks?"
Cassandra leered at her.
"Unless you will be wearing nothing. I could get behind that."
"No, there will be none of that." Why did she have to keep saying that?
So what's that one-woman man going to do for 6 weeks?
I guess he'll just have to do what every other man does when he gets a fake fiancé. Invest in some Playboys. Cassandra laughed.
"I wonder if you can still get the ones with Anna Nicole."
Mackenzie glared at her. I'm going to the stylist this afternoon to get this changed back to brown.
If he's any good, and he is, he won't do it. Bad for your hair.
Oh, he's going to, even if I have to threaten him with Christine O'Connor. I can't go to New York looking like this. This is California hair. Cassandra started to laugh, then stopped.
You're totally right. This is California hair.
She looked at Mackenzie appraisingly.
I need to get some California hair. Do you think California hair could turn a gay man straight?
Mackenzie squeezed her hand. Probably not, but it sure would make him wish it could.
Cassandra grabbed a lock of Mackenzie's hair and held it across her forehead. It might make me care less that he doesn't want to marry me and impregnate me with his hot, glistening body. Give me the name of that stylist. Want me to give you the $1,000 it cost as well? Cassandra choked, then dropped Mackenzie's hair. I've always got my dreams. She wiggled her eyebrows. And now I have 2 leading men. Gonna have to juggle them, I think. Even in my dreams, I don't want Shane getting a peek at Mr. Charming. Cassandra perused the closet, and Mackenzie watched her. She finally said, "You're making yourself miserable about Shane. You need to move on." Cassandra let out a laugh. "Tell me how to move on." Mackenzie shook her head. She'd never been in love, had never wanted to be. "I don't know how. But I think you need to. You're not going to find anyone else if you keep mooning over Shane." "I don't want to give him up. I like him, and I love him. And if that means I'm going to die unmarried and childless, then I will." "You know I'm the last person who will tell you marriage and family is all there is." Cassandra pointed a finger at her. "You don't want to get married. You don't even want to date." "I don't. But I think you do." Cassandra took a deep breath. "Maybe I want him more than I want some mythical promise about undying love. And maybe I want children. But then I look at the reality and I think maybe not. What I have right now is better than that gigantic maybe." She started ripping clothes off hangers. "He can't give me everything I need. Well, no man can. There's always something you wish you could change, but it's not a deal breaker." "You're telling me this isn't a deal breaker? He's gay." Cassandra shrugged, throwing clothes into the suitcase. "I guess it's not my deal breaker." Mackenzie pulled the clothes back out and started folding them before placing them neatly back inside. "And if he finds someone else?" "It will probably kill me, but I have to think that whoever he falls in love with, I'll probably like too. He can find a lover, he can get married, but I'll still be a part of him." Mackenzie looked at the ferocious look on her friend's face. She knew Shane loved Cassandra and would never purposefully hurt her. But talk about a hopeless love triangle. Mackenzie could only hope that if Shane ever found a man he loved enough to marry, that Cassandra didn't take a dive off the nearest overpass. Or push the newbie off. Cassandra held up a short, colorful dress. She stared Mackenzie in the eye, daring her to continue the conversation about Shane. "What is this horrible monstrosity?" Mackenzie said, "It's an authentic Hawaiian muumuu. It's very comfortable. I just throw it over leggings on the weekend." Mackenzie held out a hand for it. "I'll take it with me." "No way in hell. I'm burning this." Cassandra eyed it, then Mackenzie. "Are you a virgin? Do you want to die one?" "I think it's cute." "It's like every fashion decision you make is made to repel men." Cassandra grabbed her hand and dragged her to the living room. Cassandra sat down at the computer and pulled up a celebrity site. She pointed to the dress Mackenzie had worn last night. "This is cute and sexy." She pointed to the muumuu. "This is not. See the difference?" Mackenzie took one look at last night her, then headed for the couch to lie down. "Oh, God." Cassandra looked at the pictures. "You look so flustered. What were you doing in that limo?" "That's what everyone is going to be thinking, that we were doing something." Cassandra leaned closer to the screen and squinted. "Where did your lipstick go?" "He kissed me, okay? He kissed me." I bet he's a good kisser." Mackenzie tried not to remember. "He's had enough practice. You know what they say, practice makes perfect." It did. It really, really did. Mackenzie said, "All I can say is thank God for Spanx. The man's got hands like an octopus." Cassandra turned to look at her. "Does he? Good octopus or bad octopus?" Mackenzie stared at the ceiling. Cassandra said,
Good, Octopus.
And why are you thanking God for a slightly evil but genius item of clothing?
Mackenzie muttered. It's a modern-day chastity belt.
Cassandra started grinning. Went that far, huh? I'm gonna have to call up the makers of Spanx and tell them they've got a new marketing angle. Spanx keeps it in your pants. Mackenzie tried not to laugh, but she couldn't keep it in. Can I take it to New York with me? Cassandra shook her head. I need it, although not as a chastity belt. And I don't want a repeat of last night. One of us is going to have to get lucky with him, and I'm realistic enough to know it's going to be you. I'll just buy my own. Spoil sport. But I don't think they sell them in New York. They're against the law there. Mackenzie smiled at her. Why aren't you on my side? I don't want to do something stupid with him. Why not? You can be stupid once in your life. Be smart later. Mackenzie sat up. I don't know why I even try with you. Just remember when you're trapped under him, sweaty and ready to scream his name, that I am all for it. Mackenzie rolled her eyes. Let's go finish packing. Cassandra grimaced. Let's not. They have shopping in New York. Good shopping. See if he'll buy you a decent wardrobe. Tell him you'll trade sexual favors for clothing. This is not Pretty Woman. But it could be, if you played your cards right. They made quick work of it, Cassandra making disparaging remarks about her taste in clothing and shoes, and Mackenzie stuffing her moo-moo in the suitcase when Cassandra wasn't looking. Cassandra hefted it up, shaking her head. This isn't going over the back wall. You're gonna have to call Ethan and send some reinforcements. Mackenzie rolled it out to the living room. She wasn't calling him, ever. If she could get through the next 6 weeks without looking at him, speaking to him, or being in the same room with him, she would give him back his $1 million. Cassandra peeked out the front window. You're gonna have to call him. It's not happening. Cassandra held out her hand. I'll call him for you. Mackenzie elbowed her aside and peeked out the window herself. She cursed. There's even more of them. Cassandra beckoned for the phone. I assume he put his number in there, right? Let's just call him up. He can make everything better. Mackenzie took one long look outside, trying to plot an escape route, then gave up. She slapped the phone into Cassandra's waiting hand. Cassandra hit speed dial, grinning when it pulled up Ethan's number, then waited. Mackenzie said, Maybe he won't pick up. Cassandra looked at her with pity. The man bought you a cell phone and put his number on speed dial. He'll pick up. She pointed to the phone and mouthed, See? Cassandra listened for a moment, with a dreamy look on her face, then said, I would love to, but this is Cassandra. Probably Mackenzie would tell you to stick that somewhere the sun don't shine, because she's a little cranky right now. We're trapped in her house by the paparazzi. She was silent, her face going soft and stupid, and then she laughed. She glanced at Mackenzie. That's a good idea. We'll be waiting. Cassandra listened for one more moment, then laughed again. Bye-bye, Ethan. She hung up, sighing happily, and Mackenzie said, You're pathetic. His voice. Doesn't it make you think of silk sheets and sliding around on top of them? No. Mackenzie held out her hand for the phone. What did he say? Cassandra gave it to her, then slid down into a boneless heap on the couch. Just let me enjoy this for a minute, okay? What did he say? Cassandra squinted an eye at her. You are not natural. I need a moment to myself to cool down. Mackenzie gave up and left her to her lustful thoughts. She sat down at the computer, clicking through incriminating photos of herself and Mr. Charm Your Pants Off. Maybe she didn't fall at the sound of his voice, but she sure as hell looked like she'd fallen in that limo. It was even worse looking at him. He looked disheveled, and she knew she'd been the one to do that to him. He'd made her lose her mind last night, the rat bastard. He'd done it on purpose. Note to self, She was not to let his lips anywhere near hers, ever again. Cassandra stood and looked over Mackenzie's shoulder. Okay, I'm better. I can walk at least. And he said he's sending a driver to pick us up and he'll make sure there's chocolate. I like him. I'd like him even if he didn't give me goosebumps and make me want to stuff my panties in his pocket.
Seriously, he's just a man.
A beautiful, charming man. The most dangerous force on Earth, as far as Mackenzie was concerned. Cassandra shook her head. Not just a man. He's the perfect mix of sex and wholesomeness. Even I would marry him and have his babies.
You'd give up Shane for Ethan just like that?
Oh, yeah. She pointed a finger at Mackenzie. Let him know that, Kay. If it doesn't work out with you, I'm totally available. I'll let him know. Cassandra looked again at the pictures, sighing. I don't know how you came out of that limo unspoiled, but I hope you will be before this engagement is over. And tell me all about it.
Don't hold your breath. And I'm going to want DETAILS.
Like what religion he is.
Mackenzie turned in her chair. I am not going to sleep with Ethan. Not.
Cassandra patted her on the shoulder, then went to stand by the window and wait for the driver. You know what they say about that river in Egypt? It's where unexpected babies come from. A little bit of Mackenzie's breakfast came back up at the thought of being Ethan O'Connor's baby mama, and she flipped the computer off. She didn't need any reminders of how quickly she'd climbed onto Ethan's lap. Obviously, she needed a few more reminders to keep Ethan at least 10 feet away from her at all times. And barring that, some reminders to keep her legs together. Chapter 5. When Mackenzie walked into Ethan's office, he did a double take, then laughed at himself. Even after dinner last night, the blonde was catching him off guard. I'm not used to your hair yet. I'm starting to like it. I hardly recognize myself. I wish it worked on the paparazzi. Mackenzie said, Yes. Wasn't dinner last night supposed to appease them? They must not have gotten the memo. I'll send another. He looked her over carefully. Any problems getting out of your house? Not once your driver showed up. She crinkled her nose. There may or may not be some photos of me climbing my fence. He raised an eyebrow at her, and she sat down. It wasn't my finest moment, but your very kind driver advised me that as long as they weren't intruding on my personal space, it was usually better to just let them take the pictures. Ethan grabbed a bottle of water from the mini-fridge and handed it to her. He should have realized earlier that her paleness wasn't a symptom of her new hair color. The most seasoned star could be overcome by hordes of shouting journalists and their cameras. He said, Do I need to sue some asses? Please say yes. Because that always works so well. Because I feel impotent, and that enrages me. She shook her head. This happens to you all the time. He sat down. And I'm used to it. And I know how it feels. And I'm sorry. She took a long drink, then looked at him thoughtfully. 500,000 sorry? He smiled slightly. Probably not. Well, I was talking about the impotence anyway. He opened his mouth to remind her of last night, and she said quickly, Tell me it will be better in New York? It will be better in New York, really. Probably. I don't think you have a handle on the paparazzi like you think you do. Makes me want to sue them even more. She laughed, her cheeks gaining back their color. He smiled at her. He said, Are there going to be any pictures of you flipping them off? Only with my eyes. It's what I hired you for. Mackenzie sat back, relieved. Mission accomplished, then. I guess I can go back home. I prepaid for 6 weeks. I've got 5 weeks, 5 days of death glares left. She sighed loudly. My work is never done, but where exactly will I be living for the next 6 weeks? I assume you've got me in some swank hotel where I can run up the room service bill when I'm mad at you? She looked like she was looking forward to it.
You're living with me.
Her forehead wrinkled. I can't live with you.
You're my fiancé. Where else are you going to live?
I'm sure there are places to rent in New York if a hotel is no good. If I live with you, everyone will think we're sleeping together. He raised an eyebrow.
I think most people already think that.
Her face turned a delightful shade of red. Has no one ever heard of waiting for the wedding? He just looked at her.
No one is going to believe that.
Oh, God, can't you leave me with a shred of dignity? He walked around his desk and started rubbing her shoulders. I'm not so bad, you know.
I think you overestimate how much damage I'm going to do to your reputation.
She tried to get up, and he pushed her down. She glared at him over her shoulder. My reputation before you was a hard-working, sensible woman. There is no way bringing you into the equation is going to make my reputation go anywhere but down.
It'll be fine. You can have the extra bedroom all to your lonesome, and we'll pretend that we're not going to sleep together.
She stood up, wrenching her shoulders out of his hands. She turned to yell at him and snapped her mouth shut when she saw him laughing silently, his shoulders rising and falling in silent wheezes. He gasped.
Prude.
She folded her arms. You keep kissing me. He held up a finger.
Once.
3 times.
They didn't count. It was really only one.
They all count. If your lips touch mine, it counts. If I can taste the chocolate you ate, it counts. He laughed again, thinking there was no one he liked messing with better than Mackenzie.
What you're saying is you're sensitive, and I need to keep my mouth to myself.
Half of that is true, at least. The last half. I don't want your germs.
Oh, yes? It's that you're a germaphobe?
She raised her eyebrows. You have had a lot of girlfriends.
Perhaps you would like to see a bill of health?
No, because there will be no more kissing. He propped his hip against the desk, still smiling, and nodded at her.
Okay. There will be no more kissing.
Ethan didn't feel even a little bit bad about lying to her. Her lips were still imprinted on his from last night. It was a pleasant memory for him. He wasn't taking it personally that she didn't seem to feel the same. He had evidence to the contrary, and if there was anything he knew about Mackenzie, it would be that she would fight him with her last breath, just on principle. He was looking forward to getting her to that last breath, and then beyond. She stared at him, then sat down slowly. He said, leaving himself an out,
except for the occasional photo op.
Mackenzie narrowed her eyes at him, and he pinched his fingers together.
Very occasional.
Try none.
I'm not making any promises.
Then how about $1,000 per photo op? Ethan tapped his chin.
I'm trying to decide if you're worth it.
I'm not. I would strongly advise against putting your lips anywhere near mine.
Okay, deal again. I'll pay $1,000 every time I feel the need to kiss you in public.
She shook her head and stood up. I'm going home.
You want to go back home after all the trouble I went to get you out?
What trouble? You sent a driver, and I'll go to Cassandra's.
Why? I'm done here. You're packed. Let's just go to New York.
Mackenzie jerked her head back. Right now?
Yes. Why not?
I just wasn't expecting...
To have to go at all?
She looked sheepish. I was hoping I was going to wake up soon. He reached out and pinched her arm. Ow! She slapped his hand.
Yep, you're awake. So let's go tonight.
Mackenzie took a deep breath and said, Fine, let's get this over with. Ethan hung his head.
If you must think of it that way.
I do, and I don't want to live with you. You could chop me into bits while I sleep and keep my tongue in your fridge. He blinked.
Well,
Now I'm worried that you're going to chop me into bits while I sleep.
See? We don't know anything about each other. It's not safe.
You could always live with my mother if you're so worried about it.
Mackenzie choked. Let me think about it. What about with Ellen?
She lives with my mother.
She narrowed her eyes at him, as if she didn't believe him. Why?
Because neither one of them likes to live alone. When my grandfather died, Ellen moved in with my parents. And when my father died, they just kept living together. They share a 4,000-square-foot penthouse. They're not tripping over each other.
It's still weird.
Why? They both like living in the city, but don't want to live alone in the city.
She looked unconvinced. He said,
They have someone to go to the movies with, go to dinner with, argue with.
He grimaced.
Follow me across the country with. They would be lonely without each other. They have separate lives, separate interests. They're just not alone.
That's sweet?
He grinned. You like living alone.
It hadn't been a question, but she nodded anyway. He said,
You like having no one to spend the evening with, to talk about your day with, to just be close to when you don't want to be alone?
I have my friends. I don't need to live with them.
Maybe family is different.
She blinked a few times. I wouldn't want to live with my family. Besides, Ellen and Christine aren't really related. They're in-laws. He shook his head.
Family. As thick as blood when you marry an O'Connor.
She shuddered. Remind me not to marry you. He tapped his temple.
Locked up tight. If you forget, I'll remind you.
If I forget, you can shoot me.
Will do.
He smiled.
So, are you going to live with me or my mother?
She looked as if he was asking her to choose between arsenic or hemlock. He said,
Will you live with me if I promise not to chop you to bits, maim you in any way, or even leave the toilet seat up? You will be completely safe from me.
He thought about Elise wanting to live with him, nearly every girlfriend he'd ever had wanting to live with him, and Mackenzie Wyatt trying to bargain her way out. There was definitely something to be said for the chase, at least for him. There was no way she was living anywhere else but with him. She took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Separate rooms?
Of course.
Maybe. Locks on my door? He looked to the heavens beseechingly. She tried not to laugh and said, Fine. He paused.
I would like the same assurance from you.
I promise I will not chop you to bits, maim you, or leave the toilet seat up. He smiled at her.
I've already alerted housekeeping to remove all staplers from the premises. Anything you would like removed before we get there?
She opened her mouth, and he held his hand up to forestall her.
If you say me, I will tell housekeeping to also get rid of all the chocolate.
A laugh escaped before she could stop it. He grinned at her.
See, we do know a little something about each other.
She folded her arms. If I'm going to be living with you, I'm going to need some sort of compensation. Everyone will think I slept with you.
Who is everyone, and why do you care?
His eyes twinkled as he mimicked her. Everyone is everyone. And I care because if one more person talks to me about our sex life, I am going to dunk my head in the nearest toilet bowl and drown myself.
Sounds extreme.
You're not the one they're talking to.
True, and perhaps all that trauma is worth something.
He stood up, leaning in to say softly in her ear,
Maybe that $500,000 you keep going on about.
That's all my reputation is worth?
Seems about right.
She huffed, and he took a step back, grinning.
But it's not going to happen. I'm not going to pay you for people thinking you're sleeping with me. You'd actually have to do it.
She grimaced. I honestly don't know what everyone sees in you. He sighed in satisfaction.
I can say things like that because I know you won't take me up on it.
Say things like that and no one will want to. He shook his head.
You, especially, would be surprised.
Mackenzie snapped her fingers. That reminds me, Cassandra said if this doesn't work out as you're hoping, she's available as a wife and mother.
She's a lovely woman.
Lovely. Yep, that's the word I would have chosen. You two might work out well. Want me to call her up?
I'll keep her as a backup. Gotta give you a chance to earn that million first.
Okay, but she's got a pretty mean death glare, too.
Does she? She seemed quite sweet.
Mackenzie shook her head in disbelief. That's because she loses all of her brain cells when you open your mouth.
It's a common affliction. I've really only met one woman who can keep half of them working in my vicinity.
She blinked, her eyebrows rising up to her hairline. She said slowly, as if she hadn't heard him correctly, half?
I'm tempted to say 3/4, but I'm also a little afraid of what you'd do if I did.
Good. I like you a little afraid of me.
Afraid is maybe too strong a word. Worried? Cautious?
Worried works. He stared at her, wondering if maybe she should stay in a hotel after all. She did have a healthy level of rage inside her, and he did seem to provoke her a little too much for comfort. She smiled slowly, and he shook his head at her.
I'm not worried about my safety. Nearly at all.
Good. I wouldn't want you to be worried.
He cleared his throat. Yes, well, shall we? We can be in New York in time for bed.
She sighed. You know at least one thing about me, Ethan. He took her elbow, leading her out of the office and down to the waiting car.
And what is that, Mackenzie?
How to push my buttons.
It's my favorite pastime.
As long as it's not dressing up in women's skin. He smiled down at her.
I think you'll be okay. My closet's full at the moment.
6 hours later, Ethan took a deep breath of New York air, happy to be back home. He enjoyed traveling and that West Coast culture, but New York was home. The sights, the sounds, the smells. Both cities might be on the coast, but even the air was different. And he always missed that wonderful New York stench that proclaimed people lived here. He wasn't ever sure when he was in Los Angeles. Sometimes he thought it was a city inhabited by driverless cars. Mackenzie strained to see the tops of the buildings through the window, and he patted her knee.
We'll do you a proper tour once you're settled in.
Their driver pulled up to his building, and he helped Mackenzie out. She looked straight up, then took a deep breath. Whether she was testing the air, like he had, or if she was fortifying herself for untold travails ahead, he wasn't sure. Maybe it was both. They rode the elevator to the top, and Mackenzie glanced at him. What is it about you being at the top of every building?
It's the best. Once you see the view, you'll understand.
I doubt it. He crossed his arms, turning towards her.
Are you afraid of heights?
I didn't think so, but you keep testing me. She eyed him as they stepped out. Your family doesn't live on the same floor as you, right? He grinned.
Different building, across town.
She tried to hide her relief, but he laughed anyway. He unlocked the door, opening it in a grand gesture.
Welcome.
I really would prefer to have my own place.
I don't think so. Besides, it'll be fine. We'll get along great.
She looked at him as if he didn't know how to define great and muttered something about gaining weight. She stepped in. You're a workaholic, right? Gone from dusk till dawn?
I'm usually fairly busy.
She looked at him hopefully. He said,
but I've managed to lighten the load for the next few weeks.
And her face fell. She took a look around, and he wondered if she would be impressed. Nothing much seemed to, a fact that he found refreshing. And annoying. She glanced over the furnishings. Nothing about the beige and blue room seemed to grab her attention. And then her eyes caught the window. She walked toward it slowly, looking at the skyscrapers, the lights blinking on in the setting sun. He followed her and said,
Worth it, isn't it?
Doesn't it make you feel small, to be one of so many? He nodded.
And amazed that it works so well.
She looked at him.
So says the man at the top. He couldn't argue with that.
So says the man at the top.
She turned back to look out the window, and he headed for the kitchen.
Hungry?
He opened the fridge and laughed. It looks like the housekeeper's stocked up. He pulled out a bottle of chilled champagne and wiggled his eyebrows at her.
There's even some chocolate-dipped strawberries in here for us.
Mackenzie turned away from the window and folded her arms across her chest.
I'm going to unpack.
He laughed. Maybe later, then. Not in a million years, O'Connor. He put the champagne back. Maybe he could talk her into it after she'd gotten used to living with him. A million years was an awfully long time. He showed her to her room and said softly, "Make yourself at home, Mackenzie."
He smiled charmingly at her, and she slammed the door in his face.
Mackenzie looked around the bedroom, noting the king-size, four-poster bed. The door to the walk-in closet was open, and her eyebrows rose as she peeked into it. Maybe she would do some shopping here after all. She walked into a bathroom larger than the one back home, grateful that she wouldn't have to share with Ethan, then sat down on the rim of the whirlpool tub. She longed for a good bubbly soak, but no way was she going to lay around naked and wet when Ethan was just in the other room. Next time he left, though, she was going to enjoy herself. She quickly unpacked, her small wardrobe looking even more pathetic hanging in a small corner of the gigantic closet. She wasn't normally much of a shopper, had too many other plans for her money, but decided she'd have to give herself a clothing allowance. Might as well avail herself of everything New York had to offer. She could just imagine Cassandra leering at her, and she said out loud, "And that does not include Ethan O'Connor." She glanced at the bedroom door guiltily, then laughed. It was going to take some getting used to living with someone. She took a speedy shower, making sure all doors were locked between her and Ethan, then changed into a long-sleeve shirt and lounge pants for bed. She turned out the lights and opened the window shade. The city lights glittered in the night, and she watched for hours, trying to get used to the thoughts of all those people crammed together. Los Angeles might be a good-sized city, but it didn't compare to cramped New York at all. A soft knock on her door made her jump. She looked at the door, debating whether to open it or not, and finally got up, tiptoeing across the carpet. She opened the door a crack and peeked out at him. He was dressed in a t-shirt and green plaid cotton pants. She looked down at his bare feet. He said,
"I just wanted to make sure you were settled in and didn't need anything."
She looked back up, breathing in and out slowly. "Nope, don't need anything."
"I'll be in the other room if you do."
Oh, she knew exactly where he was. He didn't need to paint a picture. He smiled. "Good night, honey." She shut the door in his face again, making sure the lock clicked. His chuckle came through loud and clear through the flimsy door. She crawled into bed, keeping the window open and staring out at the night, and wondering how she was ever going to fall asleep with Ethan just in the other room, with bare feet. She fell asleep less than 10 minutes later, not waking until the morning. They quickly established a routine. Ethan went to work in the morning, and Mackenzie practiced sleeping in. She wasn't very good at it, but lounging around in her pajamas until noon felt nearly as decadent. And then Ethan would come home for lunch, change into his tourist clothes, and drag her around New York. She'd stopped pretending to hate it after the second day. She loved it all. The sounds, the smells, the sheer humanity, the subway. Ethan had taken her on it that second day, and she'd refused to get in his car ever since. She thought it might very well be the best thing about New York. Ethan came home that day carrying a tabloid. He held it up and glared at her. She said, "I guess this engagement isn't keeping you out of the tabloids." He looked at her as if the fault lay entirely on her shoulders. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't call Star and tell them you paid me $1 million to be your fiancé."
"And your friend?"
She hoped not. She wouldn't.
She looked at the picture of him, serious and unsmiling, and the caption, $1 million for a wife. She said, "You know no one is going to believe it."
I want to know who told. Who knows about this?
Cassandra, that's it. You think I want it to get out that I'm a sucker? That I would agree to marry you for a measly $1 million?
Measly. I could get any woman to marry me for free.
She laughed. I know. Everybody knows you don't have to pay a woman to do anything to you. She flipped through the rag. They didn't get it quite right. I'm not marrying you. We're only going to be engaged for 6 weeks. Now, if the headline had been $1 million for pretend engagement, you might have something to worry about. He tapped it savagely.
It's eerily close to the truth.
What's that saying? Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades? He narrowed his eyes.
Why isn't there a huge picture of you on the front? Isn't that what I'm paying you for?
She opened the magazine and showed him the teeny picture of herself below another giant one of him. You really think they're going to put that on the front compared to you? She shook her head. You should have got someone more photogenic than yourself. I'm surprised I'm in there at all. He looked closely.
Especially with that expression on your face.
At least it's not a picture of me climbing my fence.
That's all I have to be grateful for these days.
She watched him moodily flip through the pictures and took pity on him. I've got a Hershey's bar in my purse. He shook his head.
It's just not the same as stealing it from your secret stash.
I'm just thankful you haven't found this one yet. His head came up.
Are you saying there is a big pile of chocolate hidden in this apartment somewhere?
How could you not have known that? You were the #1 reason I ever needed to dip into my stash, and now I live with you? She laughed. Yes, I have a stash. Good luck finding it. He wasn't going to find anything, especially since she didn't have a secret stash anywhere. She, surprisingly, hadn't needed it. Quitting her job had gotten rid of a lot of her stress, and, who could have guessed, but living with Ethan was actually less stressful than working for him. He got to his feet, spinning in a low circle.
You've been here less than a week.
Desperate times. She watched him stalk off to her bedroom, his eyes glittering, the tabloids forgotten. It's not in there, she called after him. He opened the door to her room.
Maybe not, but it gives me an excuse to rifle through your drawers.
She followed him, leaning against the door jamb and watching him open and close drawers. He took an unreasonably long time looking through her underwear drawer. She said again, It's not in there.
I just want to leave no stone unturned.
You mean no panty unturned. He held up a black lace thong that Mackenzie was sure was not hers. He said,
Yep, that's what I meant.
He stuffed the panties into his back pocket, and she fought a grin. She'd have to tell Cassandra her panties had found a way into his back pocket after all. He squeezed pockets and turned her boots upside down. She said, That's disgusting. I wouldn't keep chocolate in my shoes.
I'm just being thorough. Don't take it personally.
It's not in here. He shrugged and headed for her bathroom. She ran to block the door and gripped the casing tight in case he tried to go through her. She said, That's even more disgusting than shoes.
I assume it's wrapped. It's not like the bathroom can contaminate it.
Yes, it could. There would be bathroom germs all over the wrapper, and then you'd open it and the germs would transfer and contaminate it.
Just by opening the wrapper?
She nodded, and he folded his arms.
Is this that germ thing again? Maybe you should see someone. I can get you the name of a good therapist.
Yeah, you seem like you've got a few issues you're trying to work through. He took another step forward, trying to look over her shoulder. She shook her head. It's a bathroom. What do you think I'm hiding in there?
Chocolate, for one thing.
I swear on the life of your mother that there is nothing hiding in my bathroom. He laughed and took another big step towards her.
Now I have to see what you're hiding in there.
It's just the usual monthly bathroom stuff.
He cocked his head. Is that what this is all about? And here I was getting all excited you had something good in there. I don't, he said. Swear on the life of your mother and I'll believe it.
She's dead.
I'm sorry. She ignored his pity.
I'll swear on her grave.
He touched her hand. Okay, I believe you.
He ran his eyes down her body, lingering on her pant legs.
But there is chocolate somewhere. Those jeans are awfully baggy on you. Maybe you're hiding the chocolate in your pants?
She laughed.
Keep your friends close, your chocolate closer.
He took another step forward, crowding her. She pushed him back.
You stay back.
You haven't had enough time to find a really good hiding spot yet. It's gotta be somewhere close.
I'm not walking around with chocolate strapped to my legs.
What was that? I can't hear you over all that crinkling.
He shuffled forward, his body pressing against hers from knee to chest, and wrapping an arm around her waist. He whispered,
Careful. Don't want the bathroom germs to get you.
He took 2 gigantic steps back, dragging her with him, and flung her onto the bed. She squealed as she bounced and her heart thumped in her chest. He jumped onto the bed, straddling her and pinning her arms above her head.
Tell me one thing, Mackenzie, and I'll leave you alone.
He bent down and whispered in her ear,
Where is your secret stash?
She turned her head away. I'll never tell. I'll die first. He nuzzled her neck.
I can't decide if I'm happy you're being so stubborn. I do like chocolate, but you smell just as delicious.
Get off me!
Okay.
He didn't move. This is a bad idea.
As bad as me wearing your skin?
She blinked.
Is that on the table?
No. I'm just wondering where sex with me rates. Somewhere above serial killer?
She was silent, thinking it over. Finally, she said, Barely. She could feel his lips smile against her neck. He took a deep breath, inhaling her, his chest rising and falling against hers. He said,
I'm guessing today is a no, if you've got monthly stuff in your bathroom.
She nodded.
The monthly stuff was over, but today was still a big, big no. Absolutely no.
She just couldn't seem to say it. He groaned and flung himself onto the bed next to her. She stared at the ceiling, breathing, telling herself that she was not disappointed at all. He said,
Now I'm gonna need either some chocolate or some sex.
Without missing a beat, she said, Chocolate.
That's what I thought you'd say.
He grabbed her thigh and pulled himself to a sitting position. He patted her leg, then stood up.
I'm going down to the store. I need to satisfy at least one frustrated desire.
She watched him leave, her blood still pumping, her heart still thumping, her hormones still raging. Dear God in heaven, she was in trouble. They were only 1 week in, 5 to go, and his constant touching, petting, teasing, and just being there was wearing her down. As soon as she heard the front door close behind him, she took her cell into the bathroom and called Cassandra. The first words out of Cassandra's mouth were,
I didn't tell about the $1,000,000.
Mackenzie breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, I didn't think you would.
But you had to ask. I'm sorry. How are you going to make it up to me?
Mackenzie laughed. A prepaid appointment to turn you Anna Nicole blonde?
That would work. Or a picture of a certain someone naked.
I'm not sending you that.
Spoil sport. Mackenzie tried not to think about a certain someone naked.
I can't send you what I haven't seen.
Well, get cracking. You've already been there a week. What's taking so long?
I need someone to cool me down, not incite me some more.
Some more? Is he inciting you?
Cassandra squealed. Oh, please tell me he is.
He doesn't mean anything by it. He's just like that.
I'm pretty sure it's my job in this relationship to not take anything he says or does seriously. Oh, she knew he'd jump in the sack at the first hint she was willing. But it wouldn't be serious. He wasn't ever serious. She was constantly surprised that no one else could see that about him. Cassandra breathed in deeply. You have a relationship with Ethan Howell O'Connor. I swear to God, you had better take advantage of that before you come back. I'm hanging up now. You are of absolutely no use to me. You are going to have a hard time finding anyone to tell you not to jump on that while you have the chance. I bet his mother would. Cassandra laughed. I would love to hear that conversation. Record it for me, would you? I'll keep her in mind if it looks like I'm losing the use of my brain and need some shock therapy. She might need to put the woman's number on speed dial soon. Mackenzie hung up and walked around the apartment, making sure Ethan was still gone, then made a second lap with the Hershey bar from her purse, searching for a good hiding place. She was going to have to buy some more next time she was out. One candy bar did not a stash make, and if the tabloids were going to keep ganging up on Ethan, he was going to need the distraction. Chapter 6. Ethan passed 3 convenience stores before he decided he should go in to get a Snickers. Chocolate was not exactly what he wanted right then, but it looked like it was as close as he was going to get. When this thing with Mackenzie had first started, he hadn't really planned on sleeping with her. She was going to be his buffer from other women, give him a break. But sometime after signing the prenup, it had become all he thought about. Since that kiss in the limo, hell, since the softball game, chasing Mackenzie Wyatt had become the only game he was interested in. Her objections were getting weaker. Her pauses were getting longer. Instead of tightening up when he got near, she got looser. Instead of cutting him down when he crossed the line, she was getting flustered. Flustered, but still fighting. The thought of Mackenzie flustered and fighting, naked beneath him, was driving him crazy. He grabbed the first candy bar, ripped open the wrapper, and took a big bite. The woman behind the counter watched him and fanned her shirt. He smiled at her. I'll pay for it. I'm just not sure how many I'm gonna need. She nodded slowly, and when he licked caramel off his lips, her eyes widened and her mouth opened. Ethan took another bite and remembered Mackenzie's pulse pounding against his lips. Bad idea? He didn't think so. He was pretty sure she didn't really think so either, but not entirely. He was going to have fun getting her to yes, if it didn't kill him first. He grabbed a second bar, decided he didn't need to give the shop girl any more of a show, and paid. He walked back outside and couldn't think of anywhere he wanted to be except back home with Mackenzie, or out with Mackenzie if they weren't going to get naked. But he couldn't go back home yet if they weren't going to get naked. A man had limits. He needed to burn some energy, get rid of some of his sexual frustration, because chocolate just wasn't working. He thought about heading to the gym, wondering if Mackenzie would go with him. Then he grinned. He'd take Mackenzie to the batting cages, get rid of his frustration, and maybe talk her into wearing some short shorts while they knocked some balls around. He couldn't think of any better of a day, if they weren't going to get naked. A few days later, Mackenzie handed him a typed piece of paper when he came home at lunch. What's this? A bill for all the balls jokes. You reminded me. He glanced at it, then looked up at her. You're kidding. I don't think I am. I just paid you $1 million. And a half. We're quibbling over $500,000, and you give me a bill for $57,000? You're the one who keeps opening your mouth without thinking it through. Just because it's costing more each time doesn't mean you shouldn't have to pay for the earlier blunders. He snapped his mouth shut. I'm not paying for this. Why not? You agreed to it. Circumstances have changed. You mean instead of making embarrassing sexual comments in front of my coworkers, you are now making sure the world believes that I am sleeping with you.
Somehow, I don't think the circumstances have changed in my favor. He muttered.
You are really hung up on that.
He looked down at the paper again, and she said, It's itemized. He read through it slowly.
So it is. Good thing we didn't have to go through all the balls every time we walked you. Cheaper to just send you to your base.
She showed him her teeth, and he grinned.
Fine, I guess the memory is worth $57,000.
She waited. He said,
Do you want me to whip out my checkbook right this minute?
Maybe we should wait. You'll probably do something else soon. She tapped her chin. I wonder if I can get that $500,000 out of you next time. He shook his head.
I usually just buy jewelry. I've never actually had to write a check before.
He glanced down at her empty hand.
Where is your ring? Don't tell me you've lost it.
I haven't lost it. I just don't like wearing it. He narrowed his eyes, unreasonably unhappy she didn't like wearing it.
Go get it.
She stared at his expression. I didn't lose it.
Go get it.
She sighed, then grabbed a stool from the kitchen and headed for her bedroom. He followed and said,
You need to wear it every time you go outside.
It's too big. I keep catching it on things.
Like what?
Like my jeans. I try to put something in my pocket and it gets caught. It's irritating.
What you're telling me is the ring is too big?
She nodded. He shook his head at her back.
How can a diamond engagement ring be too big? Too small, sure. Too big? Absurd.
She walked into her closet, placing the stool right in the middle of the room. He said,
What are you doing?
Getting my ring. She climbed up on the stool, unscrewed the frosty dome on the ceiling light, and took out a small white envelope. He shook his head and took the envelope from her.
I have a safe.
Then you should keep it in there. He laughed silently, watching her screw the dome back on, then helped her down from the stool.
Seriously? In a light fixture?
I didn't want the housekeeper to accidentally find it. He snorted.
You didn't want me finding it while I was looking for your stash. Do you have valuables hidden all over your house?
Of course not. I have a safe deposit box.
I don't know whether to believe you or not. You hid things in your office, you're hiding things here.
He opened up the envelope, dumping out the ring. He grabbed her hand and slid it onto her finger.
Wear it.
She looked down at her hand, wiggling her finger and watching the ring sparkle, then took it back off and handed it to him. You try it. Put it on your finger and put your hand in your pocket.
It can't be so big of a deal that you have to hide it in a light to keep from wearing it.
She crossed her arms and nodded towards his hand. Just try it. He laughed, sliding the ring as far up his finger as it would go. He slid his hand into his pocket, the ring catching. She nodded. Now do it 20 more times and you'll start to understand.
That's
annoying. He tried it again, reluctant to agree with her.
A little, but this is the first complaint I've ever heard about it.
Do the women you date not have pockets? He shrugged, thinking back. Mackenzie was quite a bit more fond of jeans and pants than any of his previous girlfriends. He hadn't seen a glimpse of her legs since the limo. He said,
Maybe it's like high heels, worth the pain.
It's not to me. He smiled at her.
Okay, we'll go get something else.
She shook her head. We've only got a few weeks left. I don't really need a ring.
An engagement's not real unless there's a ring on your finger.
Show me where that's written.
I'll have my grandma bring over a copy.
She pouted. I don't want a ring.
Too bad. It shows the world that you're taken.
She gave him a look. That's just lovely. Where's your private property stamp?
A man doesn't get one until he's actually married.
I like where this conversation is going. I'm starting to smell $500,000. He laughed again, taking the ring off his finger. He held it up to the light.
You're really not going to wear this?
She shook her head. No.
I guess it was just supposed to be a temporary one anyway. Let's go get you the real one." He took her hand in his and began pulling her out of the closet. She dug in her heels. He said, "You really don't want me picking it out, do you? I believe in the bigger is better mantra.
I'll just find somewhere else to hide it.
Or you could come with me and pick one you'll actually wear." "I'm not sure we're ever going to meet on this issue. I'll pick small ones and you'll pick big ones. This engagement will be over before we can agree." "What else are we going to do today?" "You should really go back to work." "Hey, I haven't taken a vacation in years either, and I get the feeling shopping with you is going to be a new and entertaining experience." He tugged gently. "Didn't we have fun going to the zoo?" "I feel like I should say no." "You can say it as many times as you want. I'm not going to believe it." She shrugged.
It was fun imagining feeding you to the lions.
"That's why we spent so much time watching the polar bear cub."
She was pretty cute, and in a year or two, I could feed you to her.
He nodded, finally understanding. "Oh, you were taking notes." She snickered. He took a deep breath, inhaling her laugh. He took a step toward her. "Or we could stay in." She blew out a breath, looking around as if just realizing they were in her bedroom, and started pushing him out of the closet. She said, "We'll take the subway." And he nodded. "Of course we will." The subway was crowded, and they remained standing when they got in the car. Ethan wrapped his arm around her waist. She glared at him, and he grinned at her, and kept his arm around her. She leaned into him and said, "You're just nervous about riding the subway." He nodded. "Absolutely. That guy over there is staring at me." She glanced where he was looking and saw 3 guys in suits, all of them reading. She shook her head but didn't say anything else. They watched people getting on and off, and Ethan tried not to think about how he could feel her heat through his shirt and how she smelled like a mix of laundry soap and warm female, and really didn't think about why the smell of laundry soap was messing with his libido. He grabbed her hand when they exited and joined the mob climbing the stairs. When they stepped into daylight, she tried to tug her hand free. He held tight, and she looked down at their hands intertwined. "What are you doing?" "Holding your hand." She looked back up, the alarm clear on her face. "Out here? Why?" "Because you don't have a ring wrapped around your finger, and I'm feeling the need to lay my claim." She tried to pull her fingers away, and he held on. She said, "Lay your claim? You're just trying to get me mad." "Actually, I'm just trying to distract you long enough to get you into a clothes store." She shook her head. "I will go shopping, but not with you." "Why not? I have fashion sense, and dressing you in short skirts and high heels sounds like fun." "That's only one of the reasons why I'm not going shopping with you." "But we need to get rid of that muumuu. Maybe today." Honestly, a muumuu. She couldn't broadcast any clearer that she was planning on getting through their 6 weeks together without getting naked. It would piss him off if he wasn't enjoying the challenge so much. He was enjoying the challenge, damn it. She squinted her eyes at him. "Have you been talking to Cassandra?" "I don't need to. I've got eyes, and I don't think that muumuu does what you want it to." "I want to be comfortable." "I want to rip it off your body and throw it in the garbage." She jerked, and he adjusted his hold on her hand. She said, "It makes me want to go to Hawaii." He cocked his head. "Where you will wear a bikini and high heels, because I can take some time off." "I'm sensing a trend. Do you need to stock up on some late-night reading material?" He looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "No." "'Cause if you need to take care of something, you should do it." He grumbled under his breath and dragged her into a jewelry store. It was quiet and cool inside, and a few well-dressed customers were already being helped. Ethan bent his head into Mackenzie and indicated a woman looking at earrings. He said softly, "She doesn't seem to have a problem with large rings." Mackenzie murmured,
I notice she doesn't have any pockets either. He nodded.
I think we've figured out it's a pocket problem, not a jewelry problem. We could skip this store and go buy you some new clothes instead.
Why don't we just skip all the stores and call it a day?
Only if you slip back into that muumuu when we get home.
She turned her head away from him and saw Ellen and Christine coming in the door. She yanked her hand out of Ethan's. What in the world? He looked up.
I invited Mother and Grandma.
Mackenzie let out a low groan. You have got to be kidding me.
They like shopping, and they know jewelry.
You don't bring your mother along when you're buying an engagement ring.
I didn't do such a bang-up job of picking out your first ring, and I thought you were probably right that we would never come to an agreement. I needed reinforcements.
I think we could have handled it between the two of us. His mother ignored Mackenzie to kiss Ethan on the cheek.
I thought you already got her a ring.
She didn't like it.
His mother sniffed.
I thought it was lovely.
Ethan said,
She thinks it's too big.
And Ellen chuckled. She said,
You keep him guessing, girlie.
Shards of ice shot out of his mother's eyes, and she wandered away, taking out her cell phone. Mackenzie muttered, Let's get this over with. 30 minutes later, they were still arguing. Ellen had snorted at Mackenzie's first choice, saying no O'Connor would buy a piece of wire for his bride. Christine had murmured, Does it even matter? While staring at Mackenzie with her icy eyes, Ethan kept pulling out rings too big, too expensive, too noticeable. Anything but what Mackenzie would be comfortable wearing. He leaned in close.
Doesn't it worry you that my mother is agreeing with every choice you make? I think you should take it as a sign.
She'd take it as a sign that at least one other person wanted to get out of that store as bad as she did. Christine smiled and waved when a tall, buxom redhead entered the store. The redhead kissed Christine's cheek, leaned her boobs into Ethan's face, and looked Mackenzie up and down. The woman turned out to be a fashion consultant, and she grabbed Mackenzie's hands, turning her this way and that. The woman laughed and said, A minimalist marrying into the O'Connor family? She smiled at Christine. Now I understand why you needed me to rush down here. Mackenzie glared at Ethan, then at Christine, and when the vixen/consultant brought over a selection of rings that no one objected to, Mackenzie glared at the rings. There was just something about having her ring chosen by a consultant chosen by Christine, a consultant who kept pressing herself against Ethan and giving him come-hither looks when she thought Mackenzie wasn't looking, while they were shopping for an engagement ring. Ethan's grandma said,
You're going to have to choose something. An engagement's not.
Mackenzie interrupted her.
I've heard the saying.
She pointed to the smallest of the lot. What did it matter, anyway? She was only going to be wearing it for a couple more weeks. She wondered if they had a return policy. The consultant smiled and said, Now, clothes. Ethan quickly thanked her, eyeing Mackenzie's mutinous expression, saying he was saving that pleasure for himself. The consultant giggled. Christine looked like she wanted to vomit, and Mackenzie couldn't decide whether to laugh or vomit herself. Ellen grabbed Christine in one hand and the consultant in the other.
Now that we've helped solve the ring emergency, we'll leave these two lovebirds to shop alone.
Mackenzie didn't even argue with her. As soon as they left the store, Mackenzie dug a chocolate bar out of her purse. Ethan eyed it, then her.
Thank you for not attacking the consultant or my mother.
I do have some tact. It's just when you're annoying me that I can't seem to control it. He took her hand, looked at the ring.
Control is overrated, anyway. Are you going to wear this ring?
She took her hand back, shoving it in and out of her pocket a few times. It's okay, she said, and he laughed and laughed. Mackenzie felt marginally better and put the chocolate back in her purse. She said, The consultant was pretty. Your type.
She didn't know why she said that. Every woman was his type.
You could probably get her number from your mother, take care of that problem you're having.
He glanced down at her lips. I am a one-man woman, Mackenzie, and right now, you're my woman.
She tried to feel offended by that, but all she felt was a flop in her belly.
He grabbed her hand when they left the store, and she said,
You can let go. I'm wearing a ring now.
He shook his head. Now I'm used to it. I don't have to worry that I'm losing you in the crowd.
They spent the day roaming.
They ate. Ethan tried to get her inside a few clothing stores and failed, and they finally spent a couple of hours in a bookstore, comparing investing books. She bought a few, saying,
Now that I'm part of the idle rich.
And he snorted. How much longer do you think you're going to last having nothing to do? She held up a book.
I'll have to invest my millions. That's something to do.
Million, singular. You'll be surprised how quickly that goes.
He took the bag of books in one hand and her hand in the other when they left the store. He said,
Really? What are you going to do if you don't go back to work?
When? And I don't know. Move to some middling town? She thought. Or maybe travel?
And do what?
See the world?
Boring. You don't want to see it, you want to conquer it.
She couldn't argue with that, and she shrugged.
She didn't know what she was going to do when this was all over. He said, Don't leave. You can move to the London office and I'll stay away until it all blows over. Go see if you can win over a foreign market with your particular brand of charm. She could feel her blood start heating at the thought of a new challenge, and she pushed it back down. She said,
Doesn't HGC have offices in Tokyo? Now there would be a real challenge.
He groaned. HGC, I forbid you to work for them in any country.
She laughed.
Good thing for you that I'm getting used to sleeping in. He muttered, I should have forbid you from working for them in the prenup.
You've still got that $500,000 to work with.
It would almost be worth it.
She smiled at him, and he shook his head.
I'm saving it for a real emergency. You'd work for HGC a week before you realized they were a bunch of sneaky, no-good thieves only out for themselves and come crawling back to me.
You're just pissed that Bob Givens got the cover of Forbes.
He glowered at her, and she patted his arm with her free hand.
Just remember you look better on your cover, and probably sold more copies.
Did I? Look better?
Of course you did. And you actually said something instead of just hyping your company.
He looked mollified, then said, It's because he went public.
He shook his head.
Now he's focused on selling bits of his company instead of selling product.
She shook her head. It's because he's not making any money. He only has hype.
Revenue has tripled. What a fantastic year.
And he forgets to mention that costs have quintupled.
He looked at her. Would you buy stock in it?
She shook her head, then paused. I might trade it. HGC is flavor of the month right now, but when the buzz fades... She shook her head.
I'll be shorting it at the first hint of a turnaround. Would you buy into O'Connor?
She looked at him in surprise. Are you thinking of going public?
Not while there is breath left in my body,
he said, and she laughed.
But if we did, would you buy it?
She shrugged. I'd have to see a few years of annual reports first.
He smiled slightly and squeezed her hand. Come on, tell me you would.
The OC will be there to mop up HGC's clients when they go bankrupt. So, probably I would buy stock.
Then why didn't you take the shares when I offered?
Because I have a personal issue with the owner. He keeps stealing my chocolate.
He nodded at the doorman, then leaned down to murmur, I'll have to think of a way to make that up to you.
He held onto her hand on the elevator ride up to the apartment, and all the while he stroked her hand with his thumb. Up, down, on the inside of her palm, again and again. Her breathing picked up, and her skin became extremely sensitive. She tried to pull her hand out of his, and he pulled her out of the elevator and down the hallway.
He shut the door and crowded her back up against it. She said, "You can stop now." He leaned down and whispered in her ear,
"I'm just getting back at you for the reading material crack."
"It wasn't a crack, it was a legitimate concern." He nuzzled her neck.
"That's nice. How concerned are you?"
He scraped her neck with his teeth, and her hands curled into fists. She shook her head, but couldn't get any breath past her lips. He paused, his mouth hovering over hers.
"I'm going to kiss you."
Mackenzie thought about his mother inviting that red-headed vixen to pick out her engagement ring, and murmured, "Okay." He moved his lips a smidgen closer.
I was looking more for God, yes, or what took you so long.
She found some spare air in her lungs and said, "Okay is all you're going to get." He ran his hand down her hip.
"Is that so?"
She nodded, and he smiled. He laid his lips against hers and whispered,
"Ethan, God, yes."
She looked at him out of lidded eyes and whispered back, "It's never going to happen." She rose onto her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck, and opened her mouth. He groaned and kissed her, his tongue coming out to play. His hand slid up her shirt, and he said,
"Aren't you tired of fighting it yet?"
Oh, she was. Tired of her stomach flopping every time he got near. Tired of his cologne turning her panties into one big wet puddle. Tired of being the only person trying to keep their relationship not a relationship. But she said, "I live to fight." Ethan ran his tongue up her ear.
"Don't I know it? I've been imagining you fighting beneath me for weeks."
Weeks? It felt like years since she'd moved in with him. She said, "Who says I'd be beneath you?" He grabbed the back of her thighs, lifting her and pinning her against the door.
"I remember. You like to be on top."
She wrapped her legs around his waist, felt his hands cup her butt, felt her control slipping. She tilted her head back, stared holes into the ceiling, and tried to talk some sense into herself. He was Ethan Howell O'Connor. He was a celebrity playboy. He dated models and debutantes. He was too handsome, too charming. He was a charming rat bastard, the kind of man she hated most in the world. He was a charming rat bastard who was slowly grazing his stubble across her exposed neck, slowly kneading her butt with his magic fingers. Oh, so slowly, pushing himself against her, rhythmically banging her against the front door. He wasn't ever serious, always playing some game. He hefted her higher, fitting himself even more snugly between her open thighs. She thought he seemed pretty serious about this. She might have bit his earlobe when he whispered her name. She might have whimpered when his fingers dipped down the back of her jeans. He exhaled, letting her slide slowly down the door, still trapped against him, still feeling every last inch of him. He took a step backwards, grabbing her hands and pulling her away from the door. He said,
"You're better mine."
His eyes bore into hers. His hands held hers. She mentally counted down the days. 4 more weeks of this? 4 more weeks of a near-constant barrage of Ethan Howell O'Connor trying to get into her pants? She wasn't going to last. Maybe if they got this out of the way, he would lose interest, move on to the next game. Plus, she really, really wanted to. She said, "The hell with it. Mine." He smiled slowly and kissed her for one long moment. Then he bent, hoisted her fireman style over his shoulder, and briskly walked toward her bedroom.
"Excellent choice."
Ethan lay where he was for a few minutes. He'd get off her in a second, but he was relearning how to breathe. There was definitely something to be said for the chase. He pushed up, finding her flushed and sweaty beneath him, and said,
That was nice.
Her eyes opened slowly, the gold nearly engulfed by black. She blinked, focusing on him, then stretched. Nice and short.
I'm surprised we lasted that long. I haven't had to work that hard to get into a woman's panties since I turned 16.
She huffed a laugh, and he pushed himself off her, laying on his side next to her. He fingered a few love marks on her pale skin. She closed her eyes again, and he studied her face. Soft and relaxed, so unlike her normal ferocious intensity. He felt a stab of half-regret, half-fear. Maybe Mackenzie wasn't as O'Connor-proof as he'd thought. He said,
"We're still safe here, right? This was just a friendly tickle between friends?"
Her mouth curved. A tickle? Was that what that was?
"It's just that we happen to be engaged, and I happen to be a one-woman man."
She opened her eyes and looked at him, clearly amused. You've really got a thing about that. He rolled onto his back.
You try having that phrase drummed into your brain since childhood and see if you don't have a thing.
Mackenzie scooted under the covers, rolling onto her stomach and plopping her chin in her hands. Are you telling me that you have issues?
Everyone has issues. It's a rule.
And yours is? He crawled under the covers with her, and their knees bumped.
If I tell you, I have to marry you.
She shivered. Sorry, involuntary reaction. I was picturing your mother's face when you told her we were getting married for real. He froze, and she said, You're supposed to laugh, not look terrified.
I've been here too many times to laugh about casual wedding comments.
She stared at him before letting out a loud laugh. You think I'm planning a wedding now? I've hopped into bed with you, so I must be laying here dreaming of white dresses and pink flowers.
He groaned. You already know what color flowers?
A smile broke over her face. You're seriously freaked, aren't you? He had been, but was starting to realize he probably shouldn't be. She seemed to find the thoughts of marrying him extremely funny. She leaned close and murmured, You just think you're irresistible, don't you? He snaked his arm around her waist, running his hand down her naked back.
I would like to refer to Exhibit A.
And I would like to refer to the last 2 weeks of you trying to get in my pants. I simply couldn't take it anymore.
Wore you down, huh?
It's not really a compliment. I don't know why you're smiling.
I'll take whatever works with you.
She started to scoot away, and he clamped his arm around her. He said,
That was a compliment. I've never wanted to sleep with a woman more. I'd be happy no matter what made you change your mind.
That's not as big a compliment as you think. You only wanted to sleep with me because you're a horny bastard and you trapped yourself into being celibate for 6 weeks. Ethan blinked, trying to remember if he'd ever been called any kind of bastard before. She said, You could have gone and got yourself some strange, but no. Ethan Howell O'Connor is a one-woman man.
I don't know why you're getting mad about it.
She tried to pull away from him again, but he kept her anchored. He was enjoying the feel of her breasts pressed against him, enjoying her breath coming faster and faster, the flush returning to her skin. She really was getting angry with him. He stroked his thumb along the rise of her buttock.
I'm pretty sure it was you I wanted to sleep with. I don't want you thinking any woman would have done.
I'm pretty sure it was you I didn't want to sleep with, but you kept touching me.
So it was the touching that did it.
He brought his other hand up to stroke her shoulder. Her eyebrows slammed down. I should have bought you a hooker. He shook his head.
Never would have happened. I'm not the kind of man who cheats on a woman. I don't ever want to be that kind of man, so I won't let myself slip even once. Even with a woman who is only technically my woman. Even if that woman gave me permission. Don't ever call me your woman again. Not even technically. He laughed and she poked his side. She said,
Remember, you have some unprotected soft bits within striking distance. He murmured.
It's not that soft.
At her outraged look, he said,
You're threatening me. Seems to really get my motor running.
Sick bastard.
A horny bastard and a sick bastard? That seems unlikely. I would have heard something about it before now.
She said, I would like to refer to Exhibit A. And he laughed. When she started to go for Exhibit A, he pushed her onto her back, grabbing her hands and trapping them against the bed. She started to fight him for real, and he was forced to drop his full weight onto her. Her breath whooshed out, and he said quickly, hoping to distract her,
If I'm going to give half of the O'Connor fortune to my wife, I can't give her any reason to destroy it. That's why the O'Connors are one-woman men, why I have to be.
Mackenzie was panting shallowly, and he eased off her ribcage slightly. She took a deep breath and said, Or you could just not give her half your fortune.
It's tradition.
She raised one eyebrow. That's no excuse. It wasn't an excuse. He didn't have to give away half his fortune to get married. But ever since he'd started noticing girls, he'd known that money changed things. Money changed how people acted around him, what they hid from him, how they responded to him. Knowing he would have to give half of his shares ensured he would take it slow when it came time to settle down. It was insurance against tricking himself into thinking he'd found a woman worthy of the O'Connor name when he really hadn't. Ethan said,
My great-grandfather thought he was in love when he got married, and realized too late that she'd conned him, that he'd let himself be conned. He never would have married my great-grandmother if he'd had to give her half his fortune.
I don't know that any man would get married if he had to give half his fortune to do it. She cocked her head. Or any woman, for that matter.
Maybe not, but it worked for my grandfather and it worked for my father. They had long, happy marriages because they were sure of the women they married, because their women were sure of them.
I could maybe see where they were going with this, but all it's done is freaked you out. Not only do you have to give half your money to your wife, you have to give all your pecker as well. Any man would balk at that. He stared at her, relaxing his grip on her wrists in surprise. She said, Just don't do it.
Don't do what? Give all my pecker or half my shares?
He snorted, trying to keep his face in line. Just choose one, sign a prenup. She rolled her eyes to the heavens and mumbled, For the love of God, sign a prenup. Forever, love is just luck. Your grandfather and father got lucky.
Now who's got issues?
Oh, it's you. All you. Mackenzie thrust one hip up, rolling him over onto his back and climbing on top of him. She trapped his wrists in her hands and leaned forward, her weight pinning him to the bed. He grinned at her and she said, You can just give your future wife a nice severance package in case of divorce and keep your company. And then give her all your pecker. He barked out a laugh.
Please stop saying that. It puts a picture in my head I'm afraid I won't ever get out.
I'm just saying that if I was your wife, I would be more concerned about love and fidelity than a couple $1 million. His eyebrows rose.
A couple $1 million?
Mackenzie narrowed her eyes. A couple $100 million. She shrugged her shoulders and Ethan didn't bother keeping his eyes on her face. She said, I don't think a wife is worth $50 million. Any wife. He looked back up into her eyes.
Now you're just fishing.
She laughed, leaning back and taking her weight off his wrists. Don't tell me. It'll just make me want to break out the snake oil. He sat up, wrapping his arms around her and whispering a number into her ear. She choked. That's just disgusting. Why would any one person need that much money?
You getting the itch to relieve me of some of it?
Ethan laughed at her guilty look, squeezing her.
I don't believe you. I already tried to give you part of O'Connor Capital, and you turned me down flat. That's not the action of a gold digger."
She looked at him through lidded eyes. Maybe I'm just waiting for half.
He didn't feel even a blip of fear when she brought up marrying him this time.
"You'd have to marry me for real to get it. I don't think you're willing to pay that price."
She ran her hand down his arm slowly, fluttering her eyelashes at him.
My information about your net worth has changed recently. It's making me doubt how much I detest you.
He grinned.
"You can lie all you want to yourself, but I know you don't detest me, no matter how much you try and make yourself."
She stopped the fluttering and said matter-of-factly, "You're too beautiful not to detest."
"I find that a strange reaction to beauty."
And all that money, ugh.
He laughed. "What if I gave it all away? Would that help?"
She groaned. "And then you would just be altruistic. There's no hope for you, I'm afraid." He nuzzled her neck.
"No hope. None at all."
Mackenzie breathed in, sliding her body down to sit on his lap. She sounded only a little reluctant when she said,
Maybe a little.
Chapter 7. Ethan didn't bother going into work for even half the day. He spent it naked, making up for the last week. He'd gotten her into his bed halfway through the day, mainly because her bed was covered in melted chocolate. Chocolate and Mackenzie went hand in hand, in more ways than one. Ethan breathed in and out and looked over at a sweaty and satiated Mackenzie Wyatt. He said,
"You like me. Admit it."
She opened her eyes slowly. "What is this pathological need you have of everyone having to like you?"
"What is this pathological need you have of being a hard ass?"
He rolled onto his side and ran a finger down the inside of her arm.
"We're in bed after a nice bounce on the sheets. You can admit you like me just a little. It would be weird if you didn't."
I might like you a little.
He tickled her side.
"Just a little?"
"If you didn't try and charm everybody, I might like you a little more." He grunted.
"What do you have against charm? And why don't you fall for it? You make me work so hard."
He laid his head in the crook of her neck and inhaled her scent.
"It's exhausting."
"I'd believe you were exhausted if you weren't poking me in the thigh right now."
"Just ignore him. He doesn't realize we're having a serious conversation."
She tried not to laugh, but he could tell she was biting her cheek to keep it in. He nudged her thigh.
"Come on, tell me. How can you resist me?"
She shrugged. "I'm immune."
"And I'm asking why you're immune."
"Does there have to be a reason I don't fall down dead at your feet?"
"Yes, I think there does. Who was he?"
She crossed her arms and stared at the ceiling. "Just a charming man who made me think he loved me." He laid his head on the pillow and stopped nudging her in the thigh.
"Do you still love him?"
"Of course I don't still love him. It was 10 years ago." He stayed silent, just watched her, and she rolled her eyes and sighed. "I thought that I was special, different, that with me there was real emotion behind the facade. There wasn't." Ethan looked at Mackenzie and tried to imagine her before she learned not to believe the lies charming men told. It wasn't hard to see. She would have looked like every other woman he could charm. He said,
"I'm sorry."
"Every girl gets the chance to be stupid once in her life. I had mine. I learned from it."
"I'm not him. I won't manipulate you."
She looked down at her naked body. "Uh-huh." He grinned.
"How about I won't make you fall in love with me just so I can sleep with you?"
"Since I've already slept with you, it does seem like it's unnecessary." Ethan rolled onto his back, mimicking Mackenzie, staring at the ceiling as if it held the answers to life's questions. He said,
"I'm not going to hurt you, right? You're not going to fall in love with me."
Mackenzie rolled onto her side and said huskily,
Every woman does.
He felt a little queasy at the thought.
Does she?
She patted his arm. You're so worried about that. I wouldn't fall in love with you for even half your fortune.
It's just I don't have a good track record.
She smiled at him and squeezed his hand. I'm immune, remember? I won't forget that you just can't help yourself. It's a disease.
It's not a disease. I like making people happy.
And it makes it easier for you to get your way. He looked at her, at the cynical glint in her eye.
I'm lucky I got you into bed, aren't I?
She nodded. Don't forget it. He leaned over, kissing her lightly.
I won't.
He held onto her hand and smiled into her eyes as he said,
As much as I would love to spend the rest of the evening right here, we're having dinner with Mother and Grandma in about an hour.
She groaned and rolled away from him, yanking her hand away. No, why? We just saw them yesterday.
Because I have dinner with them every week.
She groaned again. I thought last week's dinner was just to torture me.
I'm afraid it predates you.
Well, don't let me interrupt a long-standing tradition. I'll just have a night in. He stood up, looking around for his pants, and Mackenzie peeked at his naked butt. He looked over his shoulder and said,
Oh, that's too bad. I was going to say you could stay home if you weren't looking at my ass.
I was just seeing.
Maybe you can come up with something on the way to dinner.
She looked down again and thought it might be a fair trade-off. It was a pretty great ass. When he went into the bathroom, she jumped up and rushed out the door to her room. He yelled,
Hey, I wanted a peek too.
Mackenzie took a quick shower, trying to erase all signs that she'd spent the last 24 hours in bed. She couldn't erase her bone-deep lethargy. Amazing how good sex relaxed every muscle. She looked through her small wardrobe unhappily. She just didn't feel like dressing as a professional woman tonight. Now that she'd thrown caution to the winds, she wanted to look good. And if Ethan wanted to rip off her clothes, she didn't want it to be because he thought they belonged in the garbage. And, also, he had no problem destroying any garment he didn't like. She was going to have to go shopping just to have something to wear. She threw on the shortest skirt and the highest heels she'd brought and went to find Ethan. He was waiting for her, and he stared down at her legs when he saw her.
You never wore skirts to work?
He took her coat and held it out for her. She said, Work is work. Skirts are for fun. He cleared his throat.
You know, you still owe me a peek.
She smiled at him over her shoulder, and he said,
Ah, the hell with it. We're going to be late.
Mackenzie hid in her bathroom with her phone in her hand. She wouldn't admit it out loud, but she was kind of glad to have it. Maybe she would join the modern world and buy her own when she got back home. Cassandra answered on the first ring. Yo. Hey. You slept with him. You totally slept with him. Ah, best friends. Sometimes you didn't even have to say a word. Mackenzie sat down on the rim of the tub and said, I'm an idiot, a stupid idiot. Up for debate. Personally, I would have called you an idiot for not sleeping with him. You called me an idiot for even thinking of not sleeping with him. And was I right? Mackenzie closed her eyes and whispered, God, yes. Cassandra laughed. Tell me he's as good as he looks. Mackenzie sighed loudly. I really wish I could tell you he wasn't.
Scale of 1 to 10.
I'm not going to rate him. Just tell me that you are now ruined for life. Highly likely. She would never look at chocolate the same. That was for sure. Cassandra sighed, and Mackenzie gave her a moment to enjoy herself vicariously. Mackenzie said, His mother knows I slept with him. She took one look at me and nearly fainted. Dinner had been a spectacle. There was no other word for it. Ethan's grandma had helped a suddenly woozy Christine into her seat, put a glass of wine in her hand, and then ordered champagne for the table. And Ethan had sat next to his mother, patting her hand soothingly, and, every once in a while, petting Mackenzie's knee and sending his mother into another glass of alcohol. Mackenzie had almost felt bad for her. Almost. Mackenzie said, his mother could sell passive-aggressive lessons. She called a fashion consultant.
Oh, the horror.
You weren't there. This woman was tall, beautiful, had gorgeous red hair, and her boobs jiggled whenever she walked, and she kept leaning them into Ethan.
And you ripped her arms off?
No, I should have done that. Instead, I came home and slept with him.
I think that round goes to you.
Mackenzie was pretty sure that round went to Ethan. And then his mother called one of Ethan's ex-girlfriends and told her to show up at dinner. There was a long pause, and then Cassandra said in a low voice,
Okay, that is bitchy.
Thank you. Mackenzie had just been about to tell Ethan to stop torturing his mother when a Nordic goddess had descended on the table. Mackenzie reluctantly said, she was actually very sweet and didn't stay, but still. Sarah Milton had only come to tell Mackenzie that Ethan had never hit her, would never hit any woman. Mackenzie hadn't even been sure Christine had invited her to crash the dinner, except Ellen kept glaring at Christine, and Christine had kept trying to get Sarah to stay. Cassandra said,
And you came home and slept with Ethan again? Because that would really show his mother.
No, I came home and called you.
That round might go to his mother. Is Ethan completely oblivious?
Mackenzie thought of Ethan's face when his ex-girlfriend had shown up halfway through dinner. He'd been happy to see Sarah Milton and clearly found it hilarious that his mother was so blatant in her dislike of Mackenzie. Mackenzie was pretty sure he thought they were fighting for his entertainment. He thinks it's funny.
Maybe you should go show him it's not, and record it for me.
No, not happening.
Then at least tell me it's not all vanilla, that he's got some moves on him.
Mackenzie put her hand to her neck. She lifted her hair, looking at the red raised skin in the mirror. Not vanilla. There was chocolate involved.
Ooh, chocolate and sex.
And he did this thing where he bit my neck. There was silence, and then Cassandra screamed, "Oh my God! Why the hell are you calling me? Go and get back in bed with him." A girl's gotta take a break sometime, you know what I'm saying? No, I do not know what you're saying. I am in love with a gay man. I will never have him bite my neck. Go get back in that fucking bed and take one for the team. Mackenzie touched the sensitive skin, flushing as she remembered him lifting her skirt and taking her from behind, biting her. No wonder his mother had taken one look at them and known what they'd been doing. She hung up, turned out the light, and paused at the door. She'd already slept with him. She could sleep with him. He'd told her he'd be waiting for her. It was just... sleeping with him was one thing, a fun one thing, that really she'd forgiven herself for as soon as she'd done it. There was only so much Ethan a woman could take before she melted into a puddle at his feet. But sleeping with him felt like something else, something softer and more dangerous, something that real couples did, not fake engaged couples who couldn't keep their pants on. She peeked out her door to find his still open. She tiptoed down the hall, craning her neck to look inside. He was laying on his back, his arms behind his head, watching the door. When he saw her, he said, "Oh, good. I was afraid I was going to have to go get you." She crawled into his bed, lying down next to him and putting her head on his chest. He wrapped an arm around her and said, "Sarah is an old friend." Mackenzie nodded. "Your mother likes her."
Everyone thought she would be the girl, and she could have been. She's fierce and loyal, and she loves me.
You love her too. That had been plain for everyone to see. He had been delighted to see her, and with his arm around her, Mackenzie had seen why everyone thought Sarah Milton would be the one. They were perfect together, beautiful and poised and tabloid-worthy. Ethan nodded.
I do, but I wasn't sure if I loved her enough. I'm still not. I like her, and I love her, and I still couldn't take that last step.
He shook his head.
Even now, I know I could choose her, and she would never do anything to hurt the O'Connor name. I hurt her when I left, and she still would defend me with her last breath.
It was nice of her to come tell me you were innocent of breaking her nose, even if your mother invited her to. He was silent, and she popped her head up to find him grinning. She narrowed her eyes at him. I don't know why you think it's funny that your mother hates me. He laughed.
I honestly thought I could bring home a showgirl, and she would be beside herself with joy. It amuses me to know there is at least one woman out there she does not approve of.
Oh, yeah, what a laugh.
If you could see how my mother is with other women, you would laugh too.
Oh, Mackenzie could see how his mother was with other women. It wouldn't surprise her if Christine reserved a church whenever her son brought home a woman, just in case. Ethan said,
But you don't care that my mother hates you, right?
She laid her head back down. Of course I don't care.
Because if you did, I could keep her away from you for the next couple of weeks.
No weekly dinners? She felt him shake his head, felt his chest rumble under her ear as he said,
You just have to admit you care.
Mackenzie listened to his heartbeat, slow and steady and evil. You know, now I'm starting to hate you. He chuckled.
She'd like you if she really knew you.
I think that makes it worse.
I like you.
That's because I'm in your bed. Ethan made a disgusted sound in the back of his throat.
And now I'm picturing you in bed with my mother. Thanks for killing the mood.
She snickered, and he adjusted his arm, pulling her in tighter. He said,
I'm sure I can get the mood back tomorrow after I scrub my brain with bleach.
That's probably what your mother is doing right now. She looked like she wanted to douse me with her wine and light a match. He laughed.
I would say she wouldn't even know to think something like that, but since she's met you, I've seen a different side of her.
He paused.
And my grandma.
You think I've made both of them lose their mind?
My grandma was calling around trying to reserve a church when we left.
Mackenzie shuddered, and I thought I was really going to like her. She popped up again to glare at him. Tell me you have it under control.
It's coming back.
She gave him a light shove. Not that. Them. Tell me I'm not going to find a horse head in my bed or be forced down the aisle by shotgun. He cocked his head, thinking about it.
Maybe you should skip dinner next week.
Works for me. He pulled her on top of him.
But I'll need something in return.
She shook her head. Your crazy family was not part of the deal. He grinned.
My family only goes crazy around you. There's just something about you that throws us all off kilter.
Maybe I'm the anti-O'Connor.
My mother certainly thinks so.
She leaned closer to him and said softly, You just think that if you bring up your mother, I'll get upset enough to let you do all sorts of depraved things to me.
It's worked in the past.
I think she might be the anti-Wyatt. He chuckled.
So are you going to let me do all sorts of depraved things to you?
No. She put her lips to his ear. I'm going to do them to you.
I don't want to ruin the mood, but God bless my mother.
Shut up, O'Connor.
Shutting up, Wyatt.
Another week gone, another family dinner they'd all survived. Barely, with copious amounts of liquor all around. Mackenzie had persuaded Ethan that she needed a day to recover, so she was still in her pajamas when he came home. He saw her on the couch in her lounge pants and held up a takeout bag.
Lunch. Put something decent on and I'll share.
She looked down. What's wrong with this?
It's pajamas, it's boring, and it's on.
She got up, snagged his magazine, and headed back to the couch. This is what I wanted anyway.
You know that's not the Inquirer, right?
She laughed at him. You're the one who reads that. I prefer heavier tomes. He looked at the magazine in her hands and raised an eyebrow. She said, All right, I just prefer my fluff pieces to be about stocks.
And have you picked something to invest your million in yet?
Part of it. I'm looking at WestCon. He blinked, then laughed.
We're in negotiations to buy them out.
She sat up, thinking WestCon was suddenly looking a real winner. Oh, really? He wagged his finger at her.
Which means no buying or selling for you, Ms. Wyatt. That would be insider trading.
She put her hands over her ears. Don't tell me anything else. He shook his head, grinning.
I'd better tell you everything we're looking at. The SEC wouldn't care about you being my fake fiancé.
She slouched on the couch, pulling her feet under her and glaring at him. First you take away my job, now you take away my investments. I'll be in the poorhouse by the time this engagement's over. He looked unconcerned.
Mm-hmm. You're still not getting that $500,000.
She grumbled. You'd better give me half that sandwich then. He brought her a plate and sat next to her.
We're only looking at one other company. So unless you're looking to invest in Parkade, you should still be able to retire comfortably.
He grimaced.
As comfortably as one can on a measly $1 million.
Mackenzie bit into the sandwich, closing her eyes as pastrami juice ran down her chin. Good sandwich, and luckily, I've owned Parkade for a while. He grinned at her.
Have you? I guess great minds think alike.
Or small minds never differ. Ethan patted her chin with a napkin.
Are you insulting me or you?
I'm insulting the idea of us.
Oh, good. Because I couldn't tell how you felt about us from all your snarky comments.
She sat back, looking at his petulant expression. You're upset I'm not falling all over you.
No, I picked you because I knew you wouldn't.
That was why he'd picked her all right, and he'd still gotten her into bed. She said, And it's pissing you off.
It's what I wanted, Wyatt.
Mm-hmm. He set his sandwich down, uneaten, and she eyed it. Deli sandwiches quite possibly tied with the subway about being the best thing about New York. He said,
Would it kill you to pretend you like me?
She looked back up at him. Probably. They spent 18 hours together every day. The only time they were apart was when he went to work. The only defense she had left was snarky comments, because the reality was, life with Ethan wasn't so bad. He glared at her, and Mackenzie laughed, leaning into him and running her hand down his arm. Do you want me to get clingy? Make you worry that I really do want to marry you? He looked into her eyes, and she thought for a moment that he was going to say yes, but he shut his eyes and sighed.
No.
Do you need to go hit on another woman to get that old spark back? He smiled wryly.
No.
Should I tone down the snark?
Yes.
I can do that. She started to reach for his sandwich, and he opened his eyes and lightly slapped her hand.
Can you?
Probably. Can you turn down the charm? He picked up his sandwich and took a big bite right in her face. He said around a mouthful of sandwich,
Probably.
She watched him eat his half, wondering if she could get him to go out and get her another for dinner. Today was a pajama day, and not even a deli sandwich could get her out of them.
She said, "Then we'll probably make it another 2 weeks together."
He looked at her in surprise and swallowed.
Is that all we have left?
And a couple days.
It's going fast. I thought it would drag by.
Nice. Just for that, I'm not going to tell you all the places I've hid candy when I leave. Just that morning, she'd hid a couple snack-sized Kit Kats under his bathroom sink. Mackenzie wouldn't eat anything that had been in a bathroom, but if he didn't have a problem with it. He shook his head.
I know I will be finding candy for years to come. My children's children will unscrew a light switch and find a bag of Skittles stuffed inside.
That's a good one, actually. Mackenzie looked around the room, wondering what else she could unscrew. Ethan watched her, laughing out loud.
Is that what you do all morning? Too busy hiding things to get dressed?
No, today is a pajama day. He looked down at her lounge pants.
I am unfamiliar with the concept.
That doesn't surprise me since I just made it up. It means I'm not getting out of my pajamas today. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything.
Sounds boring.
She nodded. I tried to watch some daytime TV and had to turn it off. Talk, talk, talk. Couldn't stand it.
You should come to work with me tomorrow. It's only half a day. Doesn't even feel like work.
She shook her head. You can't afford to pay me 2 salaries.
You usually pull your own weight there, and wear real clothes at least. Everyone would like to meet you.
Mackenzie was surprised to find out just how much she didn't want to go into the office. She would have happily wanted to see how the New York office was run before, see if anyone could get any work done with Ethan wandering around, messing up everyone's concentration. But she did not want to go in as Ethan's blonde bimbo. She said, "They don't want to meet me. They want to meet your fiancé."
They want to meet Mackenzie Wyatt, best salesman in all the branches.
And #1 pain in the ass?
He laughed. Absolutely. And the woman who also snagged the boss. It's all connected now.
I don't think so. I'm not part of that anymore. He said,
You could be. You're gonna miss it.
She was afraid he was right. She wasn't quite getting the hang of all this leisure time yet, but there was no way she was going in there as Ethan's woman. Besides, she couldn't stand to spend 24 hours with Ethan, couldn't stand to find out that she might be perfectly happy with him all day long. No, I need to learn how not to work. He watched her for a minute, gauging her sincerity. He finally said,
Then I have another question about this pajama day.
He pinched her lounge pants.
You're not getting out of them for any reason?
Nope.
What's the technical definition of still on? Would a few inches south still count?
Because I think I could make that work. She tipped her head to the side, and he said,
What else are we going to do if we're not going out?
He had a point. Chapter 8. The door buzzed and Ethan groaned.
Don't they know it's a pajama day?
He rolled off her, picking up her pants and handing them to her.
Sorry about that. We can try again after I get rid of whoever is trying to disturb us.
Mackenzie unhooked her leg from the back of the couch. Let's move it to a bed. This couch isn't big enough for the 2 of us. He grinned at her and answered the intercom. Ethan listened, furrowing his eyebrows at Mackenzie, then said,
The doorman says your father is here. Luke Holden?
A sick feeling washed over Mackenzie, and she blanked her face before Ethan could see. She sat up, shaking her head. Don't let him up. He raised an eyebrow, watching her closely. She shook her head again. Don't let him up. Ethan told the doorman not to let her father up, then leaned against the wall and said,
Well?
Mackenzie shoved her legs into her pants. She should have foreseen this, but she hadn't heard from her father in 10 years. Wasn't sure he would recognize her name, even if she was his daughter. Wasn't sure he would care if he did recognize it. Looks like he had and did. and wherever Luke Holden smelled big money, that's where he went. She looked up to find Ethan watching her. She said, on a long sigh, "He's a con man, with a smile so pure you'll think he's an angel or a prophet. He's done that one before, started his own religion, convinced hundreds of people he was a prophet sent from God to take their money."
I take it you don't have a good relationship.
She smiled slightly. "You could put it that way." She stopped smiling. "I'm sorry. I didn't think this would bring you to his attention. I didn't think of him at all. It's been a long time since I've talked to him." Ethan wandered to the wine chiller, taking out a bottle and saying casually,
10 years?
She looked down, didn't say anything. He brought over 2 glasses filled with a deep, dark red and said, "Not a charming, hopeless crush who didn't love you back. Your father." Ethan held onto the glass when she tried to take it, forcing her to look at him, forcing her to smile and laugh so she wouldn't cry. A father who didn't love his own daughter. When Ethan sat down next to her, she stood up and walked towards the window, pretending to look outside. She said, "He's handsome and charming, and can make anybody, man or woman, think they are the most important person in the world. He did it to my mother, left her pregnant with me, did it to me when I tracked him down." Mackenzie remembered what it felt like to be her father's most important person. She remembered what it felt like to be the 2 of them against the world. And she remembered what it felt like to realize it had never been the 2 of them. It had only ever been him against everyone else. She had only been a weapon in his arsenal, maybe his best weapon, but still only a tool he used to get what he wanted. She took a sip and said, "He can see inside anybody and know what they want, what they'll give for it, how much they'll give for it." Ethan said softly,
What did you give up to be loved by him?
She felt him behind her, his heat warming her back, and she looked at him over her shoulder. His jaw was clenched, a look of pure disgust on his face. She shook her head. "Not that." She turned toward him, taking his hand, looking down at his long fingers, running her finger along the trimmed nails, the golden hair on his knuckles. She said, "I wanted to be loved by him. I wanted to be his daughter." The first time she'd seen Luke Holden, she'd known he was her father. Honey golden hair, tawny eyes, and a radiant glow about him, as if he knew something you didn't, and it was good. She forced herself to look up and meet Ethan's eyes. "And Luke Holden wanted to see if he could turn me into him. He wanted a little mini-me." She smiled wryly. "I looked just like him. There wasn't any doubt I was his. He'd taken one look at me and then just smiled, like I'd been the gift he'd been waiting for." Ethan blinked, a dawning realization covering his face.
He's why you're such a good salesman.
She laughed humorlessly. "I learned at his feet, trained at his compound every year to see who wanted what we were selling, how much they wanted it. I used everything I had to wring every last penny from them." He raised one eyebrow.
Forgive me, but I've seen you close a deal. You don't use anything but the facts, and their greed. You don't give them anything, sometimes not even a smile.
He made her laugh, and she leaned against him, the knot in her stomach loosening a little. "I got tired of selling myself, of giving anything they wanted to get them to fork over a check." She shook her head. "They don't get me. They don't even get to see who I am. I'm not part of the deal."
I am constantly surprised that works. All of my other top sellers are quite personable.
He ran a finger along her mouth, tracing the small frown that still lurked there.
You shouldn't be successful at sales.
Mackenzie rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. You try taking money for a theoretical promise of heaven, selling a tangible investment that they can moan or celebrate over every day? Cake." He laughed and squeezed her. He murmured,
You said you didn't still love him.
She pulled back and looked out the window again. "I don't."
He's your father.
It took a long time for me to realize that he's not. He's a sperm donor. Nothing more than that. Being a father implied some sort of emotion, some sort of care for his child above his own needs. There was none of that with Luke Holden. Ethan grunted. We don't get to choose who our parents are. We can only choose who we want to be. And I can safely say you've learned to use your power for good. She turned back to him and let him put his arms around her, let him pull her close. She said, I can see what you want. She could. She could see everything that he wanted. Ethan said,
Because that's hard to figure out with me pressed up against you.
She shook her head. Not that. She whispered, Take me shopping. He pulled back and looked at her suspiciously.
You're just trying to distract me.
Maybe. And maybe I need new clothes. He looked down at her pajamas, then cursed.
I feel like I can't miss this opportunity.
One corner of her mouth kicked up. He narrowed his eyes.
What about pajama day?
We'll just spend it having sex. He nodded.
I was starting to see the point of it.
Ethan followed her to her bedroom, sitting on her bed and watching her get dressed.
You can distract me for a little while, but we're not finished discussing your father.
Yes, we are. The end. Daddy-daughter issues? So boring. And when we get home from shopping, you can peel all the new clothes off of me and forget everything I told you in a blaze of passion.
It does sound promising.
Yeah, it does. He smiled.
There will be short skirts and high heels.
I didn't have to read your mind to figure that out. She walked over to him, grabbing his shirt and leaning into his face. There is one thing that I want you to know before we go. She waited until his eyes widened, until he looked sufficiently nervous, then said, If you call anybody to meet us, I will hide your body where no one can find it. He smiled and said lightly,
You just want me all to yourself.
Mackenzie let go of his shirt and walked out. Whatever gets you through the day, O'Connor. Ethan followed her, chuckling, and turned off his phone before they got in the elevator. Halfway through their shopping expedition, Mackenzie left Ethan to grab 2 cups of coffee. Ethan had told her someone in the store would happily go get it for them, but Mackenzie needed a break from shopping, a break from the over-solicitous staff, a break from Ethan. He'd been treating her with kid gloves since her father's unexpected attempt back into her life. Soft touches, whispered words, his every attention focused on her, waiting to lift even the smallest frown into a smile. It was grating on her. She didn't need to be coddled because she had a lousy father. She didn't want it to affect her at all. And Ethan was making it clear that not only was she upset, he could see it. She didn't like either of those situations. Ethan had finally waved her off to go get coffee, apparently realizing she needed a moment to herself, and Mackenzie knew he would take the opportunity to buy something highly inappropriate. She decided if she didn't know what it was, she couldn't be embarrassed about it. Mackenzie waited in line and didn't notice the man a few people ahead of her until he paid for his coffee. The tattoo peeking out from the cuffs of his expensive suit was what grabbed her attention. By the time he turned around, she had hardened her heart and got a good hold of her wallet. Her father offered her one of the 2 cups he'd bought, and she thought about ignoring it, thought about throwing it in his face. His eyes glittered.
That's not how to get what you want from me.
I want you to go away.
I know it, and throwing a fit isn't how to get it.
She took the cup, following him to a table and sitting stiffly. Luke looked at her, his eyes memorizing the new lines on her face, the firmness to her mouth, her blonde hair. He quietly valued the new clothes she was wearing, and his eyes lingered, just a touch too long, on her engagement ring. He sat his cup down untouched and said,
You're not a kid anymore.
10 years will do that. He nodded. She couldn't help but notice the changes in him. His golden brown hair was peppered with gray, the laugh lines deep in his face. He picked his cup back up, took a slow sip, and said,
I'm married.
She blinked but didn't hide her surprise fast enough. He chuckled.
You'd like her. Thought I was Satan himself when she met me. Hasn't changed her mind much in the 5 years we've been married. She wanted to meet you. Damn near broke my jaw when she found out I had a grown daughter I'd never bothered to tell her about.
He looked out the window.
Told her she could meet you next time.
Mackenzie sipped her coffee, not surprised to find it sweet and rich, just like she liked it. Her father remembered the little details just fine. The little details, he always said, was what kept a con man out of jail. Luke sighed and looked back at her, reading in her eyes that there would be no next time.
Your sister is turning 3 this November,
he said, and her breath whooshed out as if he'd punched her. She hid her trembling hands under the table. Cozy. A nice wife. A new child. He smiled slightly.
My wife is not nice. I'd call her prickly, with a side of bulldog thrown in for good measure. She got her teeth into me, and I haven't wanted to get them out yet.
That's not the type you normally go for. She must be loaded and smart enough to keep it out of your hands. He chuckled, a low rumble that made the woman sitting at the table next to them spill her coffee.
Oh, I'd taken her inheritance before she ever met me. Tracked me down to get it back.
He shook his head, a smile lifting the corners of his mouth.
She doesn't believe a word I say, and still just won't let go.
Very different from my mother. He handed his napkin to the poor woman at the next table, smiling into her eyes and making her face flush red. Then turned back to Mackenzie.
Your mother was a sweetheart, the biggest mark I'd ever seen, and she believed every word I told her. I'm lucky I got a hold of you when I did, or you would have turned out just like her.
It took all her concentration to keep her breathing even, to keep from leaping across the table and tearing off his smug, confident face. He watched her, then murmured,
You've gotten good. If I didn't know better, I'd say you'd forgiven me about that.
I haven't. You can rest assured. He nodded, winking at the woman who was still trying not to stare at him. He said to Mackenzie,
Are you playing this one?
No.
Good, because you won't win.
She raised her eyebrows. You don't know anything about the O'Connors.
No, I know you. And you think it's cheating to use your gifts to steal from someone.
Yes, that sounds exactly like cheating to me.
And so you take their money ethically?
He shook his head, laughing.
You sell investments.
It's a step up from eternal life. He nodded his head graciously.
Of course. And now you've moved on to marrying for money.
Mackenzie said, You know nothing about it.
I know it sounds like a con, and I've come to see if my daughter has joined the game.
Luke watched her a moment.
Now I'm wondering about him.
It's not a con.
So says the mark.
It's a favor. He sighed heavily, shaking his head.
It gets worse and worse.
She laughed, a bitter edge to it. What do you think he's trying to get from me?
What does any man want from a woman? Everything.
I know exactly what he wants from me. He's not a con man. She paused. Okay, he is, but not one like you. Luke's eyes flicked behind her.
Maybe he's better than me.
Mackenzie turned to find Ethan bearing down on them, anger plain on his face. Her shoulders relaxed. Ethan wasn't better than her father. He wasn't playing her. She had no doubts where he was concerned. Ethan took her hand in his, pulling her up and trying to stare down her father.
Don't bother her. She can take care of herself. But she doesn't have to. I'm right here, and if she says she doesn't want to see you, then I will make sure she doesn't.
Her father looked between the two of them, his brows furrowing in thought, and then he barked out a laugh.
Oh, you two. No one's running this thing, I see.
He stood, nodding at Ethan, and smiled at his daughter.
When you two work this out, remember your old dad. Come and meet your sister, my wife. We'll get to know each other again.
Mackenzie couldn't help it. The words popped out of her mouth.
I already know everything I need to know about you. People don't change.
Luke nodded.
True, but they get older and slower and wiser. People sometimes get tweaked, and sometimes that's enough.
He smiled at her, and his smile widened when he saw her hackles rising. He laughed, a crystal clear boom that not even his daughter could see through.
And sometimes it's too little too late.
He shook his head.
Too much of me and not enough of your mother. I did too good a job.
My mother was a beautiful mark. You never wanted me to be like her.
No, and I still don't. But she would have forgiven me, and you won't.
Mackenzie took a deep breath.
She wouldn't have forgiven you. She wouldn't have realized there was anything to forgive. And you're right that I won't. Don't come back. There's nothing for you here.
She waited, staring him in the eye, letting him see everything he had done to her, everything he'd taken from her, letting him see that he could never make her believe he cared for her. Luke finally nodded at her, a smile still on his face. He looked at Ethan.
You know what I'll do if you're playing her.
Mackenzie snorted.
You should have threatened yourself.
He turned to her, his eyes suddenly cold and hard.
I should have, but I was stupid then, so I will threaten him.
He looked at Ethan again.
Your deepest, darkest fears will become reality. I might even talk her into helping if she finds she's fallen to another con man.
Ethan didn't falter under her father's gaze.
She hasn't.
Mackenzie turned, leaving her father standing there, knowing she should have left long ago, but she'd thought he would have given a hint at what he wanted, how much it was going to cost to get rid of him.
Oh, she wouldn't have paid, but she wanted to know how hard he was going to work. And now she knew. He either wanted nothing or everything. She would bet on everything.
Ethan followed her out, holding her hand silently on the subway ride to their building. They rode the elevator up, Mackenzie's arms crossed tight in front of her. She went straight through to her bedroom after he opened the front door, not looking at him. Ethan followed her, blocking her from shutting the door with his foot.
Go away,
she said in a harsh voice. He pushed the door in, grabbing her arms and pulling her in close. He wrapped his arms around her, not saying a word. She whispered,
Please go away.
No.
He held her close as she cried, as her tears fell, soaking his shirt. He simply held her and ran his hand down her hair, over and over. Mackenzie finally whispered,
You need to warn your grandma, and maybe your mother.
She felt him smile.
They know what a con man looks like.
Then why does your mother still fall for your smile?
She's my mother, and you don't need to worry. The O'Connors have dealt with con men before.
She lifted her head, finally looking him in the eye.
Not like him.
I'll let them know he is a threat.
She nodded, wiping her face. He said,
You have a sister?
She looked down at the carpet.
Who knows? Maybe he made it up to get to me. It worked. She didn't know what to do about a sister. A 3-year-old sister. And her father married?
She would have said that would never happen. What was marriage and family to a man who cared only for money?
What made you leave? What did he do?
A half laugh, half sob escaped.
He did nothing. Nothing when he should have done something.
Ethan sat down on the bed, pulling her down to sit beside him, silently watching her. She knew what he was doing, drawing her out with his silence, but she couldn't seem to stop the words.
I was with him on his compound, and my mother died.
She took a deep breath.
I didn't find out until months later. He never told me. Not when she was sick, not when she died, not when they held her funeral.
Why?
Because he didn't care, and he didn't think I would either.
Mackenzie blinked a few times, not wanting to cry again.
I cared, She was my mother." He nodded. "I decided I would go back home, visit her, visit my grandparents. I was tired of the compound, tired of the suckers. And he said, 'Oh, she died. Like,' she waved her hand in the air, like they were out of peanut butter at the store and he hadn't thought it was worth the bother of mentioning."
I'm sorry.
He didn't care that I might need to say goodbye to my mother. I was raking in the cash for him and he didn't want to let that go. I meant money to him, just like everyone else there, just a big dollar sign. Ethan took her hand, running his thumb up and down, trying to soothe her hurt. She said, "I'd learned to see people, see what they really wanted. So I looked at him, and all he wanted was money. He didn't want a daughter."
His loss. His problem, not yours.
She shrugged. "I went back home, tried to see my grandparents, but they looked at me like I was just like him, cold and heartless. They said my mother had called and sent letters, wanting to see me before she died. They didn't believe I'd never received them." She shook her head. "They wouldn't forgive me for letting my mother die heartbroken and alone. I lost all my family trying to get him to love me, lost everyone who'd already loved me." He shook his head.
They were grieving. Have you tried contacting them since?
Once. Nothing had changed. She laughed, a hopeless, tear-stained choke. They saw a woman even colder than they remembered.
I don't believe they thought you cold and heartless.
She raised an eyebrow. "You don't? I've been called Ice Queen enough times to know most people see me like that."
I never saw cold. I saw closed, maybe. A fortress protected by a moat and a drawbridge, with a no-entrance sign chiseled into the stone.
She couldn't help but laugh. "No wonder you couldn't leave me alone. What a challenge for you."
I knew there must be something inside worthwhile to protect.
She looked down at their intertwined hands. "Maybe." Ethan said,
No, I was pretty sure then, and now I'm certain.
Mackenzie smiled slightly. "You're the only one who can break my composure, so maybe that's the difference." He sat back, satisfied at her confession.
Will your father stick around? Try and get to you again?
She nodded. "If he tries contacting you, don't talk to him. Give him nothing he can use. Don't let him into the OC." He nodded.
I only have one more question. How good were you at ringing? If you wanted everything from me, could you get it?
She looked into his clear green eyes. "You'd be a tough nut to crack." But she knew what he wanted. He wanted to find that woman who was worth half his fortune, who he could be sure of, and who would make him sure of himself. She was her father's daughter, no matter how much she wished otherwise. She knew what Ethan wanted, how much he wanted it. She could get everything from him. But she was pretty sure it would take everything she had. He wiggled his eyebrows.
Could you crack me?
She was smiling when she said, "I could crack you." He pulled her closer, tucking her head under his chin.
I'd like to see you try.
No, you wouldn't.
I would. I'd like to see who'd come out on top.
You remember war games? No one left to be on top. The only way to keep from losing is not to play.
We're not talking about annihilation here.
That's because you've never lost before. You don't know what it really feels like. He ran his hand down her back.
I hate your father.
She listened to his heartbeat, the anger in his voice, felt his strong arms around her, and thought for a moment she might hate her father for the exact same reason Ethan did, for taking away her desire to play with everything she had. But she said, "Seems fair. I hate your mother." He chuckled.
Let's do something both of them will hate.
She smiled at him. "I'll play that game with you." He toppled them to the bed and said,
Good. We can see who comes out on top.
Ethan had been quietly fuming the last few days and hadn't been sleeping well. He decided he might as well get out of bed and let Mackenzie sleep. While he did enjoy waking her up, he hadn't had a full night's rest since her father's ambush. He headed for the gym. A quick workout before work would help get whatever was bothering him out. It wasn't buried too deep, a fact he realized as he headed straight for the punching bag. He took a long, slow breath. He methodically wrapped his hands, pulled on his gloves, and then he wailed into the bag, right into Luke Holden's smiling face. He thought of Mackenzie that night, pale-faced, teary-eyed, broken, and how she'd been ever since, a little closed, a little wary of Ethan. Ethan smashed his fists into the punching bag again and again and again. Hate, hate, hate. He'd never hated anyone before. He'd never loved anyone before. He stopped, stood still while the punching bag swung and his breath bellowed. What was he thinking? He loved everyone, loved people's foibles, their idiosyncrasies, loved brightening their day, getting them to step outside themselves for just 1 minute. He loved giving people a reason to remember that one moment in that one day, because most days were lost, unremembered, unworthy of being remembered. And Mackenzie wasn't wrong that usually those people then gave him whatever he wanted. He prided himself that what he wanted wasn't harmful. He wasn't like her father, damn it. He punched the bag again, but his heart wasn't in it, and he wandered away, ripping the gloves and wraps off his hands, and leaning against the mirrored wall. Was he like her father? He closed his eyes as he remembered the trail of tabloid articles his last breakup had spawned. He thought of using Mackenzie as a buffer to keep other women away from him, always using someone to get what he wanted. Fucking hell. Ethan smashed his ungloved fist into the mirror, the glass shattering and ripping into his skin. His blood squirted onto the mirror, and he stared at it. He looked at his hand, watched blood drip down his fingers and onto the floor. He grabbed a thick white hand towel, wrapping it around his hand, focusing on the pain so he wouldn't have to think about all the people he'd hurt, all the women he'd left pale-faced and teary-eyed. He pictured Mackenzie broken and crying over him when their 6 weeks was up and he put her on a plane back home. Another woman left to wonder what had happened when the problem was, and always had been, him. Because even though he started all his relationships clear that it was only for fun, only for a little while, it never stayed that way. Even this time, when they'd signed a contract. His relationship with Mackenzie hadn't stayed a business relationship. It hadn't stayed uncomplicated. He couldn't leave things well enough alone, and they'd become a couple. He just couldn't seem to be around anyone without trying to get under their skin. Ethan looked into the jagged mirror, at his cracked reflection, and realized he hadn't gotten under Mackenzie's skin. She wasn't the one whose favorite part of the day was walking through the door after work, who made notes about funny things that happened when they weren't together. She wasn't the one who planned activities just to see him smile, who couldn't imagine life now without him, laughing, competing, fighting, loving. Mackenzie wasn't going to be the one broken and crying when he left. He just couldn't see it. He couldn't see Mackenzie ever crying over him. He'd put her on a plane, and she would say something snarky about the $500,000 and leave him, and fly home, and start her new, boring life, without ever crying over him, without ever realizing that he was at home, wandering around his now lifeless apartment lost and alone, because she'd left him, because he'd loved her and she'd left him. Fucking hell again. He didn't just love Mackenzie Wyatt, he was in love with her. A knock at the door surprised Mackenzie. Ethan had gone to work before she woke up, leaving her to wander around his apartment. She hid a few more candy bars, wondering if she did have some kind of squirreling thing, because she was having a lot of fun trying to find hiding places. She was in the middle of screwing the air vent cover back on, and she got up to look through the peephole. She stared glumly at his mother. Mackenzie opened the door slowly.
He's not here. I know. I've come to speak to you.
Mackenzie stepped back, letting her in reluctantly. Christine walked in, stopping when she saw the vent cover and screwdriver. She turned to look at Mackenzie with one eyebrow raised.
I was just hiding chocolate.
Christine simply stared at her, waiting.
Then Mackenzie said with an embarrassed shrug, "He thinks it's fun to find them."
Christine clutched her purse and said, "I want you to leave." Mackenzie nodded. "I know, but Ethan and I have an agreement. I will leave when it runs up." Christine opened her purse and pulled out a check. "I want you to leave now." Mackenzie glanced at it, noting just how many zeros could fit on one small check. Her eyebrows raised involuntarily. "Have you paid all his girlfriends to leave?" "I've never needed to before." Mackenzie shook her head.
"That's nowhere near half his fortune."
Christine blanched. "He told you about that?" Christine looked at the check, then put it back in her purse and closed it with a snap. "I'll never get you to leave, will I?"
"No."
Mackenzie let her worry about that for a few seconds, then said, "But I will anyway." In 1 week and 3 days, but who was counting? "I don't believe you." "He paid me $1 million to be his fiancée for 6 weeks. I'll be gone in a little over a week." Mackenzie could see the sneer start on Christine's face, so she said, "He offered me 3% of O'Connor Capital. I talked him into the money." Christine's sneer froze on her face. "He offered you a part of the company? Why would he do that?"
"I guess he wanted to prove to me he was sincere."
"He couldn't give you a share without—" "Ellen." Mackenzie nearly laughed. Christine said, "And you'll leave when this ends?" Mackenzie nodded. Christine didn't look like she believed her. Christine said, "My son is fascinated by you, challenged by you, and you are not what he needs. He needs a woman who will put him first, who will forgive him if he falters. He doesn't need a woman who would destroy everything his family built if he hurt her." Mackenzie looked at her, thinking, surprised that this was why Christine didn't like her. "Well, I think you underestimate your son. I don't think he has ever faltered, will ever falter. But you're right that if he ever hurt me, I would destroy him. Probably gut him and leave him on the floor bleeding." His mother grabbed her pearls, her face going white, and Mackenzie said, "But he could only hurt me if I loved him, if he loved me. We don't." "Then why are you sleeping with him? Is that part of your agreement? Is that what the $1 million is for?" Mackenzie jerked her head back as if she'd been slapped, then took a deep breath. Christine held up her hand to stop Mackenzie from saying anything. "I think you're a liar. I simply can't decide if you're lying to him, to me, or to yourself." Christine turned to leave, and Mackenzie bit her tongue hard enough to taste blood. Christine closed the front door softly behind her, and Mackenzie picked up the screwdriver and threw it across the room. Chapter 9. When Ethan came home, Mackenzie was pacing around the living room. He walked in and she nearly shouted, "Here's why I'm sleeping with you, because I like it."
Sounds good to me.
"And because I can."
Yes, absolutely.
"And it's not for your goddamn money."
That's not really what I'm paying you for. That's illegal.
She stopped her pacing and looked at him. He said,
Besides, I think you should be paying me.
Her mouth fell open, and then she snapped it shut. "You're not that good, O'Connor." He smiled slightly and took a step forward, sensing the danger was over.
No.
"I've had better." He shook his head.
No, you haven't.
She sniffed and put her nose in the air. "How do you know?" He took another step closer, reaching for her hand.
Because I've never had better, and I've had more experience than you.
Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's always like that for whoever I'm with. The thought made him a little lightheaded.
Is it?
She didn't answer him, and he started breathing again. He nodded to the new hole in the wall.
Redecorating? Or did I interrupt you hiding your stash?
He pulled her toward him.
I'm not going to be able to find it in the walls.
I threw the screwdriver after your mother paid me a visit. He murmured.
The screwdriver. Should have got rid of that as well.
He'd known his mother had visited. The doorman had informed him on the way in. Ethan had tipped him handsomely for the heads up. Mackenzie said, "Why don't you get rid of your mother? Send her on a cruise for the next week."
I don't really mind you two fighting. There are some side effects that work in my favor.
I mind.
You're just trying to get out of dinner.
She blew out a breath. I'm not going to dinner with that woman ever again.
I'll let you bring the screwdriver.
She pursed her lips and scowled at him. Don't make me laugh. I'm mad.
No, you were mad. Now you're a little bit horny and wanting to get back at my mother.
Oh, is that what I am?
Ethan nodded.
All that energy needs to go somewhere. I prefer it go into my bed and not my walls.
She shook her head. I've wised up. I'm not getting into your bed again because of your mother.
So, when I get you into bed tonight, it will be because you want to be there?
She cocked her head.
I can admit that. You're pretty good in bed.
It was the first he was hearing about it, but he kissed her lightly.
Be sure and let the Inquirer know that in your exit interview.
She laughed, missing the droop in his face, in his body. She said, That won't help keep women away from you. Isn't that what you're paying me for?
I've honestly forgotten what I'm paying you for. I thought it was the sex.
She groaned.
That's what your mother thinks.
And we're back to my mother.
He pulled her toward the door and took a large manila envelope out of his briefcase.
Let's move away from her and onto your intrusive relations.
She sucked in a breath. Has he been bothering you? She looked at the lacerations on his hand. Did you hit him?
Haven't heard a peep from him. I had him looked into.
He looked at his hand, wiggling his fingers slowly, and grimaced.
And my hand met with an unfortunate accident this morning at the gym.
She grabbed his hand, pulling it up and inspecting it. What happened?
Just a deal gone bad. I got angry.
Not WestCon. Does that mean I can buy some now? He glared at her.
Not WestCon, and no, you can't buy any.
Then what could have possibly made you so angry? You're a lover, not a fighter.
Was that an insult?
No, it was the truth. You wouldn't ever hit anybody. I didn't even think you would imagine hitting somebody. He smiled coldly, remembering how he'd imagined beating her father's face into a pulp. He said,
I will admit it's never happened before.
Maybe you need a vacation. Violence isn't like you. You might love someone to death to get your way, but you wouldn't get violent. She pursed her lips.
You're not mature enough to realize you can't always have what you want.
She was right. He wasn't that mature. At all. He smiled at her, charmingly, and she narrowed her eyes. He said,
It was just a moment. I won't do it again.
He could see she was going to want to know all about the deal gone bad, so he said,
It was probably just low blood sugar. You should hide some chocolate in my gym bag.
He slid the envelope between them.
Here's what my investigator found about your father.
She took a step back. I don't want to know. He nodded, but said,
He's left New York, and he wasn't lying about your sister.
He left New York? She took the envelope from him, took out a couple of large pictures of her father and a dark-haired, extremely pregnant woman. She was holding a little girl's hand and scowling up at Luke's face. He looked amused, and Ethan's hand clenched into a fist. Mackenzie murmured, Pregnant. He didn't mention that. Ethan breathed in through his nose. He would be the voice of reason if it killed him.
Maybe he didn't want to throw it at you all at once.
Mackenzie snorted. He just didn't think it would get me where he wants me to go. She looked at the little girl with honey-colored hair and tawny eyes and whispered, "Shit." He'd had the same reaction. The little girl looked like a miniature Mackenzie. He said, "These were taken in Spain." She looked up in surprise. "Spain?" He nodded. "That's where they've lived for the last 5 years, a little village on the coast." She looked down again at the little girl, clearly worried that Luke Holden had another daughter. Ethan said, "She has her mother." Mackenzie nodded, running a finger along the scowl on the woman's face. "Luke said his wife didn't believe a word he said. Maybe her daughter won't believe him either." She put the pictures back in the envelope. "I'm not going to bite. Whatever game he's playing, I don't care." "You think he's trying to get something from you? By leaving you alone?" She dropped the envelope back into Ethan's briefcase. "I don't know, but he usually is. It's not the risk." "What if he is? He's your family. What if he's ready for a daughter?" She looked at him as if she couldn't believe he'd said that. He couldn't believe it himself. "Are you trying to reconcile me to my father?" "No, I'm trying to make you happy." Mackenzie smiled at him, and he realized it was the truth. Ethan wanted her happy, even if that meant throwing her towards a man who had nearly destroyed her. She said, "I tell you, it's a disease." "He's your father, your sister. Are you really telling me you don't want that?" "I'd rather have no family than him." Ethan shook his head and she said, "It's not a coincidence that he found me after I got engaged to you. I don't think he's stupid enough to think he'd ever get anything from me, but if he can get back in my good graces, he can get access to a lot of people who just might be." Ethan narrowed his eyes at her. "I assume you are not referring to me." "He might even get you." She shook her head. "You don't understand what he's like. He'll strip everything from you and you'll thank him when he's done." He looked down his nose at her. "He wouldn't get me." She conceded, "Probably not. It was more a hope that he'd go after your mother." "She must have really pissed you off." Her face clouded over. "She thinks I'm some money-grubbing whore." "She said that?" "She implied it." Mackenzie thought about it. "She looks at me like she thinks that." "I think you're seeing what's not there." She pointed her finger at him. "You know she doesn't like me." "You're not imagining that, but I think it's because she's scared of you, for me, physically." He looked at the hole in the wall. "I don't know why." "Yeah, she does think that. I told her I would gut you and leave you bleeding on the floor." He tried not to think what his mother's reaction had been to that. "Why would you say that to her? She doesn't get your sense of humor." Ethan loosened his tie, and she followed him into the bedroom saying, "She brought up a hypothetical situation? I wasn't joking." "I hesitate to ask." "If you faltered." Mackenzie laughed. "If this was real, you and me, and you cheated on me. If I loved you and you betrayed me." He stopped unbuttoning his shirt. "I wouldn't." And he realized he really wouldn't. Wasn't even a little bit worried about it, because he could never do that to her. Could never bear to see her look at him like she'd looked at her father. He couldn't even imagine looking at another woman. If he ever did, he knew she would do exactly as she'd told his mother. She said, "That's what I told her. I don't think she needs to worry about it, but she thinks you need a woman who would forgive you, just in case." He turned around and looked at her. "You told my mother I would never cheat on you?" Mackenzie said, "Not me, but you know, the one." He took a big step towards her, cupping her face in his hands, and kissed her, long and slow. He pulled back and said, "How come you don't doubt me? Women throw themselves at me every day. I have ample opportunity." She blinked. "Because you wouldn't." "Go on." He couldn't help the smile blooming on his face. "You know you wouldn't." "I don't know that." "Have you ever faltered on any of your girlfriends?" He didn't have to think about it. Of course he hadn't. But that didn't mean he hadn't wanted to. He'd feared that want.
She said, "And why haven't you?"
You've probably had women throwing themselves at you since you were 18.
16.
She rolled her eyes, but undid the last button of his shirt and slid her arms inside.
Okay, 16. Why haven't you ever taken advantage of your many opportunities?
Because that would hurt someone I cared about.
And that's not the kind of person you are.
You're the kind of person who makes people happy.
If that really mattered, I would still be with my very first girlfriend.
She shook her head. No, my guess is that you break things off when you start feeling the itch,
because you know it hurts less and for a shorter amount of time to break things off cleanly.
Maybe that's why I was afraid of marriage, afraid to find my devotion fading without being able to get out of it.
He smiled at her, his hand still cupping her face.
He'd known that if he'd found just that one right woman, his fears of marriage would seem silly, powerless. He'd been right. He'd just never expected that when he found her, she would want nothing to do with him. Never expected to find that she might like him just fine, but hated everything that made him him. Hated his money, hated his family, hated his charming face. He'd been looking for a woman who could see past all that since he was 16. The woman he'd been looking for nearly 2 decades said,
"I've already said you've got issues.
It's like you've never heard the word divorce before."
It's like budgeting. Just because I've heard the word before doesn't mean I believe in it.
She smiled up at him and started to undo his belt. He grinned at her, and she said, "I've had a bad day. I thought we could stay in tonight."
What about dinner?
"I thought I already got out of that."
You're just going to let my mother win?
She unzipped his pants.
"I don't think this is your mother winning."
He backed her towards the bed.
I could tell them you came down with something.
She smiled evilly. "Tell them I have to repair the hole I put in your wall."
You don't want my mother dropping by again, and she'd come running if I told her that.
She laughed. "Maybe I could just torture your mother for the next week. I might just make it then."
He pulled her shirt over her head.
Or we could extend this for a few more weeks and really torture her.
She said, "You can't afford to pay me overtime."
He popped the button on her jeans.
Oh, I probably could.
No, we already agreed on 6 weeks.
But if you're not going back to work, there's no rush. You can spend $1 million just as easily in New York as you can in Los Angeles, and you still haven't got that half out of me yet.
I really thought I was going to, too.
So stick around. Stop trying to do nothing, come to work with me, and stay a little bit longer.
He sat on the bed and pulled her down onto his lap. She shook her head, and he said,
Stay. I like living with you.
Why? He squeezed her butt.
Guess.
Oh, please, you don't need to live with a woman to sleep with her.
It's nice knowing you'll be here when I get home. We don't have to coordinate.
It's a scheduling issue? He rolled his eyes up to his head.
A scheduling issue. You do that on purpose. Kill all my moves just for the fun of it.
She pointed to her backside.
You sneaked a butt squeeze past me. I didn't see that one coming in time.
You saw it coming.
She pinched his nipple and said, Did you see that coming?
Ow!
He grabbed her hands, trapping them against his chest.
Vicious. No wonder my mother doesn't like you. Just think of her head exploding when I tell her you're staying a little bit longer.
I'm not staying any longer.
I've got a new life to figure out.
You mean a non-life. I've got to be better than that.
She shook her head, wriggling her hands free. He said,
You know I'll talk you into it.
Not this time. I've learned all your tricks now. He rolled her onto her back and held her hand to his heart.
Not all my tricks.
He bent his head, and she said, You're going to love me to death, aren't you?
No, I'm going to love you into staying.
You can try, she said, and his heart thumped. He knew with Mackenzie
that success was never guaranteed. Luckily, he liked a good challenge. Damn it. Mackenzie woke with a gasp, her heart trying to beat its way out of her chest. Ethan murmured,
Okay.
She slipped out of the covers, telling him to go back to sleep, and went into the bathroom. She sat down on the rim of the tub, put her head in her hands, and stared down at the tile, afraid to close her eyes. Because Ethan had looked at her. He'd held her hands, and kissed her, and made love to her, and looked at her. Is this what he did to his girlfriends? Looked at them like that? Like he loved her. Like she was everything he had ever wanted. Like she was the most important thing in the world to him. Mackenzie's stomach heaved, and she breathed in through her nose and out her mouth. She knew he didn't mean it, and she knew he wasn't conning her. This is what he'd paid her $1 million for, to look into his eyes, to see love there, and to not believe it, to protect both of them, because he couldn't help it and he couldn't stand to hurt anyone else. A quiet knock on the door made her jump.
Mackenzie? Honey?
Her stomach clenched, and she rubbed her face. She opened the door, slowly, bracing herself. His green eyes were filled with concern, and she said, I had a bad dream. He took her hand, leading her back to bed and wrapping his arms around her. She put her head on his chest, right on the spot that had become her unofficial pillow, right where she could hear his lying heart beating. She lay there in Ethan's arms and knew that $1 million hadn't been enough. But at least she knew he couldn't help himself, that it wasn't real. Not her fault that she'd fallen for it. Every woman did. 1 week and 3 days later, Mackenzie woke early and rolled quietly out of bed. She'd packed her bags yesterday while Ethan was at work, had bought a plane ticket, and hadn't told him. He'd spent the last week trying to get her to say she would stay, but she couldn't, and she already knew he could talk her into uprooting her life when she should run screaming. It wouldn't be hard for him to do it this time, since she liked being with him, liked living with him, loved New York. But their contract was up, which meant if she stayed, it would be real. She would really be living with him, really be sleeping with him, really be in love with him. She couldn't really be in love with Ethan Howell O'Connor. Women who fell in love with him fell hard when he moved on. He would break her, and this time there would be nothing left to start over with. Nothing left but a bitter woman, with an intense desire to give an interview to the National Enquirer. She didn't want to be that kind of woman. She wasn't that kind of woman. She stared down at him, memorizing his face. The sunlight streamed through the window, shrouding him in a golden halo. His long fingers lay loose on the sheets. She loved his fingers, loved feeling them, holding them, touching them. She closed her eyes and turned away. She didn't say goodbye, but she left anyway. She left a copy of their engagement prenup, her cell phone, and her ring lying on the kitchen counter. Their time was up. When she arrived home, the phone was ringing. It rang and it rang. She thought about unplugging it, but knew he'd just show up at her door. She took a deep breath and answered the phone. She didn't say anything, just listened to him breathe, imagined him looking out at the buildings, his shirt half-buttoned, his bare feet sinking into the plush carpet. Her heart hurt thinking she'd never see him again. But she said, "Did I forget something?" There was a pause, and then he said, "Oh yeah, you forgot something. You're fired." "What exactly are you firing me from? As of this morning, I no longer work for O'Connor Capital, and as of last night, I am no longer your hired fiancé. There's nothing left." "There's nothing left." He said it slowly, not quite a question, more like he was tasting the words, seeing how they felt in his mouth. Obviously, he didn't like it very much, because he nearly shouted,
God damn it, Mackenzie. There's nothing left my ass.
She couldn't help but half laugh, half sob, and there was the Mr. Charming she knew. Ethan, I wish you the best. I know the OC will continue on well without me, although of course you'll have to hire 3 people to replace my sales, and I know you will find that woman who is worth half your fortune. Probably. Maybe. I really think you should abandon that tradition.
Mackenzie.
Goodbye, Ethan. She hung up and sat down on her couch. She let herself cry this one time, just for a little while, then wiped her tears and started packing up her house. Time to start her new non-life. Ethan's grandmother answered the door, with her eyebrows furrowed.
Why the hell aren't you in L.A.?
Ethan pushed his way in.
She doesn't love me.
Ethan slammed the door shut behind him.
Coward! I never thought I'd say that to my own grandson, but that's what you are, a coward, and a chicken, a lily-livered chicken.
She flung her hands into the air.
A spineless, yellow-bellied coward.
He started laughing, his shoulders shaking silently. He headed to the kitchen, grabbing 2 beers and handing one to her, a smile still on his face. He said,
It's karma, that's what it is. How many women have fallen hopelessly in love with me? It was my turn.
What you're telling me is that you're not a coward, you're just stupid.
She shook her head.
I don't know what's worse.
I am everything she doesn't want.
But she wants you anyway. I don't know what you think love is supposed to feel like, but that's as good a description as any.
She's too smart to fall for me.
Ellen snorted.
If those good looks you were cursed with, along with that charm you constantly deploy, and a copious amount of cash at your disposal can't get the woman you love to lose her mind long enough to get a ring on her finger, I don't know what the point was.
You do know all that was why she doesn't want me, right?
She wants you. She just wishes she didn't.
Ellen watched him take a swig of beer and shook her head.
Go get her, numbnuts.
He choked on his beer.
Grandma, I haven't heard that word since grandfather died.
Your grandfather was high and mighty and born with a silver spoon up his backside, just like you. Who do you think taught him that word?
He laughed.
Then how come I've never heard you say it until now?
Because it reminds me of him.
He looked at her carefully, seeing the sorrow in her words.
You still miss him?
Of course I do.
He said.
So some love is forever.
She eyed him.
Some love is.
Mackenzie doesn't think so. She thinks forever love is luck.
Ellen smiled.
It is. It's luck and guts and not being dumb. Right now, you're 1 out of 3.
She patted his shoulder.
But your grandfather only had 1 out of 3 at one point, too.
He raised his eyebrow.
You're saying grandfather didn't have any guts? Grandfather?
His grandfather had been a terror, balls of steel when markets were crashing and others were cracking. She tipped her head back, a faraway look in her eye.
When it came to love, he'd seen his parents' unhappy marriage and thought there wasn't anything else in life. Even if there was, it wasn't worth searching for. He just wanted a pretty decoration for his arm and a woman waiting at home for him.
She snorted.
Luckily, he wised up and realized before too late that there was something more than that.
She looked at Ethan and poked him in the chest so he was paying attention.
There's more than that.
He took a swig.
I think I've realized that.
So, now it's time to go win her over.
Did grandfather have to win you over?
You bet your balls he did. You think I just swoon as soon as he started chasing me?
Ethan sat down and looked into the beer bottle.
How did he win you?
Ellen sat next to him and put her hand on his arm.
He gave me what I needed.
He looked up.
What did you need?
She laughed.
Oh, I needed proof that he respected me as an equal. Now, that won't work for Mackenzie because that's not what she needs.
What does she need?
How am I supposed to know?
You're a lot of help.
She patted his arm.
You know. You're in love with her, aren't you?
He shook his head.
I don't know what she needs, except maybe change everything about myself.
She shook her head.
She already loves you. You don't need to change anything about yourself.
He blinked.
You think she loves me?
Ellen barked out a laugh.
Looks like we're still working on dumb.
She shook her head.
Come at this as if she already loved you. What else does she need?
She needs someone who doesn't remind her of her father.
But she already loves you, so that's not what she needs.
She pushed herself up.
You think on it, numbnuts. It'll come to you.
She picked up the phone, punching in a number. He said,
What are you doing?
Getting the plane ready. You're not going to give her what she needs wallowing on my couch drinking my beer.
He looked down into the amber liquid. What did Mackenzie Wyatt need? He had no idea, but he was pretty certain she'd say it wasn't him. He looked up at his grandmother.
You really think she loves me?
She patted his head.
Poor clueless boy.
She tried to pull him up, and he helped her by rising. She started pushing him toward the door. He said,
I still don't know what she needs.
She took his bottle and pushed him out the door.
It's a long flight. You'll figure it out.
Ethan knocked on Mackenzie's door 6 hours later. He knocked, and she answered by finally whipping the door open and shouting, "What?" He said,
I was going to break a window to get in, but I thought you wouldn't appreciate it.
I don't appreciate you trying to knock my door down either.
I have something to say to you. I don't want to say it. You probably don't want to hear it.
Sounds like a win-win.
But if I don't say it, I will regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow.
She started to close the door, and he stuck his shoe in the doorway.
I knew you would never fall for me. I knew I could trust you. I just didn't realize I couldn't trust myself. I didn't realize that I would fall in love with you.
She sighed and closed her eyes. Ethan, how many women have you fallen in love with since you were 16?
None.
She opened her eyes, the disbelief clear. He said,
I've loved them all, still love them all, and have been in love with none of them.
She waved away the distinction. And how many of them didn't fall in love with you? He didn't say. Knew she would think he'd fallen in love with her only because she hadn't fallen in love with him. She said it for him. None. You don't love me. You just don't know what to do with a woman who doesn't fall all over you. He took her hand.
But you passed my test. I'd give you half of O'Connor Capital without even blinking, if you wanted it.
She looked at him, so sad, and he dropped her hand. He said softly,
But you don't want it, because you don't believe me. You won't ever let yourself love me if you don't believe it first.
He pushed something into her hand, and she looked down. He said,
Don't get excited. It's not that $500,000.
She took the envelope from him, opening it and finding a plane ticket inside. She looked up. He said,
He won't trick you again. You're not a green kid anymore. You can tell when someone really loves you.
Her eyes widened. He said,
But you deserve to see if he'll choose you this time. I think you need that.
She stood speechless as he reached out and pushed her hair off her face.
Thank you, Mackenzie, for helping me with the press, for letting me fall in love with you. A man should do it at least once in his life.
She was still staring at him when he walked away, when he got in his car and drove away. Cassandra found her crying into a pint of ice cream.
That bad, huh?
Mackenzie nodded.
He said he loves you.
Mackenzie nodded and scrunched up her face again.
And you love him.
Noisy sobs answered her, and Cassandra let Mackenzie cry for a few minutes before she said,
I'm not seeing the problem here.
He's Ethan Howell O'Connor. That's the problem.
Cassandra nodded.
Yep, Ethan Howell O'Connor. Handsome, rich, charming.
Oh yeah, and he's already said he loves you. God, what an ass. Mackenzie took a big bite of ice cream. Cassandra said,
He's rich. Is that the deal breaker?
Mackenzie sniffed.
That sounds stupid to say.
Yes, it does. It sounds very stupid. He's handsome. Is that the deal breaker?
Well, it's not ideal. I mean, I don't want him looking like a dog, but he walks into a room and women orgasm. They throw themselves at him. Every day I watch women stare at him with a little look on their face that says, I just came, just a little bit. I had to throw some chick out of the elevator. Some cougar was waiting for him outside the restroom.
So, that's the deal breaker.
Mackenzie growled, No.
'Cause you can handle that, right?
Yes.
So, what else?
His mother hates me. Cassandra snorted.
Oh, yeah, because that hasn't happened to a million women over the centuries. I'm not even going to ask because that's not a deal breaker. Move to a different city. What else?
Mackenzie shrugged her shoulders.
So, what you're telling me is that there are things you don't like, but not deal breakers.
He's not the deal breaker. I am.
I know deal breakers, and you aren't it.
Cassandra took her hand and held it.
Trust me when I say there is not always a happy ending. I have lots of experience in unhappy endings, lots of experience in hopeless endings. And I know this, when there's a chance at finding the real deal, you have to grab for it. You have to walk to the end of the pier and jump off, knowing full well that you may end up broken on the rocks below. That's a life well lived, ending up broken on the rocks because you tried, not still standing on the pier, afraid.
Mackenzie whispered,
I've crawled off those rocks before. I don't think I can do it again.
You won't have to. He'll catch you.
And if he doesn't?
I will pick you up, dust you off, and help you beat his beautiful face to smithereens.
Mackenzie sniffed.
You'd do that for me?
Cassandra nodded.
It would hurt, but I'd do it.
Mackenzie looked at the plane ticket.
He said I would know when someone really loved me.
Do you think he really loves you?
Mackenzie took a deep breath, remembering when he'd said it, the hopeless light in his eyes, because he knew she wouldn't say it back. He'd been right. She couldn't believe him, wouldn't let herself love him for real, wouldn't play with everything she had. She looked up at Cassandra with a terrified look on her face, and Cassandra smiled.
I don't look good in purple. Remember that for the bridesmaid's dress. It makes me look like a zombie bride.
Is that a thing?
It is, and trust me, you don't want to see it.
2 days later, Mackenzie stood outside an old villa on the outskirts of an old village in Spain. Vines crept up the side of the house, and a pink tricycle was parked forgotten on a patch of grass. She stared at the house for a long time, until the door was finally opened by an extremely pregnant woman. The woman stared at her, not smiling, and finally said,
Are you going to stand there all day, or are you going to come in?
I'm thinking about it. The woman snorted, shutting the door behind her, and waddled out to stand beside her.
Think quickly. You've got about 2 minutes before he comes out here yelling at me to get back inside and sit down.
Mackenzie looked at her in surprise. Yell at you? The woman nodded her head.
It's kind of funny.
Mackenzie couldn't remember one time, that her father had ever yelled at anybody. He was cool and unruffleable, cold and heartless. The front door opened back up, and her father looked at Mackenzie, expressionless, then glared at his wife. Rachel said,
I'm going inside. I don't want to hear another lecture today. Come in when you're ready.
She looked at Mackenzie and rubbed her belly.
Try to make it today.
Mackenzie followed hesitantly, watching her father as he came and took Rachel's arm to help her inside. He said,
I told you I would get her.
I was getting bored waiting. I'm on a time crunch. He escorted them to the kitchen table, waiting patiently for Rachel to sit. He gestured Mackenzie into a chair and brought her a cup of steaming coffee and a chocolate-covered Palmera. Rachel made a face at the water he gave her, although she snatched up the flaky pastry and took a big bite. She said, The doctor says another week. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. Luke said,
You're only hoping he doesn't know.
She nodded decisively, then said to Mackenzie, I'll be 40 next year. I've already told your father that this is the last time I will do this. If he wants more children, he'll have to trade in for a younger model. Luke smiled, bending down to kiss his wife's hair before sitting down beside her.
And I've told her that this is my last one as well.
Rachel said, And for some reason, I don't believe you. Every man wants a son.
3 girls.
He smiled.
3 girls who could take over the world by sneaking up behind it. That is no poor legacy.
He cocked his head, thinking,
Maybe that's what I'll name this one. Legacy.
Rachel snorted. Over my dead body.
Oh, my dear, that could be arranged,
he said, and Rachel laughed. Are you still plucking that tired old string? She shook her head and patted his knee. Old dogs. His eyes twinkled over the rim of his cup as he took a sip. Rachel looked longingly at his cup before sighing and saying to Mackenzie, Your father stole my inheritance from my mother and then, I thought, killed her. Turns out he didn't, but he would have had he needed to. Luke shook his head.
I didn't steal her money. She gave it to me.
Rachel looked at him, her temper peeking out. I didn't say you stole it from her. You stole it from me. He chuckled.
But look what you got in return.
She turned back to Mackenzie. Your father was a scary man, even scarier that no one seemed to see it. Mackenzie didn't look at her father. I know what he was. Rachel watched her silently, then nodded. Yes, I see you do. Do you know what he is now? Mackenzie glanced at her father, at the amusement clear in his eyes as his wife and daughter dissected him. Mackenzie said, People don't change. Rachel sat back in her chair. Well, that's true, except when they do. A little girl with honey-colored hair and tawny eyes peeked around the corner behind Rachel's chair. The little girl looked at Mackenzie, her eyes wide and round, and Mackenzie looked back. Up close, she could see the differences between them. In the photo, the little girl had looked like a carbon copy of Mackenzie, but the shape of her eyes was slightly different, the bow in her top lip definitely from her mother. The little girl smiled at her, and Mackenzie's gut clenched. The smile was all Luke Holden. Rachel said, Come say hello, Laura. And the little girl ran around the corner and hid her face in her mother's side. Laura peeked at Mackenzie, then noticed the Palmera. She stopped being shy and grabbed the edge of the table, pulling herself up on her tiptoes and reaching for Mackenzie's plate. She grinned a toothy grin at Mackenzie and babbled something utterly unintelligible. Rachel pulled her back and pushed her to Luke. Ask Daddy if he'll share. Mackenzie watched the little girl climb onto Luke's lap, as if she did it 100 times a day. Laura grinned at her father, pointing and babbling until he nodded at her. She reached for the chocolate-covered pastry with a large grin for her mother. Mackenzie met her father's eyes. Definitely your daughter. He frowned.
Please, I am never so uncouth as to bask in front of my mark. That is her mother's fault entirely. Rachel likes to rub it in when she gets the better of someone.
He shook his head.
She has no subtlety.
And Mackenzie could see real love in his eyes when he talked of his wife, when he looked at Laura. Pride was there, yes, But there was love, too. Mackenzie felt a twinge for the little girl she'd been. But she couldn't be anything but happy that Laura had a father who saw more than a $sign when he looked at her. Luke hadn't loved her. Still didn't. And maybe she should have seen it sooner. But maybe she could finally forgive that young girl. Forgive her for being a mark. Mackenzie watched Laura stuff the pastry into her mouth, chocolate smearing across her face, and listened to her babble. Rachel put her hand on Luke's knee, and he took a deep breath. He said,
I didn't know how to love back then.
Mackenzie looked up into his eyes.
You'll see. When you have a kid, it doesn't change anything about you. Still the same person you always were. But now there's a little someone who takes everything you say, everything you do as truth. I couldn't love you, and it had nothing to do with you.
Mackenzie stayed silent. He said,
I'm not excusing what I did. I don't expect you to ever forget, to forgive.
Rachel said,
She's here, isn't she?
He looked at his wife.
Would you have forgiven your mother?
Rachel pinched her lips.
I don't know. Maybe, if she was sincere.
He wiped crumbs from Laura's dress.
Liar.
Rachel looked at Mackenzie.
Tell him why you flew across an ocean today.
I'm getting married. Maybe Ethan hadn't said those exact words, but he'd offered her half his company. If she wanted it. She didn't, but she'd take all his pecker. Luke nodded.
And you came to invite me to the wedding in person?
Mackenzie smiled at him, and it wasn't a nice smile. No, I don't want you anywhere near the O'Connors. Rachel laughed and inhaled her water. She coughed, and Luke thumped her on the back. She finally said,
Sorry, he was right on the money with that one. Said you'd never let him near your new family.
Her new family. She blinked, thinking of Christine hearing her described as that. Then she smiled. Mackenzie looked at Luke. You squandered your chance at father with me, but I wanted to see how you looked at me.
And what do you see?
I don't see love. He closed his eyes and she said, But I do see regret. He kept his eyes closed and nodded. Mackenzie said, Why did you track me down in New York? He opened his eyes.
Because I have a family now that I couldn't live without, and I wanted to see the family I threw away.
You expect me to believe your timing was coincidence? I get engaged to Ethan O'Connor and a few weeks later you show up? He looked at his wife out of the corner of his eye.
Let's say I was pressured into going when I did. I wasn't pressured into wanting to.
Mackenzie looked down into her coffee cup. The cream rich, the sugar sweet, just like she liked it. In 10 years, he hadn't forgotten. Maybe that was a horribly weak basis for a relationship, but she'd seen real love in Ethan's eyes. She had something to fall back on this time, if her father failed her again. Mackenzie said, Do you remember how my mother liked her coffee? Luke was silent as he stared at her. He opened his mouth and Rachel interrupted. Don't bullshit her. Just tell her the truth. He sunk back in his chair and shook his head.
I'm sorry.
Mackenzie looked at Laura's chocolate-covered face and listened to her babble. The child only stopped to take a bite, and sometimes not even then. Mackenzie looked at Rachel, her huge belly looking uncomfortable and imminent. She looked at her father, older, slower, and somehow tweaked. Maybe just enough. She said, Maybe we can be some kind of other family. Not father-daughter, but something else. Her father took his wife's hand and squeezed. He nodded at Mackenzie.
I'd like that.
Chapter 10. Mackenzie had stayed only one night in Spain before flying to New York. She'd promised to come back after the baby was born, but she wasn't prepared to actually be there for the event. And she had a man to find and let know that he was officially taken. She needed to flip that one-woman sign on before he did something she'd be pissed about. She knocked and knocked on his door, wondering if he could possibly be ignoring her. She finally gave up and made her way across town to Christine and Ellen's. The doorman allowed her through, and she found Ellen waiting for her in the hall. "I need to find Ethan." Ellen crossed her arms.
I thought you were brave enough for him.
"I'm not."
Then what are you doing looking for him?
She shrugged. "I'm maybe not brave enough for him, but I might just be stupid enough." His grandmother puckered her lips. Then she laughed.
Stupid, brave. There's not much difference between the two, is there?
It's a very thin line. Ellen pulled her inside the door.
I, for one, am glad you finally crossed to the other side.
"I think you're going to be the only one." Ellen chuckled.
Christine will come around, eventually.
"I won't hold my breath."
I wouldn't either. Christine thinks her son needs someone who will follow his lead, who will stay home to care for the kids and hostess his parties. That's what she did with Michael, and it worked well for both of them.
Ellen laughed at the expression on Mackenzie's face.
But, despite how much Ethan looks like his father, he's not him. And what Christine really wants is her son to be happy. He's happy with you. She'll take the blinders off one of these days.
Ellen flipped through her address book, writing down a name and a phone number, and handed it to her.
You'll need this.
Mackenzie looked at it, noting it was for a reporter, then made a face. "So I can make a fool of myself?"
No, so you can show Ethan you know the game, and are going to play it.
Mackenzie took a deep breath. "I'll play it, by my own rules." Ellen cackled.
Good. I'm betting on you.
The reporter met Mackenzie at a restaurant early the next morning. She squinted at Mackenzie, then said, "Mackenzie Wyatt?" When Mackenzie nodded, the woman sat down. "I almost didn't recognize you. The hair." Mackenzie pushed her back to brown hair behind her ears self-consciously. "The blonde was just temporary. I'm back to my natural color." Or near enough. She'd thought if she was going to do this, she needed to do it as herself, recognizable and all. The reporter pulled out a recorder, turned it on, then took out a pad of paper. She said, "Is it true Ethan Howell O'Connor paid you $1 million to marry him?" Mackenzie smiled slightly. "Yes, because any woman would need to be bribed to marry Ethan O'Connor." The reporter laughed. "Is there a prenup?" "There will be. It should be illegal for a man of his wealth to marry without one." The reporter raised her eyebrows, and Mackenzie said, "And, of course, there will have to be a no-cheating clause. Maybe something about cutting off his balls if he does." Mackenzie pointed to the reporter's pad of paper. "Make sure you put that in." Okay." The reporter scribbled quickly, then looked back up. "When is the wedding?" Mackenzie shrugged. "We haven't set a date yet." "And you're not worried about that? Ethan doesn't have a good track record with commitment." "Ethan has a great track record with commitment. He's a one-woman man, remember?" "But not a forever man." Mackenzie smiled. "I guess he was just waiting for the woman who scares the bejesus out of him." The reporter blinked and said, "Well, I'll be rooting for you." Mackenzie nodded her head, thinking she'd be the only one. The whole world would be waiting for Ethan to drop her, if only so they could have their chance with him. The reporter looked down at her notes. "One of his exes said he isn't so pretty in the morning. Is that true?" Mackenzie shook her head. "He's horrifyingly gorgeous. It's enough to give any woman a complex." The reporter looked as if she'd never thought about what it actually meant to wake up next to all that gorgeousness before.
Just one more question. There have been so many rumors about him paying you to be his wife that I have to ask, are you marrying him for his money?
Mackenzie took a deep breath and said, I'm marrying him because I love him. She smiled and shrugged. Every woman does. Ellen called her 2 days later, congratulating her on the interview and telling her where Ethan could be found. He'd run to a lake house in Vermont after following her to Los Angeles. Mackenzie had rented a car and drove north. It was a long drive, and it gave her lots of time to think, to worry, to get mad about having to chase him, to remember that he'd chased her and then left her alone to figure it out without him hovering over her. She pulled down the long dirt driveway slowly, her stomach in knots. She'd seen love in his eyes, love that didn't disappear just because a woman had to think things over before she could make her way back to him. There would still be love in his eyes when he saw her, but it might be hidden behind a layer of temper. The house finally came into view, and Ethan sat in a rocker on the porch, watching her car. Their eyes met through the windshield, and he didn't smile, just looked at her. She parked her rental behind his white Range Rover and took a deep breath before getting out. She walked toward him, her eyes running him up and down. This was it, her last chance to turn around, to stop this from happening. She stopped a step away from the porch and held the tabloid out to him. He took it reluctantly, glancing at it, then holding it up and reading it through. When he was done, he dropped the tabloid to his lap and looked at her with his mouth hanging open. She said, I gave an interview. It felt one-sided with all your ex-girlfriends having their say.
Cut off my balls?
She laughed. That's the first phrase that pops out at you?
Pretty much. And I would like to point out that that particular no cheating clause would probably not hold up in court, should you feel the need to execute.
I won't, right? He shook his head and she smiled. I'm not really worried. He didn't smile back. She said, That was what you wanted, right? Ellen had sure made it seem like Mackenzie wasn't getting near him until she gave an interview. He read the article again, then nodded.
That was what I wanted.
Well, there you go. He stared at her.
I think you owe me money for this one.
It's not that bad. He looked down again at the paper.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
She tried not to laugh. She really did. But it came out anyway. At his petulant look, she said, Okay, I'll give you back that $57,000 you still haven't given me.
No, this is worth more than that. Maybe like $500,000?
No way. She shook her head.
I think my reputation is worth that much.
Oh, please, this won't affect you at all, except maybe back some women off, which we'll both be happy about. He read the article again quickly and said,
Anything else you need to say to me?
She took a deep breath. I don't like your money. You have too much of it. I don't like your fame. Your life will always be a circus. I don't like your pretty face. Women will always be throwing themselves at you. I don't like your name. It's a legacy to live up to. I don't like your charm. You use it as a weapon. I don't like your mother. She doesn't like me. Ethan's eyebrows had risen nearly to his hairline during her list, and he said,
Sounds hopeless.
Mackenzie nodded, but she stayed where she was. She didn't turn around and leave. She didn't run away. He cocked his head.
Was that your declaration of love? It needs some work.
But I love you anyway. I want you despite all that.
Are you saying none of that little stuff matters?
She whispered. Yes. And it didn't. It was just little stuff. He reached one hand out, pulling her towards him and onto his lap. He pushed a lock of hair behind her ear and stared into her eyes. He kissed her and she kept her eyes wide open, seeing inside him, seeing how much he loved her. He said,
Let's go inside.
She shook her head.
"We need to hammer out another prenup."
We can do that naked.
She shook her head again. "I'm pretty sure I'm going to need my wits about me." He looked down at her bare finger.
Here's a firm requirement. You'll wear my ring.
"I get to pick this one out." He smiled, the first since she arrived.
We've just barely gotten engaged for real, and we're already on your third ring.
She didn't smile back at him. "Your mother will not be involved with this one. Got it?"
Are you sure? Her consultant did a good job.
"No. I get to pick it out, and yours."
Why am I suddenly nervous?
Or I could just tattoo "Taken, don't bother" on your forehead. He grinned, rising with her in his arms.
Forget the prenup. Just marry me. Together we could rule the world, but we'll be so busy with our little demons we just won't have the time.
I don't even want to think about the children you'd have. But she did. She could see them, two little devils with golden curls and green eyes. She held the screen door open as he carried her inside, and he said,
I'm thinking 6 should do it.
6?
It'll take that many to slow you down, and my mother is going to be around a lot. She'll need a baby to hold for quite some time.
He carried her into the living area, stopping in front of the couch and putting her on her feet. He said,
She'll start liking you around the 4th one. The 5th should clinch it, but I think we should aim for 6 just to be on the safe side.
I think you underestimate any child we'd make. One little twinkly smile and your mother is a goner. He popped the button on her jeans.
You forget how much she doesn't like you.
Not the couch. We don't fit. And maybe we should elope. He shook his head.
We'll invite your grandparents.
A sad light came into her eyes. They won't come. He kissed her lightly.
They will. I can be very persuasive.
She stared into his eyes. Maybe.
No maybe. They'll come around by the wedding, or at least the first child, just like my mother.
He looked up the stairs and grimaced.
I'm not carrying you up there.
You said your mother wouldn't come around until the 5th grandchild.
The 6th, definitely.
Mackenzie's eyes widened in horror. Oh my God, is your mother gonna want to live with us? Ethan's eyes twinkled, and he took her hand, leading her up the stairs to the bedroom.
It is tradition.
How do you feel about her getting remarried?
You can try, but to be fair, I just don't see it happening.
She started unbuttoning his shirt, and he said,
So, if I'm giving you half of O'Connor Capital, what are you giving me in return?
She looked up. Seriously? He nodded.
It's only fair.
She thought about it and pushed his shirt off. Undying love, a house full of children, a shrewd and intelligent business partner.
I need something concrete, something painful.
I think childbirth counts, especially if you want 6. And I really don't want half your company. Really don't. He smiled, the happiest light shining out of his eyes, and pushed her pants down her legs.
I know.
He kissed her.
But you're getting it anyway.
What if you keep the shares and add my name instead? We can call it Wyatt O'Connor Capital. She smiled. I like the ring of that. He shook his head.
Then you'd just call it the Walk.
She snickered, and he grabbed her by the waist, kissing her quickly.
Cold and heartless. How was I ever supposed to believe that?
He tumbled them to the bed, and she said, Your mother believes it.
Mothers are irrational when it comes to their children. When we have our first rugrat, you'll forgive her.
She raised her eyebrows, and he said,
Okay, by the 5th one, you'll forgive her. Or just be too tired to care anymore.
Maybe she'll be dead by then. He narrowed his eyes at her.
I've thought of something worth half my fortune.
She looked at his expression and said, "Oh, no." He nodded. She tried a puppy dog look and he said,
Come on, you can do it.
She closed her eyes. "I will try to like your mother."
I need a little more than that.
She scrunched her face up in pain. "I will love your mother as if she was my own."
And?
Her throat nearly squeezed itself shut, but she croaked, "And she can live with us if she wants to." She mumbled, "If I can't get her married off."
We'll put it in the prenup.
She nodded slowly and opened her eyes. "Is that painful enough for you?" His eyes twinkled. His teeth sparkled.
That'll seal the deal.
She whispered, "God, I hate it when you do that." He turned off the twinkle and smiled his real self at her.
Oh, honey, you'd better get used to it.
And he kissed her. Prince Charming's Happily Ever After. Ethan Howell O'Connor and his wife, Mackenzie Wyatt O'Connor, have welcomed their first child, a boy. Wyatt Dean O'Connor was born last Thursday, weighing 7 pounds 14 ounces. Mom and baby are doing well, and according to Proud Papa, baby Wyatt has everyone wrapped around his little finger already. Ethan O'Connor also says he can't wait for a daughter to join their happily growing family. Mackenzie O'Connor could not be reached for a comment, but this reporter did notice that Ethan O'Connor lost his breath rather abruptly after bringing up the subject of a second child. Will Prince Charming talk his princess into a close sibling for baby Wyatt? Stay tuned. This has been Some Like It Charming. It's Only Temporary, Book 1. Written by Megan Bryce. Narrated by Tess Irondale. Copyright 2013 by Megan Bryce. Production copyright 2016 by Megan Bryce.